right now.
Yeah.
You're close to being a flat earther.
That's what I'm saying. I'm close.
You're close, man.
Let's go, dude.
Yeah, that was the first step for me, just admitting.
You have to go check this stuff out in your own kitchen table, bro. You can do the light and the moon and the sun.
Yeah.
Right there,
So Trey, see, you've gone far enough now at this point since you were able to look at that and answer honestly. You're gonna be mind blown. So another thing about the moon is this: do you know that nothing can reflect light unless it's two different shapes? And the only choices you have for a reflector is flat or concave.
Or concave.
Really?
Spherical balls do not make a reflection. They won't reflect.
Exactly.
It makes
the moon is not what you think it is. And look, with the sun and moon both above the horizon at this point, there's basically a freaking shaded lens being put over. We're inside of a freaking biodome light show. Literally. There's lens changing possibly going on. It's a mechanism. The sky above us is a mechanism. It resets as a clock over same exact locations geographically on Earth as he did forever and ever, thousands and thousands of years, as far as we know. So the Earth is still, the sky's moving above us. They stop and reset every year. At any time of the year, you can predict exactly where a star is going to be at zenith above your head. Over a same exact geographical
every
location.
year, man.
Every year. Boom.
Dig this, man, real quick, man. Let's talk about zenith. Yeah. On December 21st, the moon was directly over my head. And on June 21st, the sun will be directly over my head. I mean, you can.
We did something right. The calendar's right.
You can fucking bank on that wherever you live, man.
Actually, the calendar's not right. The clock's not even right.
But
everybody thinks
right.
24 hours in a day,
right.
but it's not. It's like 28. It's like 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 2 seconds, or something like that.
The whole clock and calendar thing is pretty fucking nightmare. It's
not even close enough. This is the thing. Do you know where?
Yeah, we're constantly going off, right?
Yeah. Time? Do you know how we started keeping time? Do you know how time was first kept? Sundials, right?
Yep. See, I knew that.
No, what else do you know about a sundial? Aren't they have 12 divisions, so no matter what time of year, summer or winter, you're still going to have 12 hours of daylight because it's 12 divisions of that shadow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is why time is irrelevant. We don't live in the now.
Well, right. I live in the moment.
So I have a question. So like all these like observations done like, thousands of years ago, like they're just fake. Like
No, they're not fake. No, I would never say that. These are observations that you can make for yourself and prove for yourself, man.
Okay.
That's what living's all about, man. Don't kid yourself, man.
I'm saying like history is just like
I mean, history is a beautiful thing to think about, but
do you know what Napoleon said? Do you know what Napoleon Bonaparte said about history?
Well, we don't even know if he's real.
Napoleon Bonaparte said about history that it is an agreed upon lie. And that's the only thing I can agree with.
Written by the ones that won the wars.
Exactly. So yeah, you have to take everything into question.
History is written by the winners.
I think the Nazis won.
But the easiest thing to figure out is where you live,
the German army lost,
or where you don't live.
German people lost big time.
Charlie Chaplin. Have you seen that Charlie Chaplin given the Hitler speech in English?
Yeah.
And what he actually said.
Yeah.
We want to love the people.
Yeah, no, it's wild.
It's all that is true. I've seen that.
Yeah.
Hey, remember in school when they told you about the moon landing that happened in 1969? Yeah, that part was fake.
What moon landing, am I right?
Well, it did. Neil Armstrong, baby.
Dude, I saw it on the radio. I swear. I saw it on the radio. It was amazing.
Yeah.
How long did it take for y'all to become mods?
I'm not a mod, dude. I'm a fucking total.
It
I'm
just
a
depends,
total
really.
fucking
It depends on your activity in the community, mostly.
Silver,
Just
man.
show just show my activity in the community and just be on here for
Dude,
like.
my name's Flatter, dude. I'm
For a couple of
silver.
years or whatever.
Relax. Everybody, man, relax.
Okay, for a couple of. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I've been here since,
about to go through university again. It's crazy.
I've been here
It's
since
like a crash
February,
course
right?
in science, though. It is really a crash course in
I might
science.
just
You
drop
can
out
learn
of
so
college.
much.
You're gonna have to buckle up a little bit, but you'll be all right, man. You're young enough.
Wait,
You got
question.
I appreciate it.
Wait, what was it last time?
Hey,
I was
thank you
going to
guys.
ask something about astronauts, but
all right, man. You
I
take
don't know.
care.
I
You
forget,
gotta-
honestly.
Good to meet you.
Wait, I have a question. Have you guys
All
ever
right.
had genuine astronauts here, or are they, people just lying out of their ass?
We've had children of astronauts in here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, people who claim
Oh, I was one of them.
Yeah, but they
People who
failed.
claim
But
that.
they failed
Yeah,
the
no.
test. But they failed the test because
Yeah.
when you asked
Yeah,
how
the
tall their
fucking-
fathers were,
Wait, how
they
what?
missed the requirements for
How
height.
far their fathers were?
Yes. Scott Veach has been here, bro. Big
Wait,
time.
what do you mean how far their fathers were?
I don't know.
No, here's what I meant to say. Like, if you ask them how tall their fathers are, because NASA has a requirement for astronauts, they have to be under a certain height.
Oh shit.
What's the height?
Good for me. I'm 5'8".
Yeah, you're probably good.
Yeah, you fit.
How
I
tall
think
do
you have to be
be?
shorter than 5'11" or something like that.
Really?
Shorter than
disqualified.
5'11"?
Yeah.
Shorter than 5'11".
I don't think
Neil
you can
Armstrong
You gotta be a
was
pilot.
5'11".
Balding or bald?
You have to
Maybe-
be shorter to be a pilot. Like 5'11" is
Maybe
too tall.
shorter than. Well, no, it says Neil Armstrong is 5'11".
Well, I don't know. I
So
mean, you gotta
maybe
be pretty
maybe
small
shorter
to
than 6
fit-
foot. Yeah.
You got to be pretty
Well,
small
he
to
was
fit
at the
three
standard,
side
Oh
by
wait,
side
this
in the
one
Dragon
says
capsule.
Neil Armstrong's 5'10". Actually, I don't know. I don't know who to trust.
You got to be pretty small to be able
I don't know who to trust. Anyway.
Ooh, I was right.
Wait,
I
hold
was
on,
right.
but-
Wait a minute. Here it is, right here. Dang, NASA. 5'11".
Wait, where does
They
it
said
say
you
that?
have to be 5'11" or less,
I gotta laugh my ass off. Here, right?
or less, or less
You
than
have to be
5'11".
shorter than 5'11". The Apollo astronauts. Wait a minute, that's the wrong thing.
Damn.
If you're too
Wait,
tall,
can you
can't get on the
post
ride.
that?
Wait, so they're just lying then? Because Neil
I actually
Armstrong,
didn't read
they
that.
said Neil Armstrong was 5'11".
Yeah, there's a lot
Maybe-
of inconsistencies. It's just very
Yeah.
obvious.
Yeah.
No,
That means
no,
he's
no,
blemish, right?
no inconsistencies.
Well,
NASA.
maybe he.
They lied to
grew a
the
little bit
kids. They
after
say you
the
can be
trip.
an astronaut one day.
Yeah, they
What
lied.
if you're taller than 6
I
foot?
remember hearing it
Well,
before.
I mean, I
guys-
could be one.
Familiar voice.
There's two options. Either these are giants that are opening the Dragon capsule. That's a giant opening the Dragon capsule, or those are tiny midgets to where they can fit 4 of them in between those windows.
So which one is it?
I think it's a lie.
Wait,
Yeah,
why
I
are
mean,
you
that could
comparing?
just
Why
be
are you
perspective.
comparing?
Wait, what are
that-
your thoughts
that
on
photo with that?
what's the new thing that's going on with like Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos and
It's all a lie.
Fakers.
Theater.
They didn't go to space.
that would be crazy. That would be crazy though if like in a couple of years you can pay to go to space though, and then
No doctor would clear.
Then you just go sit
fucking
in the
Captain
chair and they
Kirk
put
for
you
a
in
flight at his
cyberspace.
age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
Neuralink,
doctor would
Wait, at
clear
what
him at
age?
his age.
Neuralink implant.
Oh yeah, I mean,
They'll
they
put
probably
me in
just tell us some
cyberspace.
like hallucinations.
interesting.
No, cyberspace.
You can't pay any amount of money or have any amount of technology to go to a place that only exists in your imagination.
So the only thing they could do is make a surreal place where they put you in there and you're submersed into this thing that's not real, but it's like the Matrix. Like, yeah.
But what if
that's
you
what you go to
wait,
space.
well, what
The
if
only
you
way
watch?
space-
What if you
the only
watch
way-
the
wait a
people
minute,
walk
the only-
into
yeah,
the ship?
hold on,
Sorry,
the
go
only
What
ahead.
are you
place
guys
they-
talking about that Neuralink shit?
Gosh,
That's
you guys are
so
so fast.
BS.
Nobody can
Then-
finish the sentence, or is it just
No,
me?
go
that
ahead, Sonny.
can't
Sorry,
finish?
go ahead.
Yeah.
The only
yeah.
way you could go to space is on a computer screen.
They have to send up actors.
What about
Because
physically?
we've all been to space, eh?
That's wild.
Actors
I'm not
into
even
the
Neuralink.
computer screen. Right on. They've been doing it for years.
I guess we just got it like as a community, just build our own spaceship.
Yeah, we got to test it out ourselves, honestly.
Well, hold on.
I've had some people that have tried. I mean, literally.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Are they alive?
I won't spend a dime on that.
I'm telling you, they tried. They went and talked to real rocket scientist guys and said, "Hey, man, you know, what's up? How much is it to get a rocket going?"
Listen, the only spaceship I want one that I can travel in as a personal dirigible, so I can go up, down, or left and right, left. That can go in any direction, float up, and then cruise off.
That's the only way it can be done.
Interesting.
I don't get it. Isn't that just the controls?
Then when you land, you just rolling along like solar powered or something. And there should be some way to like make that. It should be freaking easy.
Yeah, like the Willy Wonka
solid dirigible.
Then Cuddles' idea earlier that they were in here earlier talking about brainstorming on how to build an actual rocket with a camera on it facing directly upwards and to keep it stable enough so to spin or anything. So they could just figure out what is directly up and verify what is directly up, and how far up, essentially, maybe.
Well, Richard
and it's like,
Branson,
I think you just want to send a drone of some kind, just by itself first before, throwing yourself up there first.
Yeah.
Richard Branson actually, he came out and said that he went to space.
He didn't.
For how long and how high? He went to really high up on a plane and then came back down. That's not space.
It's called free fall. That's it.
I'm actually just like joking a little bit now.
All right, cool. I appreciate it. Yeah. Hey man, it's called parabolic flight, man. Familiar with it?
I mean, it doesn't have to. Yeah.
It's not an actual. You're not floating in space. You're not defying gravity.
Sure. That will be wild though if like they do come out with like a spaceship you can go on, and your family can watch you walk in,
and you go high up in the atmosphere, and then you come back down.
Hey, I heard.
Well, it's not even just about you, but like what maybe like. Aren't they gonna watch you? Like your family's gonna watch you walk into it or something, or there's gonna be people who can verify that you walked into something and it went up. Oh, but you're saying it's like parabolic.
Space should be like going outer space and passing the moon and going to Mars, right? And going to the other galaxies. That's the fantasy you're trying to go to, maybe.
No. Nothing like that. Just like literally just going into space. I don't think you need
just
to go
going high up on an airplane, going high up and coming back down.
And then, I mean, technically you'd be able to tell if it was like flat or if there's
you get in an airplane, you go really high up, then you come back down, you get out of the airplane.
This is a good question. Listen, so if the sun is flying through space and the Earth is tailing it, and the moon is tailing the Earth orbiting, right? So when the moon goes in front of the Earth, how could it be in Earth's atmosphere if Earth's atmosphere hasn't got there yet?
What? Sorry, say that again.
Exactly.
What the fuck you talking about, Hank? I love you, bro.
So they say that the moon
He's talking about black grass in the back of the moon.
You shut your mouth. So if the moon is going around the Earth and the Earth is going around the sun, and they're constantly going through like new space because they're moving.
Right.
Constantly moving forward, going around the galaxy.
You understand that the Earth, I'll stop you there, man. The Earth and the moon are the moon is traveling around us. We're shooting around the sun. Is that where we're at? We're spinning. The moon is not spinning, by the way. It doesn't spin.
Right.
But
it spins once a month in their model. So the question is, when the moon is in front of us in the direction that we're headed, how would it be in the Earth's atmosphere if the Earth's atmosphere hasn't got there yet? Because apparently they say the Earth's atmosphere is leaking off so many tons a day. Then the moon would go through periods of in a vacuum of space, in the Earth's atmosphere, in and out. So,
okay, I see what you're saying.
Wait, are they even aware? The newcomers even aware that it's claimed that the moon is in our atmosphere? Are the newcomers aware of it?
I doubt. I'm gonna
wait, real quick. Just want to say you guys got this down on lock. Thank you for all the information. It was a good conversation. You guys seem like cool people. I'm glad we could get to a point where it wasn't so heavy, you know, or so like combative, because I was never coming here to be that way. So
you gotta laugh at this shit, man, and explore it and laugh at it at the same time, man. If you can do that,
sure.
Yeah, like I said before, listen, we all have like a different technique in opening up dialogue, and a lot of people might not like my method, but it is honestly you think it's that I'm pushing people out or closing people off, but all I'm doing is trying to referee the situation so that we have a decent stream of conversation. And it seems like I interrupt a lot because I have to, because people are already talking over each other and it's unlistenable for one. But we can't get to the bottom or focus on what the initial like questions are, or that we can discuss and come to resolutions about certain claims, who has the burden of proof, things like that. So it gets really in depth. And welcome to the server.
Sure.
I'm glad you're here.
Yep.
I was just curious though, to hear about from the newcomers whether they were aware of this claim.
Damn.
What did you ask?
What claim?
About the moon being in our atmosphere.
No.
It was a claim a few years ago that the moon is actually in our atmosphere, and it came out in the mainstream news, NASA. It was all over space news, whatever.
It might be a true statement. The moon might be inside the atmos and an upper layer. It might be true.
It might be true. Something you might want to check out. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. No, you guys have definitely given me a ton to think about.
Cool.
And yeah, things to go observe for myself. And
yeah, man.
I don't know. I'm
see what you're standing on, sleeping on, living on, eating on.
I think it's good, you know, if we have, you know, when we have conversation, that's,
but
you know, we're listening to each other.
One thing, Trey, man, real quick.
It's just all good. So
last bit, man, is we can see way too far, man, and there's this supposed diameter of this spinning ball we're living on, and we actually went out and measured and just said, hey, man, how far can we see? We shouldn't see this far because we did the geometry of the numbers they gave us, and it doesn't work out quite well for what you actually see with your own two eyes. And you can check these things yourself, man. You don't have to believe me. Go out to Ocean Lake. If you can see so far, you can calculate how far you should see according to the diameter of the ball that has been propagated to that what we live on. You know, it's been highly publicized that we live on a round spinning ball, man. And it's been over publicized, actually. Because
just a tad, you know.
Sure.
Anyway, go out.
Anyway,
how far you?
No, I genuinely appreciate good conversation, and yeah, you guys seem like good people. Might be back soon, you know.
Right,
so
man.
We'll see. All right.
Later, man. Later.
All right. Yeah. Y'all take care. Bye bye.
Cheers.
Any of the new people have any questions? That was cool.
No, it was good, man. Tracy, cool. You guys are cool. I'll tell you that, man. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys for about a year now.
Oh, Omer said he sent that last one. He sent that to his physics professor, and his physics professor rage quit.
I'm not surprised.
Rage quit.
Wait, what did he send? Which one?
I don't know. He said I sent that to my physics professor. He quit. Possibly the one about you can't defend it in court. You can't defend the globe in court because you can't find the curvature.
There you go, man. Find that curvature. I saw a meme earlier this evening in one of the other rooms. I don't know, but it was
Show me the curved adjacent.
It was the guy with the big giant telescope, and he's like looking across the ocean, and he's like, "I'm still looking for the curvature." I don't know. Anyway, I'd never seen that meme before, man. That was a good one. Yeah, but we would love to find some curvature, man. We're still looking. If anybody has some for the New Year's party, bring it, because we're here. I would love to see some curvature from 35,000 feet or at 0 feet. Any curvature anywhere?
Hey, dude, bro. I'm all kidding. I'm just kidding. Bro. Hey, bro, aren't you in the OC, bro?
I'm in the OC, bitch.
I thought you were in the OC, bro.
OC, baby.
Bro, that's so cool, bro.
Yeah, we're close, man. You know that. We are close, really. I don't know why San Diego seems like such a drive from the OC, though.
It's not. It's only 90 minutes.
It's 2 hours. Yeah, I figured 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just don't be in a hurry. 2 hours.
Probably 2 hours now. It used to be 2 hours all the way to LA from here.
Yeah, so, but it's not that far, man. But man, you live in the most amazing place, bro. I mean, damn.
It is pretty amazing.
San Diego's fucking stupid, bro. It's stupid good.
It's really pretty cool. I want, like, I love the warm weather because I can go out and explore a different place every single day, you know?
Every day. Even like
a beautiful place. Yeah, with amazing vistas, like looking over like so much water, like it's a trip up to the Cabrillo Monument where the lighthouse is up there. You can see way out there. Wow, it's
way out there, dude.
It's incredible.
You can see hundreds of miles, dude. Left, right. Yeah. On a great day, you can literally see probably 100 miles on left, right.
Miles. Yep.
Easy.
Because from Black's Beach, they've spotted Catalina Island from Black's Beach.
Yes, they have.
And San Clemente Island too.
I heard about the San Clemente video, but the guy said he was standing on the pier. I heard about it. Never could find it, man. I searched and searched and searched, man, for that footage, but it somehow disappeared. We'll get it again. I want to be the guy that gets it. I'll be happy to go out there. But what a cool place you live, man. Yeah, San Diego's it's sick, man. And I'm in Orange County. By Disneyland, not too far, not too far.
Do you do any surfing? Do you do any surfing at all?
Dude, I did. I had a surfing class in high school.
Huh.
I grew up out here in OC. Yeah,
you taught one? Probably done a lot, actually.
We would show up at the beach at 6 a.m., man, and hit the water. That was fun. Yeah, surfing's great, man. I more prefer sailing now. It's less. I still prefer sailing.
Yeah, I'd rather sail. I love sailing.
My age, especially,
it's
man.
Like a wind motorcycle. Oh yeah.
It's like a wind surfboard, bro. It's like a big giant wind sail, man.
Yeah, it's like a wind motorcycle.
It's so cool, man. When you capture the fucking wind and you're moving, fuck off. That's one of the coolest things you can do in life, man. I'm serious.
Oh yeah, riding a tornado, baby.
So check this out. So look, you sail your boat up to a beautiful beach in Southern California outside the surf.
Yeah.
And you anchor the bitch. You have somebody watching. You have somebody watching the boat. And you swim to shore to the nude beach and talk to some honeys. And you entice them on board with you. You have a bottle of wine.
We
swam to shore with. And you say, come on, let's go. And you swim then out to your boat. And then you pull up the anchor and you sail off a little bit. And yeah, that's great fun. Oh, wait a minute. It's not the 70s anymore. What am I talking about?
Damn. You're a couple decades off there, Sonny. damn.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you gotta have some testing before you let them on the boat.
We did that before.
Now I know how I was made. Thanks, Sonny.
I went to a beach and I swam out. These people on this boat were like, "Come on out!" So we just swam with. I swam with my bottle of wine to their boat and
dude, that is
had
epic.
wine. Then swam back to where I was.
You have to write a song about that. I swam out with a bottle of wine. I mean, that has to be in there somewhere.
One of the honeys, absolute honeys, just supreme looking babe that I used to lay out with, man. She moved to New York and she got killed. Her boyfriend pushed her in front of a truck. Killed her.
Hold on, man. Let me die. Let me
Wait, what?
smoke. Can I smoke on that one? Give me a minute.
I think I'm going to too. I have one rolled here. I'm waiting for a good opportunity.
Hold on. That one.
That escalated.
That one cracked
very quickly.
It cracked.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make it like it's not.
Bro, that one actually hurt because I was hit by a car and almost killed. So yeah, that one hurt.
That one I could
Check it out. At this same beach, I was out there and I decided I was going to walk on the rocks because I'd done it before. I'm pretty brave. Like I've dived, I've climbed up on rocks with nothing but fins, you know, or nothing. Like carry the fins and bare feet, you know. And I happened to be walking around because I've seen octopus in these pools over there at Palos Verdes where I was. Beautiful clear water. Oh my God! Like it was like tropical paradise. I'm telling you, these places where you could jump in where the waves are washing in these channels and you go riding them in for a little ways and then back and then you grab onto a rock and then wait for it to come. People dive into those. So anyway, check it out. So I was on these rocks where the octopus where I was looking around and I slipped in I think it was my left heel. I can't remember. It's been so long ago. I slipped and my heel landed right on a bed of urchins. Big black razor sharp, pointy freaking spines in my heel.
And you were humping this barefoot on the rocks?
I took my shoes off. I was stupid. Like that was stupid. I took them off and set them on the sand. So listen, I was 10 miles away from home on my bicycle.
Yeah, you're
10 miles. I had to go almost 10 miles back to San Pedro, where I was living.
Hey, it was
so
up.
I had to hike up the hill about a quarter mile with my foot all bleeding and everything, and got on my bicycle and went back home. And yeah, that's not fun. Don't ever try that. But what a beautiful place. I grew up seeing places like that, looking across and seeing Catalina from.
Dude, I want to get my goal in life would be to get the casino from where you're at, like La Jolla or something.
Right.
I mean, it's almost 100 miles at that point. If you could get any part of the Catalina Harbor there, right?
Yeah.
From anywhere in Southern California would be cool. Anywhere.
You could just about do that from Palos Verdes. You could just about do it.
Or Palos Verdes. But it's got to be one of those days, man, where it's like after a rain.
Perfectly clear.
No smog.
With the right humidity.
The wind, bullshit, blowing all that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got to be just, if you could see the casino from anywhere in Southern California, that's 26.
Well, 26 miles from Santa Monica.
Minimum, right? Minimum 26. But if you were in San Clemente or Encinitas or
the other way down, further south.
If you could see the casino from there, man, fuck off, right?
You might be able to, maybe from Dana Point or something.
Dana Point, yeah, that'd be a good point.
I can see a casino from my house, but it's only 7 miles.
Yeah.
I can see no, seriously, I can see the light from the sign.
That's a trip.
There's a certain landmark on Catalina.
Who is that, Joshua?
Called the casino. Yeah, it's Josh.
The casino.
Yeah.
But it's called the casino. It used to be a casino, apparently, at one time. Dude, have you seen where like they used to fly planes over there? Those amphibious planes.
Biplanes? Oh, the amphibious planes.
Amphibious planes, and
I've seen those before.
Where they land in the water and they just cruise up to the harbor there.
You want to hear something really trippy? This will trip you out because we used to sail to Catalina. Like my father owned a boat, right? So I lived on the boat with my brother. So we used to sail there dozens and dozens of times. I was there on the island when what's her name? Now I can't remember.
Natalie
Wood.
Natalie Wood.
We were on the island that weekend when that happened.
Oh,
I also was on my dad's boat because my dad knew it was happening. So one of my like classmates, Sean Penn and Madonna, were getting married on the coast in Palisades. We were right out at sea outside the surf line and saw that they had 2 helicopters. You could see the wedding. I saw the wedding. And now here's the topper. here's to top it off. I was on the boat in '83 when Dennis was right down.
Hopper?
Dennis of the Beach Boys.
Dennis
Wilson.
Dennis Wilson.
When he drowned right up the dock from where I was. I was on the boat on the same side.
He was all drugged out, though. Wasn't he all drugged up?
He was looking. Guess what? How he drowned? He was looking for property that he threw off the boat when he owned the boat. That was the Melody that was right there. He could no longer pay for. He lost the lease on the boat, so he lost the boat. So he was diving down looking for property that he threw off the boat into the water before. And he hit his head or something and drowned there.
Oh, man.
The drummer from the Beach Boys, Dennis Wilson. He used to hang around the one that befriended the Mansons. He used to hang around in Venice all the time. I knew who these people were, but I didn't associate with them. I didn't know who they were. Like, I didn't care if they were famous or not. I saw lots of famous people all the time. I didn't care about them.
Dude, I'm 57. You're like a little bit older than me, right?
6 years older, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just a bit behind you, but yeah, I got friends that were all your age, bro.
Yeah, believe it or not, all the Dogtown group, the Zephyr skate team, those are all friends of my little brother.
Wow.
They were friends of my brother. Jay Adams was my friend, less than 2 blocks away from us, right up the alley from us. Jay Adams lived.
How fucking sunny! You've lived this sunny life, bro.
Jay Adams came to our house. They were little kids. My brother was like, Jay Adams, they were 6, and I was like 12. Wait a minute. I had to be 15. I was 16, and my brother was 12. Him and Jay Adams were 12, 10 and 12 years old. Little kids.
Yeah.
I was just older. I hung around with 8 older skate kids, the older ones, playing music and going to parties at first. And all of
those little hellions.
And Santa having huge parties with people in vans, 30, 40 vans, bunch of hot rods out in Santa Monica Beach parking because it was wide open. And in the early days, people were freaking doing everything they wanted.
You got to ride.
There was one big acid trip out there, man. Like kegs. People come out there with their vans, like 10 vans, 10, 12 vans, and like 6 of the vans would have kegs in them. They'd open up all the kegs, and it'd be all out of beach. There'd be hundreds of us out there. The cops couldn't do anything.
No.
They stayed away.
Dude, I got stories too.
They can drink with you.
That was some fun.
Dude, yeah, we lived some good times, man. We're headed for some funky times, and we've been through some funky times.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's getting like super funk, super freaky.
Yeah, so I went to Samo High. That's where all of those people in the Breakfast Club, they were all from there. They were all from Samo High or West LA or Hollywood High. So they all hung around together at the same parties. I went to some of those parties.
Yeah, you did.
Some of my friends became actors.
You got pictures, man. I know you do.
my pictures were stolen from me. Everything I owned my property was taken from me. But that's another story. I don't need to talk about that. I might be getting it back or having a lawsuit for grand larceny.
Anyway.
Yeah, we'll leave that one. We'll avoid that conversation. No, but back to skate and surfing, Southern California, man. I mean, even today, even during Coco 19, it has been, Southern California all of California actually just kicks ass, bro. I don't know if you know this, but
yeah, of course I do. I've lived. Listen,
yeah,
I lived
it kicks
for 48 years or something like that since '73.
Forever too, man. And
how many years is that? It's 39 years. No, 49 years.
49 years in SoCal. Bro. I mean, SoCal is or even all of California, man. Really, I mean, if you really get down to it. I had this conversation the other day with my friend who lives here, and he just moved here a couple years ago. I'm like, there's
because look, in 2023 it'll be 50 years.
Yeah, when you got
that means 2022 it's been 49 years.
Dude, remember I told you the other day? I was like at the workplace and like not sure about it.
Yeah.
What's that?
All the hours I can handle. I walked across the street, drove, whatever. Went across the street.
Yeah.
And back to the other place where I used to work for 10 years. I'm back there.
Good. Congratulations.
They give me all the hours I can handle. They told me I can have 70 hours a week. I said, holy shit.
All right. I know you. Nobody knows you better about taking care of the whatever has to be done at work situation. It gets done because Democ's here, and if you could probably fire half the people that work there, and Democ will take care of it. Don't worry. I know that much about you.
I'm a good dude.
You are, man, and you're hardworking, and there's nothing wrong with that, man. That's something to be proud of, and fucking kick ass and take names and do what you can, man. It's the way it works.
But please don't fire half of the people so he doesn't have to do 3 times the job.
No, don't fire him. Don't fire half the people. Keep the good ones.
You're right. Yeah, you don't want to fire half the people. But I'm telling you, man, if half the people quit, which apparently that's kind of common.
That happens a lot.
That's but Democ's he'll take care of it. And that's what you're hiring. You're hiring a professional, man. Take care of it. And nothing wrong with that, man. I'm a piano tuner, man. People hire me to fucking tune their fucking piano, man.
That's right. They want to be
you gotta walk in there and tune the piano, man. That's all you gotta do, man. But there are other things that come up that you have no control over. Break a string or snap a hammer. Bam. All of a sudden you got more work to do. But you just do it. Take care of it, man. Figure it out. That's all. Figure out where you live. That's a cool thing. I was talking to some friends of mine, man. I asked them, man, where do you live? And they're like, I don't know. And it's like sad, and it's sad to see people that don't know where they live. It's a sad day. All right. Somebody save me, man. Somebody save me, man. You guys.
It's a happy day.
Save me from fucking wrecking the place here or something.
Just make it sound fun. No, but you can come in open to close every day. I'm like, whoa.
I love it, man. Well, don't just go in. If you work 6 hours a day, you can kick some ass, man. Just kick ass for 6 hours. You don't have to fucking, pull a full 8 or 10 or.
That's 13 a day.
Yeah, don't do 13 days, man. Don't. No.
I already did 3 of them.
All right, time for a rest.
Yeah, today. Well, actually, I went in for 3. I went in for 3 hours tonight too for him.
All right. Well, don't kill yourself, man.
Hey, dude.
No, I'm not.
Hey, Flat
Go
Earth
ahead.
dude. Hey,
Yep.
do you ever go out looking for wood? Do you ever go searching for wood?
Well, I used to make ceremonial peace pipes. And
I'm asking for
I've done
guitar,
that before.
guitar body wood is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, nah, never done it, man.
Really?
I should have, man. There was a couple of trees that went down in my neighborhood that I should have walked
Why
over.
just trees?
And they fell
No,
over.
I'm talking about going on an expedition to go searching.
Right. What about rocks and shells and other things? What if you found something other than that? Tree wood.
You're thinking
I'm
though,
serious.
man. I like it.
I'm serious, like a different type of guitar, like a shell guitar or something. You know what I mean? Come on now.
No, it's got to be wood. Well, I'm a traditionalist, but okay, if someone wants shell guitar, they can.
Metal, bismuth, anything. You can hollow out some stuff. You can do aluminum. You can
How about 500-year-old oak that's been underwater for 100 years?
Well, that'll work too. That's one of your choices. Now, what's next?
Or something like that, like
Walnut wood.
flame top maple or something like that's been.
Corn cob. Make a corn cob guitar.
No way, man. I'm talking about beautiful pieces of art. Have you seen some of these
So am
guitars?
I. I'm talking beautiful corn cob guitar. What about a beautiful marijuana guitar?
All right, we laugh.
You just in the eye of the beholder.
Guitar. You know what?
Sacrilege.
Tamak, I swear to God, I will fucking build you a corncob guitar, man.
I want a guitar, Kenny.
What's it going to cost me, man?
You can do it. Listen. I already got an idea. Denmark, look, the corncob one. You take the
I'll
slices.
take a regular one.
Wait a minute.
I'll take somebody's old used one.
Denmark. You take the corn cobs, you cut them to the length that is almost the thickness of the guitar you want. Right. Then you put them all and you put it in the shape and you pour epoxy in there so it's perfectly clear, no bubbles. You see all the way through, corn cobs all the way through. Then you carve it out just like a regular guitar. Boom, done. Corn cob.
Yeah, and put it together. Yeah,
exactly. See, fucking Sonny nailed it. He knows guitars as well as I do, man. He's nailed it.
But think about this. If you guys are going on an excavation, why wouldn't you have one-of-a-kind, rare, cool-ass guitars like a diamond guitar, a gold guitar, a copper?
Some of them are way too heavy. You couldn't carry it.
Who cares about all that dog shit? It's about the guitar.
I wouldn't play it. You would have to have a stand.
It's a
with rollers.
You get a stand. Stand in the place where you live.
Special stand. Anchor stand.
Stand in the place where you make your guitar.
North. Think about
you can make heavy ones.
Never did before.
Right, a ruby guitar, an emerald guitar.
Demark, I gotta say something real quick, man. You spoke corncob guitar into the world.
I know.
It will be a reality.
It will be a reality.
You are the first to ever say, I want a corncob guitar.
Why not? It's such an ass wood. It's a wood material.
Fucking
you said wood.
Isn't that an original thought that some people say that's not possible?
Nobody's ever said those words together in all of human history. I want a
There you go, Dimok. Good job.
Thank
Congratulations,
you. How about a seashell guitar? And
what kind of fretboard do you want on this corncob guitar?
Well, it'd have to be a corn stalk.
Well, no, you might want to stick to like an all parts like Fender license.
Corn cob. You'd have to make corn cob out of it. Just corn cob all the way down.
Have someone custom make a corn cob neck too. I guess you could do that. Sure. Make the whole thing.
Yeah, the next one's a hemp guitar.
It's made out of corn cobs, dude.
Okay, no, that's the neck.
It's totally organic corn cobs.
A solid body.
This is how we sell it, Sonny. It's totally organic corn cobs.
No, throw the corn cob away. We want a hemp guitar.
No pesticides in that corn, so you don't have pesticides in your body, the guitar body.
We want a guitar. We're going to call it the 420 Twanger. We want it made out of hemp. It's gonna be the 420 pointer.
Dude, I know there's hemp guitars, dude. I know.
A hemp banjo.
We should make a
Somebody's
hemp
making a
one.
hemp
Oh, we got to
Yes,
start.
that would be
Everybody grow
awesome.
their own hemp forest in your area. I don't care what it takes. Get your hemp growing. Get some seeds. Fucking grow
Get
it.
that shit going right now.
Grow it. Season
Want
Yeah,
hemp
I think
guitars? Hemp
Start
guitars
in the
in South
no.
spring.
America.
Jamsey, you too. Start in the spring. I don't care if you are.
Hey,
In
no pod has ever thought about making a hemp guitar ever, and
That's
calling it
perfect.
420.
I already see it in my head. You lay the hemp out, nice green, perfect leaves into a mold, and you pour the epoxy in there, and then it dries just like the other one. No
Oh,
bubbles.
you can have different kinds
Perfect.
of buds. You can have the buds in there too. Yeah, ooh, that'd be sweet.
You can have
You'd
primo
have a big
buds
ass
in that guitar. Whoa.
epoxy.
You
Ooh.
could put buds. You could put
That's
buds
a
in it,
big
man.
idea,
Yeah.
man.
Now we.
Wow.
Oh, we got a good idea.
I want to make that one.
The actual fucking plant itself. Just get one whole plant. Boom, boom, boom. That
Denmark.
would be badass.
Denmark. You didn't know you were giving birth to a whole brand new freaking industry.
I didn't, did I?
You had no idea, bro. But that's Democ's style, man. Hey, how much money could Democ make doing Hollywood premiere voiceovers, right? Democ, give me a like a Hollywood Hollywood. Give me your.
You could actually go online, and they'll contract you with lines, and if you do them correctly with a voice like the Mugs, they'll pay you.
They'll pay you, man.
They won't come on. They'll give me no line.
All right. Hey, there's
no lines, and keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, I wish I could screen share with you guys right now, but
I wish I could screen share with you right now.
A hemp guitar for $16,000.
I think we ought to
One
make
hemp
it.
guitar.
Let's build it. Who's got some shop space?
I do.
If you build it, they will come.
Shop
You can grow Afghan. You can have an Afghan guitar. Grow your own plant. Send it in. They'll make it into a guitar, specialized.
Man,
that's what we do. Corncob pipes, tomato plant guitars. You think of it, grow it. We'll make it a guitar. It can happen. Eggplant guitar.
I'm gonna fucking do it. Watch me, man.
Fucking Sonny, man. Hey, Sonny.
Guitars sold here. These are vegan guitars.
This is good energy, man.
Vegan guitars for you, not them.
Have one made. Have one made of half burnt down, 2/3 burnt down joints, a bunch of roaches in epoxy.
Yes, I'm telling you, blunts. This is a blunt roach guitar.
Burnt down joints in there.
A blunt roach guitar, a joint roach guitar.
Yep.
An old bowl guitar. Take old bowls and make them into a guitar.
Old bowls.
Ooh.
Yeah. Could do that.
This is called the pre-smoker toker, kajoker, and you string it right here, and it strums really good, and it's got a nice glass sound to it.
You know, epoxy guitars sound really pretty unique.
Yes.
Yes, they do, dude. I have
what you put in them.
I have an epoxy.
Old gold jewelry, old scrap jewelry, and a guitar too. Oh, memorabilia guitar. A memorabilia guitar of all your old shit. Scrap. Scrap
Excellent
guitar.
idea.
Dude, Democ is fucking
scrap guitar. Yes, baby. This is $1 million industry right here. $1 billion industry right here.
I don't know if it's billions. Who gives a fuck?
Gotta start
A
this
memory
business.
guitar.
It's a fun industry, man. It's fun, man. I mean, I'm here for the fun, man. I don't know about y'all, man. If it's fun and cool, well, I'm in, man. Gotta be fun.
Good looking guitars that have no practicality at all. Just for you.
There you go. See,
a bunch of AA
The old rose guitar. Did you meet someone in 1950? Did you keep that rose? Place it in a guitar.
A 2-year chip.
Make them a flute. Make them a hemp flute for Christmas.
A bunch of wheatback copper pennies, wheatback ones, all wheatbacks.
Yes, the wheatback guitar, the wheatback flute.
Hey, I love you guys that you want to
or how about
These concepts are absolutely
How
stunning.
about this? How about walking Liberty silver dollars in that epoxy?
Yes, but you could put old concert tickets, old autograph stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff that's been autographed, concert tickets, memorabilia. Memorabilia guitar, I'm telling you.
Exactly.
There you go. Lots of memorabilia.
Everything, a collage, a fucking, like something from Kenny, something from someone else.
And there's symbology, man.
Yep. Oh, a time capsule fucking guitar.
Capsule guitar.
Ooh.
Fucking
right.
There you go. Now you're thinking. You guys are fucking on fire. Hey, man. Wow. I fucked up, man.
How about a guitar that has memories? Like you play it and it'll say like a memory, like Kenny, sometime I recorded Kenny doing something. I got it on there. Like, motherfucker, Demont, something.
Dealing with here, but
or like your grandma or your dad or your grandpa, you play, like, what are you kids doing over there? Get the hell out of my cookies. You know what I mean? Like it just plays a memory. That'd be pretty neat.
You want to see a picture of me in 1975?
No, I actually don't.
Yeah, here you go. Shut up.
Were you a wee little baby?
Did I say you had a choice?
No, but that is a tight ass thing. So memorabilia, smoking memorabilia, concert memorabilia, Valentine's memorabilia, mom memorabilia, dad all this stuff you can make into a set of drums, a guitar, a set of drums, a flute, all that shit. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. No one would know who that is anymore. They wouldn't. That's me. With one of my best friend's sisters. She was nice.
How about your pictures that play memories? Like have a picture of your grandma and it says like certain memories and sayings and stuff she said or thing, you know what I mean?
Hey, I had this idea, man, years ago. Is that if you had a tombstone, if you're the kind of guy,
there you go. It can play a video and fucking when you walk past. Holy shit! Motion detector, tombstone plays a fucking movie of the person.
Right? That's what I'm talking about, man.
Hologram. Ooh, right up in the air. Hey, Sonny, let me tell you a story about when I was a kid.
Hey, Sonny,
on my lap, and you can have the person record it before they go.
$50,000.
Record it before you go, and then play this on your tombstone.
We can make it happen, baby. $2,000
a pop.
2,000. No, I'm thinking like
the production team has already been working hard. Look, they already have a PR slogan, don't you guys? I bet.
Oh yeah,
Sonny,
keep your family alive forever. By the tombstone anytime. Grandpa.
The whole thing. Look, you could do pairs of things. You could do a let's say a corncob guitar. And then you could have a custom corncob amplifier too. And we're gonna do the whole thing. This is a whole rig for you.
Headphones?
Customized.
Headphones.
Corncob amp. Fuck off. I love that thinking, man.
Corncob speakers.
Farm to concert.
I gotta stop you.
Farm home.
Sonny, what year was that picture? 1975?
75, yeah.
75?
Yeah.
All right. You look like Robert Plant, dude.
Soybean guitar. Everybody loves playing beans.
Is that what they always said? Robert Plant?
Be a real beaner. Play a bean guitar.
Yep.
It's made out of beans for the Mexicans.
That's right.
We got
a Poison Ivy guitar. Send it to your friend.
I got chili pepper guitar, bro. Chili pepper.
Poison Ivy guitar. Send it to your best friend. No, I mean, just kidding. Your enemy.
Hey, mixing chemicals and pouring resins is an extremely dangerous job. I don't know.
It is. Yeah, you have to have a big aerated. Like it has to be vented out.
I made skateboard wheels back in the 80s, and the toxicity of the fucking place made me quit. It was so bad, Sonny, dude.
It's terrible. I sanded on fiberglass boat bottoms for many years.
Yeah, the chemicals are so toxically fucking disgusting to work with, and you have to pour these into molds and fuck off. It is a shitty industry, man. Petroleum industries certainly fucking toxic. Or at least I don't know. I'd say toxic, but it's nasty. It's fucking.
So check it out in that picture in 1975, or I think it's 75 or 76. I had already been playing the guitar for 7 years.
That's why you're smooth, man. You're smooth.
I've just done it's just that's something that I've never stopped. Man. I never stopped doing that,
man. I can tell. You have just great timing, man. Right and left hand, both. And that's the key, man. And I know many guys like you, bro. And you guys are legends to me, man. Thank you. You figured it out, and you can just do it in your sleep, basically.
Yeah. Some people have actually made a living doing that.
Yeah, you did. You did. You did make a living doing it. Don't deny yourself that. Fucking fat, brother.
I still can.
You actually did do that. I mean, it's not like I'm making this up. You actually.
The ash guitar, the cremated guitar, made from your loved ones. That's right. Playing all the time. Play them here, play them there.
You could have them with you all the time.
You want to play Grandma? Play a sweet tune with Grandma. Play Kenny. Play Kenny's notes. Kenny will love to play a song for you.
Is this a heart attack, or am I just...
I swear to God, right now, I am going to decree something, okay? This is a decree from Kenny. I decree that my ashes be made into a guitar. I decree that. I'm the first one to ever decree this.
That's what I want. And I want to
And the idea came from Democ. For $14.95, you too and your loved one can become a guitar.
Fucking ashes in your fucking guitar, you bitch. Fuck off, right? Sonny just fucking shit his pants.
That's a beautiful guitar. What do you call it? Uncle Kenny.
The Uncle Kenny, bro. The Uncle Kenny.
Take care of that guitar. That's your Uncle Kenny, you son of a bitch.
Stop it.
That's not just any guitar. That's Grandma. Be good.
That's not just any guitar. It's Grandma. You bitch.
Grandma got played New Year's by a reindeer. Sitting on Santa's lap on Christmas Eve.
I hope you guys
can play something like Grandma, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe
you can play a guitar where
that's your grandma. You can play your grandma on New Year's Eve. If you don't think you can play your grandma, as for me and Grandpa, we believe we make Grandma's ashes to a guitar. Coming home on Christmas Eve.
Holy shit.
You got your ashes made into a guitar.
But as for me and Grandpa,
you can play the grandma guitar Christmas morning. That way you'll never forget her. Whatever. That was bad.
We'll never get the way she used to wheeze. I don't know.
I just decreed. I want my ashes. I don't know if somebody can write this down or record it, whatever, man. Just want my ashes made into a guitar. That's it.
That's the fucking industry.
It's recorded already, so now you said it twice. So
make your ashes into a musical note. Musical note ashes. That's right. cremated music.
I think that's the coolest fucking decree ever, man. I don't know. You guys.
Cremation creations. That's right. You cremate them, we'll create them. Send them on down, baby.
There you
Listen
go.
to the sound.
What are you into? You want a violin?
Don't
You
put
want
them in the ground.
You
Listen
want
to their sound. Cremated creations.
piano?
That's right.
Where do you want to go? Where do you want your ass? You want to go? You want to
Don't put them 6 foot in the ground. Put them
Or
6
if you're more
decibels
cheery,
in the sound.
you can have your guitar made of cheery little shells that you found at the beach one day. We'll put
You
those
can
in the
have your
guitar for
guitar
you too.
made of grandma's tears or grandpa's smiles.
Hey, Sonny,
or the
you'll
little
dig,
kid's
you'll
frown.
dig, Democ, you'll dig, you guys will dig this, man. I lost my train of thought, man. Sorry.
A caterpillar guitar, a beetle guitar. How about your favorite animal or insect or an octopus guitar?
Show it to
Ooh.
all your entomology loving friends.
Yes.
Dude,
Hey, I wonder if you had a
piss off
mimic
anyone.
guitar, a mimic octopus guitar out of
you can
mimic
piss-
octopus flesh. Would it change colors and stuff while you play it?
You could piss off anyone you want to with these guitars.
I know.
Yeah.
Here's the weird
Piss
thing,
off
man.
environmentalists. Put a bunch of freaking ashes and cigarette butts,
Cigarette butt,
matchsticks,
a beer bottle,
and bugs.
Oh, a whole bunch of meth pipes and crack pipes and stuff like that. Used ones, put it in there.
Oh shit.
You know, some people might like that. You know,
Common objects that you find every day.
Mask. Can we make a mask?
a tampon, things you find on the beach
There
with
we
my
go. We'll do
guitar.
with the mask.
It's
gotta
stuff you
have-
find walking on the
You gotta
bay.
have a blue
San
mask.
Francisco Bay.
Get a collection
me?
of dirty masks and we'll put those in a pocket.
Yeah, there'd be like a condom, a syringe, some seaweed, things you find on the beach.
Some mold in there, yeah. Just everyday beach items.
Yeah, that would be crazy. A shoe, a sandal,
A fucking thong. Okay.
one sock. Yeah,
A
thong.
dead seagull.
Thong. Okay.
Yeah, dead fish bone.
Dead fish.
A
Yeah.
seashell.
Oh, shit.
These are real things that we have to deal with, people. We're not putting shit in there. We're
not
making
laughing
A
about
fish hook.
dead fish.
Yeah, we're not
not
just
laughing
making
about
this stuff up willy nilly. Fish
We
hooks
think it's
happen.
horrible,
Fish
actually.
weights.
fish hooks, weights.
We don't condone
Maybe
this
some
behavior,
extra
but
bait
we're just-
somebody
we're
forgot
just
and left
artists.
behind.
We're just
So,
artists.
We're just artists. So us showing a dead, dried up fish with a hook still in his mouth that the fisherman never caught inside of a guitar.
How about a turtle shell in
That's
the
just
guitar?
art.
It's just
We're just
art.
displaying
A half of a bullhorn. I don't know where we're gonna get it, but
showing parts of the earth. These are things that happen on Earth, and so
yes, if you go on a nature walk,
these items.
what could
it's
you
like
find
saying,
and put in your nature walk guitar?
what did
This
you
is the
find
walk of
on
life.
Earth while you were alive? What did it
These
look
are
like?
the reality items of our existence.
We can make a flat earth guitar.
Well,
Flat
that's
Earth?
been done. I've seen that. I've seen one.
Could
We
have
can put
water
liquid
level.
in it and make it like a fucking level.
You can make it hollow inside, so it's a mini
Hold it
aquarium.
steady.
So inside it has little fish.
Yes. Now check
And,
this out.
It would
Now
be a
listen.
level. It
You
would
play
show
it.
level.
It would be a level with fish in it swimming. Yep. And when you play it, the little bubbles come up and they get aerate them. You know, so they get and you hold it level. Like keep it level. And like, all right.
That might hurt. That might hurt the fish. What else could we use? Seahorses.
It's not gonna hurt the fish. You're gonna vibrate the water.
Hey,
The fish
gonna
will
like
level.
it?
Yes.
Well, it's an electric guitar, so the vibration
No,
is
no,
only
no,
from
no,
the
no.
acoustic
We're gonna
part.
do
It gets
acoustic.
amplified.
No, we're gonna do an acoustic vacuum guitar, and when we play the strings, it's gonna send air to the water.
Hey, I think I
That sounds
figured
like
it
a
out.
different model.
We're
Holy
gonna have a
shit.
couple. We're gonna have a couple. Don't you
Hey,
worry.
what about a goldfish tank?
Goldfish
Guitar.
tank guitar.
That's what we're.
See?
That's what we're
What
saying
about
right now.
that?
Kenny. A
That's
fish
what
tank
we're kind
guitar.
of talking about already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
yeah, that's what led me to it, man. You guys totally led me to it.
Okay, the
Yeah.
gold. The goldfish guitar.
Like,
yes, you're
you
right.
guys
You're
are
right.
like Freemasons or some shit, right?
I know, right?
Yes, we have original thought. This is how this works. Once you think of an original thought, you can keep going with it.
Right.
And it's still original. Isn't that awesome?
It is awesome, man. That's kind of why I'm trying to like not fuck it up, you know. I'm trying to
Let's not go too far off track. So we start with the corn cob. We'll work on that one first.
Dude, we got Goldfish Tank guitar, dude. Think of it, dude. Think of this, right? Newport Beach, you know, those guys that, you know, they got I don't know, 20, $80 million homes, whatever.
The cocaine guitar,
dude, with the fish tank in it would fuck off.
Have a guitar with all the fucking drugs in it.
Guys would want one, man.
bit of
We
everything.
could charge like $28,000 on a pop.
Gold flakes.
We can make those
fish
things
in
for
it.
like $1,000,000, maybe like.
What if you used a tabletop with all those objects on top of it, but you sliced off the half of the bottom portion of the table and left all the items exactly in the same location, and then epoxy that into a guitar?
You could do that. Totally, man. This is not technology that's not available.
No, all you'd have to do is
dirty, dusty. It doesn't matter. It could be a nice, clean kind of cup. That might be better.
You
so it
just
doesn't
make
fuzz
the
up.
blueprints. You just make the blueprints of the outside shell, the sides, and then whatever you want to do, you got the sides and the shell. You have a mold for them, the sides and the shell.
Guitar, dude.
The top, the bottom, and the shell. You have the mold.
Millionaires.
You fill the epoxy with whatever kind you want in the epoxy. Put the molds together. You got the guitar, whatever kind you want, right there. That's
We'll get at the warehouse, and we'll find some people from OC to work
right. Yeah, we'll find some
farm.
OC, we'll find some San Diego guys, LA, whatever, man, whatever it takes.
Collectible.
You can have a tree to get that epoxy snap out. So
all those guys are right here.
Collectible money, collectible stamps, anything cool.
I'm just still going with like a fish tank guitar, man. Sounds incredibly cool, man. I know a lot of people.
How about a guitar that is a fucking light show in itself? A strobe light, the disco ball guitar.
Bunch of LEDs going off inside of it.
Yes. Yep. While you play it, it's fucking going crazy.
No, you could actually have a hologram screen in there.
Yeah, that's what I said.
you actually could do that.
I said that earlier. Remember with your
have like a LED
gravestone
inside there that's playing
when
a
you walk by the
scene.
gravestone, you have the LED hologram, and it shoots up and of the person. Hi, hon. If it's a lady, or hello.
Dude, they had this shit back in the 80s, man.
Now we're talking about putting holograms inside the guitar. Whoa.
Yeah, you can have a goldfish in the guitar and out of the guitar, swimming across the crowd.
I hope nobody
shoot a goldfish out of people.
Dude, somebody write this
down.
down.
Out of your guitar.
Somebody write this down.
Have a film of some space show or something playing in your guitar while you're doing jamming.
Who's taking
the moon landing or something?
Who's taking the minutes on this fucking meeting, by the way?
Well, it's all on the YouTube, so we got that. It's already
there,
kind
it's all there, man. It's been put in the ether, at the ether.
Yeah, you can grab little bits of it, like I've done with these people being numpties.
It's in the ether.
They don't even know that we're sharing all this information. Here we go.
They don't even
Another
know.
cheap plug. Here we go. Here's my channel.
I'm nobody, man. I'm just
I know people are asking why. It's called Flat Earth.
The hologram picture too.
Consciousness.
How about the flattered guitar, or the guitar that tells you facts or science or stories when you strum it and it shoots out the hologram and tells you the stuff? Like while you're playing it, it's like, yes, the earth is flat. These are the measurements that prove it. And just like gives all kinds of stuff that we've done so far or whatever, like, and maybe a visual stuff too. Like here's when you go high up and this house, this high, stats.
Yeah.
How come Chrome doesn't let you? Wait a minute? Is it Foxfire? Never mind.
How about pictures you walk past that give you information? Like you walk past a picture somewhere, and like the hot air balloon pops off the wall and it's like floating around and like, hey, have fun. I don't know. That'd be pretty cool.
Channel cheap plug for my channel. It's called Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness That's my channel since 2017 when I discovered Flat Earth. I started this channel.
Our business would be called Batteries Not Included.
I want to ask you something, man. How did that feel? What was it like, man, when you first said, "Oh shit, I got my toes in the sand and the water's level"? Ain't that a bitch?
Which one of are you asking? Which
I'm
one?
asking you, Sonny, man, because
Okay.
I know you had your toes in the sand.
No, man, life
Or
hasn't
you
been
were
like
looking at the ocean or something, man, it had to do with the ocean.
No, look, I'm an avid cyclist, so I ride my bike every day.
Right.
So I go out to where the harbor is, and I go all up and down the coast, so I see water around me all the time.
Right.
I've sailed a bunch, whatever.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter, but I ride my bike everywhere, and I live in a place where I see water all the time. So when I heard this thing about measurement in 2017, I
Right.
go, I can check that myself.
You can check it out yourself.
So I
No
go, I
shit.
just learned those measurements. Okay, so there's elevation drop. So if water's convexing, it has to at a specific rate. So I go, I can check that at 3 miles and look, and then at 5 miles, that's about as far as I could do with whatever. I got a really cheap 7 times binocular, but you can even do it with that, believe it or not.
Yeah, you can do it.
Even with my
Time.
eyeglasses, my spectacles that I wear, my glasses,
Okay.
are graduated lenses, like they're progressive lenses. So the more I look down is more magnification. So
Right.
I can see really, really good with these glasses, like far away, more than I can see drops on leaves that most people can't even see the leaves with my glasses. So I have really good eyesight with my glasses, magnification level almost, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can see across 3 miles, which should be 6 feet, 6-inch waves breaking on the sand. 3 miles, that should be 6 feet. So at let's say I'm 10 feet.
That's 1,000
It might be 3 miles or a little more, but so then I go, okay, well I'll look further down. So I look further down where these aircraft carriers are in the water and dock. Some of them
Yeah.
are just docked alongside. You can see their water line in the water all the way out to the point, which
Yeah.
is about going to 3, 4, 5 miles away out the harbor.
Especially when it's calm, right?
So then you can see, and the thing about the water lines is people don't understand. So even just looking with the binoculars at these water lines of these boats that are in the harbor has waves probably in the middle of about maybe 1 foot. So like I'm at the harbor side, and I'm probably at some places maybe 10 feet above the water.
Yeah.
So 10 feet, I forget what the distance is. Hold on, I probably have it up here.
I've gotten to the point, man. It doesn't matter because I've seen shit 100 miles away. I'm like,
So you asked, and I didn't answer. I didn't answer. What was it like? You asked.
I
What was it
did
like.
ask
So
what
I didn't
like.
answer. I'm sorry. I'm notorious for this. Thanks for.
It's okay.
I reminded myself this time, but I don't often catch myself. So, what was it like? It was like, shit. I sailed all these places, and then I saw the water flat for what it really is. Looking down at the Coronado Bridge, there are these stanchions that go all the way out to the side of Coronado, the island, and I'm on the city side, but I'm further north from the bridge, quite a bit.
Right.
North.
Wait.
So I see these stanchions going down to where they go down into the Coronado Island, and you can see the stanchions where they are in the concrete that's in the water, the anchors for the stanchions for the bridge going across the water. So where the concrete comes out, where the bridges are mounted to, has a little band of darkness because of the high water mark. High and low tide.
That's right. We know
So
what
when
those.
it's at medium tide where you can see it, that little strip is no more than the maximum tide, which would be like 6 feet. So that's 3 feet on each side. So I'm seeing them at 3 miles, 4 miles, which is more than 6 feet of drop. And I see the little dark edge on the strip of each one of those things going all the way down without fail. All the way down.
Yeah.
So you can still see it. And then when you get across, you can look laterally to the right, and you see the dark strip on every rock, on the rock. So if you have a bunch of rocks, even though they're all like mixed together because they're just like piled on there. You can still see that dark strip as if it's a line going across the rocks because of the way the water comes up so regularly to a certain height. It makes a mark there so you can look all the way across, and that goes all the way across to the beach, and no curving at all. You can see that line going straight across wherever the water is touching. Like a beach, it's a really straight line across the beach. It's like there's a section where it's a beach where because how equally the sand has been built up and let back down. So that's a really pretty flat surface. So when you look at it from across the way, that's a completely straight line. Those beaches where the water is, you can put a ruler up to those water lines where it's like a beach like that, and it's completely straight if you're close to the water.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Hey,
so what it was like for me was like, holy shit, they're right.
Today, man, I caught the sunset, man. Coming back.
Like, I watch planes going over, smokers going up on the hill. Watch planes come over and realize, okay, the plane's coming in. So I'm sitting looking east, so I should be falling forward. And the plane is coming like towards the rotation. Okay, so that's cool. I go, that's cool. But what about taking off? Like, how are they taking off, like going the other way, like when they sometimes do?
Don't they call it
against the rotation?
They call it. Those people call it the equalization of the spin or something. You know, when you
can never land a plane going from west to east because
man, this is a well understood thing, man, with me. But their explanation is when you take off, you're already going 1,000 miles an hour.
You're in a column. They're saying you're stationary over the earth in a column, but what about things that are not stationary and not in a bonded? They're in unbonded gas. They're psychotic.
But no, I want to take their position just to be, a cock. Can I be a cock and say, hey, man, it's because we're already moving 1,000 miles.
Yeah, you're right.
An hour, and that's why the fucking plane doesn't deviate. But what if you hang a left? What happens if you hang a big fucking left?
You're right.
The entire fucking mathematics change to an unbelievably fucking incalculable situation, man. And you're not going to land a fucking plane to save your life, man.
The globe is
Period.
an incalculable situation, man.
It's incalculable. Exactly, man. It's you can't calculate a fucking left turn on a fucking spinning ball, okay? It's not going to happen.
No straight lines on a ball.
There's no straight lines on a ball. If you can prove there's straight lines on a ball, man, my phone number is 555 fuck off. All right? Yeah.
That's 1888.
888 fuck off, right?
Yeah. For your call now.
I'll be waiting for your call for the rest of eternity. Eternity. Oh shit. All right, I'm buzzed. You guys know that.
This plant I'm growing looks
But
freaking good. Wow.
if I'm obnoxious, man, cut me off, man. Cut me off.
What? I'm sorry. Did I cut you off? I didn't mean it.
No, if I'm obnoxious, you can cut me off, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're not obnoxious, man. No, you're not obnoxious. Not at all.
I'm too kind of a soul to be obnoxious at this stage of my life, man.
Yeah, me too. That's what I figure, right?
We went through our rebellious, obnoxious stages, and it was fun. But
sooner or later, you get enough bumps on the head where you go, "Ooh, that shit really does hurt."
That shit hurts. But
like, fuck, I didn't know I damaged my cranium so badly with all those bumps on the head.
Damn.
That's literal and figurative.
That's physiological. Physiological
And figuratively.
and figuratively. Figuratively or
Spiritually bludgeoning yourself.
yeah.
Spiritually bludgeoned. And figuratively.
Dude.
Whatever. I guess that's figuratively. Well, physically too then. Yeah.
Dude. We're talking physiologically stuff, man.
True physics.
Well, it is physics, man. And it is physiologically. That's our body, right? Physiologically. That's our body, right? That's what's going on inside our bodies, right?
The physiology is like the study of the way the physics works in your body. Yeah,
right. There we go. You nailed it. Exactly. I just couldn't put it out in words because I'm tired. I've been working all day. Had a couple beers.
God bless you. Somebody's got to do it. I did it for many, many years. I worked since I was 12 years old.
I mean,
I'm retired now. And
Yep.
At first, it was horrible because it was an early retirement, but now things are looking up. So.
Oh, dude. They are looking up. The world is totally fucked up because that's why they're looking up.
Totally fucked up, and now I'll be able to do something totally different.
Guess what, man?
Develop something that I love doing.
The more people that look at how fucked up it is, they're also gonna look up and realize where they live, man. That's my hope. I'm a fucking hoper. I got some hopium here. You guys want some hopium? I got some for sale. I hope you got. Is anybody laughing at that? That's kind of funny. That was funny.
No, it's really funny. You know what? I was thinking when you were saying that. I thought of adding in. I was gonna go. It's like it's like knock knock knock. Is Dave home? No, Dave's not here, man. Yeah,
Hopium's not here, man.
Dave said he has the hopium. I came to get the hopium, man. No, I said Dave's not here right now. Cheech and Chong, like skit.
Classic, dude. Dude, we got to do that, man. Oh, it'd be so fun. I mean, they just did audio skits, man, that were just hilarious at the time, right? Because you lived through it, and I lived through it too, man. And it's still, to this day, it's epic, man. Somebody brought that up to me the other day, man, much younger than us. Yeah. He said, hey, man, what about that skit that Cheech and Chong did where he goes, I'm going to write a song while you were playing that song. Hey, man, I wrote this song, man, while you were playing your song, man.
Exactly. That happens a lot, actually.
It's funny because it's that I don't know who did that Cheech and Chong Flat Earth.
Right.
But that was they fucking nailed it. I would hug them if I met them in person. I would hug them so hard, dude. I might even break their back. I'd be like
drumstick guitar.
That was one of the greatest fucking Flat Earth things I've
drumstick. Wait a minute, barbecue drumstick guitar. Oh,
I don't know who the fuck did that, but
so good to play that in the summer during barbecue season. Oh yeah. Drumstick guitar.
Hey, you know, it's summer in Australia, Sonny. How does that work on a flat Earth, man?
Retail $16.99.
Out of the southern
make our own company.
Flat Earth.
What's that?
Oh, I got a friend. Her name is Jillian. Jillian.
Hello.
She's you know her as Trouble About. She's from down under.
Down under. Trouble
down
about.
Under.
So Trouble About in Down Under?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's her. And she's a an excellent observationalist of the southern sky, as they call it. Southern sky?
Yeah, I've done like.
She's done hundreds of hours of stupid observations of the fucking southern rotation of the southern celestial bodies. And
I don't think I'm on a globe though.
She definitely knows she's not on a globe.
And I'm not hanging upside down. And anyway, it's not like we're sideways, so they've got it all wrong.
You're all
was a ball.
You're trouble. You're sideways. All right. Here in Southern California, Sonny, we are sideways as well, man. If you look at the globe.
With 100.
Yep, should be sticking out there at something like 40 degrees, right?
We're super sideways, bro. I mean, we are like,
what's up with that?
Sideways.
I don't feel like I'm at 42 degrees, but you know what? I could tilt my head at 42 degrees exactly, and like I could probably just about measure that shit.
But the southern stars don't rotate around Polaris.
Right.
That's a huge problem.
Well, trouble doesn't.
I feel guilty. I feel guilty that I didn't go out and ride my bike. Like I feel like such a chicken shit. And now it's 10 minutes to 1 a.m. But that doesn't bother me usually. So I don't know. Maybe I should go anyway.
Be careful out there, dude. It's like
before. Like it doesn't bother me the weather if it's wet. Like that doesn't bother me. Like.
Well, yeah, but don't ride on the traffic roads, man. If you can be on the sidewalk or something.
It's like deserted this time of night.
Yeah, exactly, man. Just
deserted.
Stay away from those cars, dude. Stay away from those
sidewalk. Yeah.
Yep. Sidewalk or dirt trail or something, but
no dirt. No, it's all muddy and slippery. I'll slip right off.
It's raining. It's been raining, bro.
No, I like it. If I'm on the concrete, dude. I don't care. It's perfect.
This is negative ion central, man. With this rain we've been having.
Isn't it weird? Yeah,
it's
for us.
Fuck all, man. It's fuck all weird, man.
Yeah, it's been raining for weeks.
Weeks. On and off, right?
That's not usual for us. Like we've got no rain. Like before this started, there was no rain for like what 130 days or something.
Yeah, it was a long time.
You guys are out or something. Aren't
you? Yeah, we've been in a drought. We've been in.
And it drains and it floods. Yeah, it floods my streets like a river down the street. The whole sidewalk from sidewalk to sidewalk on a city street is completely flooded over the sidewalks.
Yep.
Both sides.
Both sides. Oh. How dare us have rain?
No, how
dare you?
How dare you?
A raindrop guitar. Ooh.
I love the rain though because honestly here after the rain because when the sun does come out after rain, the sun is so strong here that those plants just go whoosh and everything just like grows like super duper growth, like beautiful greenery, like every.
So, Sonny, let me ask you, man, straight up. I'm going to ask you straight up, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think they can control the weather 100% or
no?
No,
I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
I agree.
Harvey, there's a bunch of hurricanes.
I'm pretty sure too, man, but.
Well, you got to go to my channel. That's why, because on my subscriptions, you'll find Weather War 101, and you go look at the work they did. But they haven't put anything out in about 4 years now.
Well,
they show it on Rad.
At least 2 years, man. They haven't put out fuck all. Weather War 101?
Yeah, Weather War 101.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about, man.
Okay, good.
That
look
guy
at the thing in the Salton
did.
Sea where they're showing how they're pumping out geothermal vents down there,
Yep.
and they're pumping billions
Oh
of
my
tons
God!
of
Right?
vapor into the air, billions and billions every day, and then you see the big clouds forming, and then they go boom, all those big clouds from the east that we see down here, that are thunderstorms. We're going, where the fuck are those coming from? Because they're coming from the southeast. And they're coming up the backsides of our mountains, like over there, like southeast of me. And around the mountains, they're bunching up there, like they just are pushing all this vapor around and create huge thunderstorms. But here on the beach, it's completely like dry but high humidity, 100 degrees or more from the desert.
You mentioned Weather Wars 101.
Yeah.
But he had some, what do we call Doppler radar out there in the Salton Sea, man. They got these huge plants.
Vents coming out.
They vent out this. Same thing as that NASA video where the guy's like, NASA's gonna create a fucking rainstorm.
And
Watch
they're
this.
obviously using some kind of directed energy.
Yes.
Up north in California here, we know about that.
And they're 20 years ahead of anything they're gonna let out, man. And they are definitely, without a doubt, controlling the weather at this point.
Since before World War II.
Yep. There was some stuff done in San Diego where you live, man, not extremely close to where you live, where the very first seeding of the clouds was done, right?
Over here somewhere. Probably, I wouldn't doubt it.
Somewhere they figured out they were going to seed the clouds.
I thought China was doing it like 30 years ago.
This was back in like 50 years ago.
Longer ago, yeah, they were.
This is way like World War II shit. After World War II, they seeded clouds in San Diego.
Have you heard of these tungsten bullets? I think they're tungsten, and they drop them from really high fucking altitudes, and they go into the ground, and they move that fast, no one sees them, and then they kind of create like earthquakes and shit. Have you heard anything about that?
No.
I'll get back to you.
That doesn't surprise me either. I really don't have any proof for that, but I believe that they are actually can cause earthquakes too, because they're finding blasts. They're finding the people that are looking at earthquake vibrations and epicenters of all these vibrations. They're looking at the seismic data, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're showing that there's places where there's like underground explosions happening from these deep vent drilling sites. They're going down there and they're blasting away down there.
Hey, I knew this back in the 80s, man. So they were blasting Southern California, Los Angeles.
They're still doing it
with what they call injection wells back then.
All kinds of
but
stuff.
Now it's called fracking.
But they're doing other things.
But they've been doing it for
we don't know about. So they could be causing earthquakes.
Yep. I mean, if you're fracking or you're injecting huge amounts of water into
a bunch of earthquakes here where I live. This
the
building
ground,
like vibration.
you're gonna fuck it up, man. You're gonna fuck up the ground if you inject billions of gallons of water into the ground, man. You're gonna fuck it up, man. Right?
Don't they find a pocket of whatever it is they're mining, and then they take it out and they have to replace it with water, so the whole
the oil floats above the water. That's the theory, and that's pretty much a fact. So they inject the water into the ground and it pushes the oil back up to closer to the surface, right? So that's the whole idea of fracking, they call it, but it's actually injection wells. They're injecting water down in there to push the oil to the top of the water. Because the fucking oil.
But listen, they have geothermic venting stations that drill down into geothermal pockets of lava underneath there.
Be a pocket down
Vents. They drill into vents.
They drill into those. Hey, like Iceland, man, a lot of their electricity is generated through the geothermal vents.
Yes, exactly.
Naturally.
Exactly.
Yes. Same thing.
They're doing that too. See, most people don't know that what they're doing is blasting these, what are they called? Super cooling towers or something?
Mm-hmm.
Super cooling towers, and they're blasting freaking all this moisture into the air, and then people were looking at it like Weather War 101, and they were looking at it.
Yes.
You could see these clouds forming and big, huge storms being caused from it.
Yep.
That are sweeping across the whole entire country after that.
Yep. It makes sense to me. I mean, if you're going to control the weather, man, that's the way you want to do it. That's it.
So if they can do that, don't you think that those things are causing after effects over there, and then they get into Tornado Alley, and they're turned into these little rolling things, and then they just turn upright, and there you have a bunch of tornado swarms. Thanks a lot.
But why are we getting dumped on this year? Why?
That's really weird. I know. It's like
weird, dude.
It feels like Chicago here right
You're running out of water.
We were running out of water. The governor came out and said, "Hey, man, you guys you can't wash your car, or you can't take a piss."
And another thing that's going on, especially in America,
don't flush after you piss.
These computer hubs where they're storing all the information, they need a lot of cooling systems. And with all this, new age, friggin' don't use energy, don't use fossil fuel shit, they've gone with water to cool the things down instead of air, less electricity. But now, apparently these, where there's the hubs of these computers, those towns are running out of water because these power plant thingies are using up way more than what they're actually admitting to. Because they don't have to admit to how much they use. Not breaking the law or anything, but they're using up more water than people realise. More water than we've ever seen used before. It's like a huge percentage.
Use more water, use more electricity, use more gasoline.
Yeah, because
where the fuck does it stop, Sonny? Where the fuck does it stop?
Look, there's plenty of power everywhere. Wait.
Don't you dare wipe your ass with paper.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong with you?
He puts
dude, hold on, slow down.
Their computers under the ocean, like in the ocean, so the water keeps it cooler.
Hold on, I can't hear you very well.
But then I started wondering, Christ, are they going to help warm up the oceans if they start?
Oh, you're coming from Flat Earth dudes. Okay.
Hey, I got a friend here from Australia.
Yeah, I got that. I just forgot. I forget that quick.
Yeah,
anyway,
she's
the
here.
The reason why you don't have to worry is because look, I live in the city where there's all these office buildings. Well, they're less than about 10% occupied. Less than 10% occupied.
Yes.
The rest of all the floors are completely empty. Guess what?
Empty.
They leave the lights on bright every night, all night long, next door to me.
Well, you know why they do that, man.
Who's paying the mortgage? No one's working in these buildings. They're emptied out. Huge buildings, 25-story buildings.
Yep.
Emptied out, floor by floor by floor, as the months went by. Yep. Now almost completely empty.
Empty.
Yep, empty.
Yep.
1 or 2 offices left on the whole entire side of that whole building, 25 stories. They look like empty stories. Nothing there.
I don't think they'll repurpose them. I think their whole scam is to just make it look like there's.
Yeah. So I leave my lights on. I'm going to have a great little garden this year. That's awesome. Wait till I get some better lights. It'd be awesome.
Dude.
But like the owners won't be able to maintain. They'll just get all run down unless they repurpose them.
I don't know.
Sonny, if you play everything right, man, you can have 3 crops a year, man. 3.
Yeah, I would have to do it in a different place than this because it's just not big
Yeah.
enough square footage wise. I can't. Small place.
Yep.
It's only a
I get
flat.
you.
Pretty long, but it's long and thin apartment.
Yeah.
And I have a section off to the side, like a little nook off the side, which is nice to have it because it creates this little area where I can do pretty much anything I want. So that place I have plenty of height and width. I can get like a tent in here and it'll be perfect. So I've done it before. This is the third time, actually. The third one I've done. This is the best one yet.
All right. We should go to bed. I should go to bed. For
Yeah,
sure.
I should too. I can't
Yep.
keep staying up this late.
Well,
Or else I'll never go to sleep. Anyway.
keep your reality truth going.
Nice
It's
talking
only
with you.
7 p.m.
Yeah, I know. You're down under. You little bitch. You little bitch.
Have a good night, you guys.
All right, you guys.
Nice talking with
Cheers, everybody.
you. I'm gonna go too. Good night, y'all.
Thanks, Sonny.
Hello.
What the hell happened?
Would you pass out?
Fuck, I didn't. Fuck no, man. Not even close, man. Not even close. But I just left for a minute. That was it. Does anybody know anybody that has been adversely affected by a semi-mandatory medical procedure that could have taken potentially something that you had to take? You had no choice. Your life depended on you taking this substance throughout this realm that would constitute a thing that potentially could be mandatory and required through different manipulations of the system, potentially through the thing that would require you to take this thing to buy some fucking food. Has anybody been through that situation yet? Anybody?
Not yet, but soon.
Oh, soon. Yes, it does feel like it's coming very, very,
Very soon.
Very soon. Potentially next year. Potentially.
Yeah.
I do not have qualified information to say that this is definitely happening, but it could be happening potentially in your area. That you soon required to buy food through a application potentially on your phone, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you don't like it, you can go live in the woods like an animal.
You can live like a fucking animal, like a,
exactly.
a piranha. You can live like a bear. You can do it. Yes. If
take the jab or get out.
Get the fuck out, or medical procedure is required. Fuck off. Okay. That sounds really good to me, man. I've been looking into this, man, for a couple of years.
Isn't it crazy?
It's been a little cuckoo, but potentially, I'm trying to be as obscurely fucking stupid as I possibly can be, because I don't want to like trigger the YouTube fucking cuck fucking control. But I'm trying to like be cool and say, put this in a realm of understanding that, I hope people can take the red pill and just move along. That'd be good. I'm good with that. Grab the red pill.
I feel sorry for the people that are being forced. If you want to keep your mortgage, your car, your
anything.
food.
If you want to like register your car, you're not, you don't have the thing. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's what's going to be.
I'm just trying to register my fucking car. I'll pay you the stupid $127 fucking dollars. But you got to cuck me up and say, you can't pay the $127 for your car because you don't have the right paperwork. It doesn't match our database. Fuck off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fuck off, man. I can't go there, man. There is a limit to everybody's expectations of reality, man. There is. And, we've all paid our fucking stupid registration fees, and you got to register my car, and we've all paid them, man. That's a fucking fact. But now they're requiring you got to do this to get even like registered to pay to fuck off.
Oh
yeah. There's a line, man. There's got to be a fucking line, and say, if you require me to be fucking cuckoo puffed to fucking register my car, fuck off. And that's, kind of where we're headed. I'm not being the bummer fucking Debbie fucking. I'm not the Bobby fucking bummer here, man.
This is the best opportunity for Chads and Karens to get back.
Yep.
Chads and Karens are the ones that are running our government. Karens are the ones screaming about the mask, and Chads are the one about.
But here's the funny thing, man. I've been out in the real world. I've drove around. I ate at restaurants. I stopped in to drop a package, and I've helped a friend move out of an apartment complex. And I've done some fucking weird, I don't cuck up. But most people don't even give a fuck all at this point, man.
No, they don't.
They just fucking don't.
Just give me my egg salad.
Just getting my egg salad, and I'm going to sit down and I'm going to eat the fucking, They don't even, they pretend. A lot of people pretend. Most people are pretending to give a fuck. But you can tell when you walk in that if you're the only one not wearing a mask, that nobody actually gives a fuck. Right?
No.
They just don't.
Only the Chads and Karens.
Not even them at this point, man. I haven't run into one Karen yet, man. I was hoping to. It's kind of like, come here, man. You got a couple minutes? Let me show you some documents from the fucking CDC, okay? Not from your little cookie fucking mainstream news. I can show you documents right from the fucking source that says this is bullshit.
What I like is when people are screaming at the top of their lungs, I can't wear a mask because I have a breathing problem.
Yeah.
But you can scream your guts out.
No. Right. They can scream. But I want people to scream, man. I'm a screamer.
I'm a screamer.
And I'm not going to be obnoxious or a dick. That's different. I mean, just like constantly barking. I'm not a barker, but if you walk into my space, man, you say, hey, man, you have to do this or that. And I'm like, I'm going to at least question your authority.
You're authority.
I'm like, dude, by what authority do you have to tell me I have to fuck off or wear this or take that? Fuck off. No. I'm not
3 jabs are not enough. We're going to go for a 4th booster.
4th or 5th, yeah.
Until we're all growing fucking 3rd arms.
I asked my friend, man, I go, dude, man, how's that 27th injection going, bro? 27,
all over his neck.
He goes, my ass is worn out. I'm like, you're fucking done, dude. Poor guy. But yeah, we want to inform as many people as we can of
it's like we're jabbing all these
ridiculousness of what's going on. And if you can't see through it, man, I can't help you, man. Fuck off. I can't help you. I've sent you the videos. I've talked to you. I say, hey, man, you got to look into this shit for yourself, man.
70 million.
I'll send you a couple links, man. There's one link I'll send you with like 38 doctors that said, fuck off to this bullshit. And if you don't want to watch that video, man.
If you look at it this way, in 6 years, from 1939 to 1945, 70 million people died.
That's the number.
That's like 10 million a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how many people have died from COVID?
I think it's like 2 million something.
Right. I'm talking 70 million in 6 years.
Oh, yeah, people died with COVID and of COVID, and I just want to make that clear. But
don't forget they tried.
I don't want to get Helio's fucking live stream shut down, man. I do not.
Right.
But yeah, there has been whatever. It's a minuscule amount compared, but somehow they're still promoting this activity that has to happen. Apparently,
I think more people died due to the shutdown and the restrictions, due to suicides and everything else.
Fuck, to, no doubt.
They're not chalking that up.
No, I mean, I even thought about it.
Lives have been destroyed.
Can I handle this shit? I hope. I don't know, man. I just keep asking the great, what do they call it? And the,
contractor.
Dude, the great intelligence that put me here. Fuck all, man. Help me.
What do they got planned next?
Guide my fucking butt ass, stupid fuck ass shit through this, please. But we are here living through it, and it's been an absolutely astonishing awakening, man. Astonishing in my book. I mean,
here's a word for you. It's flabbergasted.
I like it. I like astonishing, or flabbergasted, anything that's going to say, "Whoa, man, you've been flabber fucking gasted." Gas, you're being gas lit. Gas is lit usually. You don't have too many gases that don't get lit, right? I don't know.
My friend just says, "Shut the front door."
Shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, man, we've crossed over into a new dimension of fucking retardation. I'm sorry that you guys got to go through. I have to go through it too, man. It's not something I'm trying to hide or say, okay, but you can walk through the fucking grocery store and go, these people are fucked up and I'm not, and know that for a fact. It's a virtual signaling fucking nightmare at this point, bro. Virtual signaling fucking nightmare that we're going through, and it's
nightmare.
It is a fuck all in your face. I'm gonna put my mask on, cuck it up, fuck off situation that we're all fucking dealing with, man. None of us are not dealing with this, man. I know that. And I want you guys to be strong and stay fucking cool and smile at these motherfuckers, man. Smile at them and look them in the eye, and that can change some shit. You might catch somebody, you know what I mean? In your presence of your eye connect. Sometimes you can catch an eye of somebody 30, 40, 50 feet away from you. If you catch that, you guys know what I'm talking about. The energy, the connectedness, yeah, we know it's bullshit. You know what I mean? You can vibe those things, little things, man, in life. And I'm just speaking from experience. This has happened to me. You don't have to believe me. I hope it happens to you. I hope you can catch the vibes from somebody completely across the room from you. And just, you see them and you just know, man. You just know.
It's kind of hard now when you can't see people with all these fucking masks.
That's a big problem. Are you kidding?
You can't see facial expressions or the nice smile by opening a door for somebody. Nothing.
Yeah, you can't see those beautiful gestures that we can make with our fucking faces and our eyes, and it's being cut off. And dude,
that's huge for us.
There is zero evidence that a mask protects you from fucking anything, man. I mean, there are facts I can prove. If I put a respirator on and I'm spraying like heavy duty lacquer, I know the difference, man, because I'm breathing it. Because if I didn't have that little respirator on, man, I would be fucked. I know it.
Yeah.
Because lacquer is a heavy fucking chemical.
Exactly.
You know, it's fucking stinky. It's sweet. Has a very distinctive smell. You can smell it. If you don't have a respirator on, man, you will be fucked.
See, with a virus will enter the body through the skin, through the eyeballs, through the mouth and nose.
Bloodstream.
Yeah, live stream.
What?
Right?
Do the live stream. Hey,
mass probably breed more stuff than anything.
If you guys are even talking about it, you guys can, it's contagious, right? If you're even talking,
so like to prevent yourself from
on the
the virus, you'd have to wear an Ebola suit 24/7. You would have to be completely covered every time you go outside.
Hazmat suit.
Right. You can't prevent getting a virus, especially an airborne virus. It's more like lucky. It's that's basically how viruses will really work. Like some people have an immune deficiency, which they can get sick easier than some. We all know someone that's always fucking sick. Every other week they're sick. Right? They get the flu, the cold easier than the average person. But with viruses, especially an airborne virus like this, not transmitted by saliva or sex or anything like that, close proximity, just airborne, that means you're fucked. You can't prevent it. You will eventually get it if you keep living your lifestyle like a normal person. And that's what they don't want you to do. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, unless you're living in some sort of like positive air suit.
Pretty much. Fucked. Well, I've worked with viruses for years, right? I started a business dealing with mold, mildew, and asbestos removal. So I had to learn a lot about dealing with viruses so I could disinfect areas and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. Unless you're like entering somewhere and you're scrubbing everything down after and following certain protocols. It's all for show and fuck all.
Really, it's true, right? Like, and some viruses, you can't deny that some viruses exist. They do. How this whole pandemic has been shaping on all sides. It's of course you're going to get skeptics. Look how they handled everything. Fucking crazy, man. I think there's a bigger agenda behind all this. And I think it's to push the one world currency. Some people might think I'm crazy.
Well, that's what I'm hearing next is their next play is going to be like a bank run. The IMF was doing some sort of
if you think about it, right?
Wargaming about that.
If you think about it, if they just said, okay, we're only going to be accepting debit, no more cash transactions anymore. Sorry, you know how many people will be fucked if that ever happened? Do you know how many people rely on the black market? Do you know how many people make money off the side? Lots of people. Like the handyman will be gone. You wouldn't be able to get somebody to come over, paint your house, shoot them a couple $100 cash. It's not going to happen anymore. That's a better way of controlling people. So if you don't work at a legitimate job that you get paid by direct deposit so you can go and purchase things with your debit card, then you're going to starve to death on the streets. You're not going to be a part of the circle.
Well, also too, if it's like if that's eventually like it too, and then they mandate these mandates that they're having that you have to work or whatever, right? And you can't make money on the black market. Then you're kind of fucked.
You're right. Period. Just like that. There'll be no more selling anything off the side. Garage sales will be a thing in the fucking past because no one will have any money. It will only be debit transactions. That's the one world currency is digital. It's not, it doesn't exist. It's just a form of control. Period.
Yeah, it'll have to be on the blockchain, or it won't exist.
It just won't exist, right? Yeah, in paper money, you're only gonna have so much time to hand it in and get credit towards your debit, or it's just going to be none of all. It's just, one day you're going to walk into the bank with banknotes, and they'll be useless. So it won't even be worth the paper they're printed on. And that's what's going to happen. It's going to probably be in our lifetime. We'll see it. They tried to push it with Bitcoin. That failed miserably. But people are still investing in it.
Yeah, that's like the testing, like the test work. I think for
no. The test work is the pandemic. How many people are going to listen? How many people are going to fall in line? Okay, will the government sustain itself with these numbers? Yes, it will. Okay, well then we can keep pushing our agenda forward. We don't need the rest. If these people don't want to follow the herd, doesn't matter. We don't need them anyways. We got our numbers. You understand?
Yeah, it's like a stress test.
You got it. Just like that. How many people listen to the government? How many people don't? Okay, well, we got our numbers, man. The rest don't matter. They're dead wood. Good or bad, don't matter. We don't need them. Essential jobs, we're figuring that out now.
All right. Like, how many truckers do you actually need? How much of this shit you actually need?
Yeah.
Probably not a whole heck of a lot. And then, of course, they're all going to just be automated eventually too, right? So it's like, I don't know, whittling away at it or whatever.
Because a lot of our resources are getting gobbled up, and if we don't do something about it, and we haven't had a world war in like 80 years, and I know it sounds not very good, but that's what happens, man, to any civilization. Like, look at Easter Island. What was the last person thinking cutting down the last tree? What the fuck are you thinking? You live on an island. You cut down the last tree. Yeah, very good. So without world war, that balances our herd. I like how they use the herd analogy. How else are we going to thin the herd? You can't release a real pandemic. We don't want all our smart people to die. That's just silly. How can we rebuild if everyone that we need is dead? So they just pressure test and make a trial run. So at this point, no one knows what to fucking believe. You know what I mean? Like, sorry guys, 3 jabs won't work. We might have to go for a 4th one. Or every year, it's going to be a mandatory fucking jab. Every year, for now until you're dead. People are living too long.
Well, that's why they want the youngsters on it too, right? Because you get like a lifelong customer before they can think for themselves.
Well, it might give them health problems. They might die 10, 20 years earlier than they would have. And that
there's so many angles.
Right, that balances out. You can't have people living in their 80s and 90s anymore. It's just killing our economy. Think about
you just turn them off one day or something.
Yeah. And unfortunately, how our nations are, some only get richer if there's a time of war. Unfortunately, like America. A lot of other countries, they got to keep in their deficit. They have to keep that big engine turning. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. They got quite the show going on.
Oh, and half the people that are dressing up as the puppets, they don't even have a fucking clue. They don't. Some people dedicate their whole life to a cause that doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
And they have no idea. Talk about cognitive dissonance to the max.
Yeah, it's a lot of that going on.
Oh. It's right to the highest levels of everything. Science, government.
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Nice. I'm at work, fucking snow clearing and shit. I just wanted to chime in a random ass conspiracy theory that I just thought about.
Sure.
I think Trump paid Biden to pretend to be president.
Mm-hmm. Possible.
What makes you think that?
Well, people will see the incompetence and they will just fall in line more. It's all Shakespeare said it the best. Okay? And that's Shakespeare. We're all but actors upon a stage.
People in here are not life jacketed.
Sorry, say again?
I said I'm guessing majority of the people in here are not life jacketed.
Probably a lot. Might be AFK.
Jacket is the new term for being jabbed, you know, because it's like there's water and air, but like you could drown from that, right? So you should wear a life jacket. Oh, that's not doing good enough? Well, wear a second life jacket. Wait, you have to wear a life jacket to protect and save his 4 life jackets ass from not drowning. Like, what?
Yeah. And then we have this scarf. It's a scarf life jacket that will keep your head above the water. You got to wear that too. That's an extra layer of protection. You know what you should look up? You should look up graphene oxide. Check that out. Look up that chemical, graphene oxide. Check it out. Graphene oxide makes up almost 90% or more of the chemical that's in the vaccination.
So can we move from this topic?
Sure.
It's streamed to YouTube. This is not medical advice, right? So if people want to do some research, be my guest. But it's not medical advice.
Sure, let's change the topic.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be a party pooper, but I need to think about the server. Okay.
Yeah, I'm all about changing the topic. I like that video you posted there, Flat Earth, the Project Bluebeam by ODD. That's a great video.
Yeah, I'm checking it out right now.
Unbelievable. It's pretty alive.
The Earth is flat.
Shh.
Mic check.
What's up?
Well, it is 4:02 Eastern Central Time, and this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, AGTL Radio.
It's bright and early in the morning. A good time for you and me. Radio for us to not see. We can hear it, we can feel it. Tune in.
I was gonna say, not so bright here. It's like 4 in the morning. It's dark as fuck.
Dark as hell, but still so bright. It was the brightest time of the darkest night.
Conditions currently in Arizona: cold, dark.
It was the greenest blue of the pinkest red.
Oh, jeez. Good times.
It was the goodest time of the saddest times.
The best of the worst. The longest of the shortest. The
It was
leftist
the
of the right.
greatest of the least. It'll show on Thursday, every Wednesday, in the morning, at night, during the mid-evening of the dawn. At the full moon eclipse of the sun, every time, when you least expect it, it never fails to fail. This movie will bring a tear to your butt. I mean, a fart to your eye. It'll make you cry so hard, you laugh so good.
Unbelievable.
You're gonna laugh so soft, you'll cry so hard. You'll be on the edge of your friend's, other neighbor's, buddy behind you seat. You'll shit your neighbor's pants. Has anybody ever shit your pants before? Well, during the prequel of the beginning of the end of this movie, it'll happen so many times you won't be able to count to zero. What the? It'll be the most famous people you'll never see. You've never known. You might have met down at the local store with a sign, "We'll work for food." They'll grab your heartstrings. They'll pull on your lip nodes. This is the greatest. This is the greatest movie you'll never love to hate so hard. Part 2 will be out tomorrow before it ever began today, in the morning, yesterday. Oh shit, you missed it.
Sounds like some Glober logic is all I'm gonna say.
All I'm gonna say is you missed the movie already. And you've already seen it. This movie will be the one and only movie, the first and last of the mid-movies.
This is like the most anticlimactic and yet like
this title is the movie. That's right.
I don't even know, dude.
During this announcement, we'll show you things. You'll learn things.
Careful. He's losing it. I'm hearing a crack in his voice. That perfect, deep, monotone voice.
You'll never know what hit you so soft. Ever again like never before. Sands through the hourglass. Those weren't the days of our lives. You'll laugh so hard you'll need to get a cup of water. You won't be able to piss for 3 days.
Ow. Jeez. Getting pretty
Your
rough in
lungs
this
will
one.
be so sore you won't be able to breathe. They'll swear we filled the movie theater with laughing gas. But we didn't. Or did we? Shut the hell up and enjoy.
Walk around very carefully.
What are you laughing at? We haven't even started the joke.
Your life might depend on it.
Your life does. Not. Could. Might. Will. Hopefully. Have a good day. If you or somebody else needs help tying your shoes, please call this number. Operators are on standby now.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
If you lie about it, it's not a belief until you tell the truth. What the? Hold on a minute. Okay, we just fired that guy. He was mentally retarded. Now we should be back on track. Stay tuned to this and other refreshing information.
Refreshing, of course.
Just like water. Autobots, get out of the neighbor's car. That's crazy.
You could do a pretty good Transformer voice.
Bumblebee, put that old lady down right now. Hey, you got any of that good shit? I'm looking for the cube. Don't lie, I smell it.
There's that cube symbolism.
Come on, man. Just one Energon. That's all I need, brother. Come on. Come on, man. I've been to 15 galaxies. Tell me you got the cubes. Yeah, they're like, GoBots are like crackheads looking for the cube. They're like, we need the Allspark.
That, putting it that way, totally makes me feel like it's a reference to adrenochrome or whatever. I only saw the first couple. I didn't all of them.
It's the energy you get from mommy and daddy. It's adrenaline, the Allspark, your soul, the initial energy from the plug-in from your mama, the umbilical cord. Us little Autobots have been plugged in to our mothers. We got the initial Allspark, and then we run around like remote.
Dude, you have no idea how deep that what you're saying has, and like the implications it has legally. Like that's super deep what you just said.
Autobots, roll out on the flat surface. No, I know, and that's what people get mad at me for. Because when they used to talk about souls so many years ago, I'd say, well, is that any different than Wi-Fi or Bluetooth? And they'd get mad at me. I know it seems controversial, but it's all electrical continuity, sound, smell, sight. I mean,
you're right.
So, like, when they're like, no, you can't make a human, you can't do this bullshit. Yeah, you can. Maybe not to the extent, or maybe to the extent. I mean, really, I've always thought Leonardo da Vinci could have been a robot himself. Like some of those people in the past could have been like artificial intelligent bots. But like a nano artificial intelligent, like, you know, like a human.
You've heard about that with Akhenaten? I think that's his name. The
No,
Egyptian.
I just understand the perfection that like went on with certain things and the mastery and stuff. And today it's like
Right.
sloppy as fuck.
Right. I've just heard your theory specifically about that Egyptian king.
Oh, what'd you hear about him?
That he was that he possibly was not even human and was an android, but speculation though, you know.
Like,
well, look at Zuckerberg.
He could
Zuckerberg
be.
looks like an android.
Yep.
Elon Musk has got a chip in his head. Is Elon Musk an android? I mean, who knows? How would you be able to tell?
Well, he definitely talks like one.
Well, I mean, what if some actors are put out and they're androids just to see if you know they're androids or not?
Yep. You're right. Where did the word automaton come from?
What about atom?
Mm-hmm.
What about the IBM? What about the I before the J and then the I became the J? IBM, JBL, might as well be IBM. Invention, alchemy. What about all that shit? To me, it's fucking weird that a human would be messing around with something that it would take that human a million years to even figure out that he could do whatever he could do to a certain extent at the time that he's a caveman until now. So, like, and what the fuck gave him the idea that he could, like, sit there with some dirt and make this other stuff? What gave him the idea he could alchemically mess with and like mess with stuff like alchemy and like tell us what stuff's made of and this and that, or what the chemical makeup, like what the fuck? Where did they get this idea at way back, and how do they know they were right? And how could you make a chemical chart? Like, aren't they missing everything? How could that be it? I could fart in a bowl of helium and make a whole new thing. How could that be it on the charts? That was just weird to me. adrenaline, the human liquid sperm. Why isn't it on there? Alchemy, blood, plasma, chlorophyll from plants. Insects have a liquid. Certain things that live in cold, certain things that live in heat. They've all got a certain liquid about them that chemically can withstand the area around, the temperature or whatever.
I'm gonna bring up a line from one of my favorite Weird Al songs. Everything you know is wrong, black is white, up is down, and short is long. Everything you thought you understand is just not important. I messed up like the last couple words, but you get it.
I'm going to have to roll one.
Happy 420 from the great state of Texas.
It's good. Yo, hello? Are y'all sleeping in here? Let me 18 people watching a live stream. What's up with y'all, bro? I just sitting in here watching this shit. Ain't nobody talking. Get a life. Go do something. Go to sleep. Why is everybody sleeping in here? This is kind of gay. It's a bunch of dudes sleeping in the VC.
Hi.
Hello? Can you hear me now? My mic working? Mic check, mic check. Hello?
Yeah, okay.
I'm just checking. Why is it so quiet in here?
I don't know.
What's up with your microphone? Everybody trying to go sleep in the call together. What's up with y'all, bro? "24/7 live streaming." People be going to sleep in a live stream too. They are crazy. He said I have to pass out. Yeah, they're crazy.
Many modern-day Christian creationists, in light of the recent reawakening to the flat Earth truth, are set on convincing themselves that the flat Earth is nothing more than a deliberate deception created by the evolutionists and atheists to fool gullible Christians into looking stupid in the eyes of science.
In 1973, a group of atheists in England met to try to figure out a way to discredit the growing creation science movement. It was harming their plans for a new world order and a one-world government. They wanted a way to make Bible believers look stupid to the academic world. They knew they could not match the science for creation against evolution, so they decided on a totally different approach. They would get Christians to teach the earth was flat and fixed in space, not moving. They created a story about a conspiracy where NASA and the U.S. government lied about the moon landing and the round earth. They had plenty of funding, so they began writing letters and articles, starting discussions in various formats and producing books and articles defending the flat earth. Hundreds of well-meaning Bible believers were sucked into this movement. The club still meets to plan ways to keep the movement going and to laugh at the ones who believe it. Now, I made up that whole story, but I think it's probably about what happened, okay?
As Hovind himself just admits, he cannot prove his theory. However, the exact opposite can absolutely be proven. That in fact, the Flat Earth movement began long before 1973 with the advent of the ridiculous Flat Earth Society, which most people who have researched the topic know to be a complete farce. But in fact, the Flat Earth movement goes all the way back well into the 19th century, and it can be easily demonstrated to be no concoction by people who do not believe in God or the Bible to try and make up some fanciful conspiracy theory. But indeed, these people were genuine believers in God, and that this debate was raging within the church in earnest for the decades leading up to the mid-20th century with the supposed space race and moon landings and other such fakery. And a friend of mine just sent me another amazing link. He found a website, it's basically a blog here called ChristianFlatEarthMinistry.org. And they have a couple different pages here containing links to an absolute treasure trove of material, all taken from a publication produced in the 1890s, and I believe into the early 1900s, called the Earth Not a Globe Review. And as you can see from this little graphic here, that in fact this wasn't even not just a geocentric approach. They weren't just going so far as to question Copernican cosmology as in the book I shared about a week ago, but this is an absolute, to the core, flat Earth publication, a monthly publication. Basically, it seems, was published in the wake of the work of men like Robotham. This was published in England. And look right here, I've never actually seen this graphic before, but this is a sectional view of the world as a plane, and you can see how they have the north in the center with a small section of ice around it in the Arctic region, and then the southern ice wall that goes around the plane. And I can't tell you how thrilled I am to come across this, so I know that how many of you out there are going to just be just as ecstatic to read through these. There's so much material in here, and it's all based on an absolute literal rendering of the Bible, making so many of the same arguments and so many of the same observations that the modern day Christian flat earth movement is making, and realizing that all these contrived explanations and arguments that modern day Christianity has come up with to try and explain away the plain and simple depiction of a flat stationary earth with the luminaries circuiting above it. The entire debate that's going on right now between Christians and people right now about zetetic astronomy versus hypothetical Copernican astronomy, and I mean, the entire debate is all reflected in here. All the same critiques and arguments and the same responses. It's amazing. I've been reading through some of these articles, and it's like I've had these conversations, I've had these debates, and they're going on more and more as more people are waking up to the deception that's going on. But it's incredible. I mean, they got stuff here on just about every topic, both biblical and in the scientific and observation side of things. And you got stuff on, zetetic refraction, talking about perspective. They've got the Earth is a plane. They've got diagrams in here and picking apart the Copernican model from. I'm willing to bet that there's questions and points in here that we in the last few years have not yet even thought of, and I'm really excited to just comb through this and just talking about faith and science and how it's talking about scientism, and it's talking about how this is all connected to evolutionary theory, and how false renderings of geology coincide with false renderings, false interpretations of astronomy, and the perversions of geology and astronomy go hand in hand for the advent of evolutionism, which is really the error of modern day creationism, because we focus purely on the geological fallacies and the archaeological fallacies, with dating the rock layers and the fossils and things. But then we swallow wholesale everything that evolutionists say about the size and scope of the supposed universe and the stars. But it's all right here. And this was a real movement. These were real, genuine, spirit-filled Christians who believed in their Bibles, who believed in the veracity of Scripture. And, there's all kinds of different articles written by different contributors talking about, recent, astronomical events and observations like moon eclipses and things like this, talking about curvature, talking about like everything that is going on right now, the whole debate. It's like it already happened over 100 years ago. And through the course of the 20th century, this was not just by the secular world. I think the secular world is actually happy to try and point this out, but it's the church, it's the Christian church that has been loath to admit that the church was ever, questioning science, quote unquote science. And this is just fabulous stuff. Like, these people knew how to write. They knew how to use language and argue their cases and do it with conviction and with boldness. And I'm almost at a loss for words with how encouraging this find is. The Book of Job in connection with science, truly so called, or divine astronomy. So it's all totally scripturally based, totally appealing to true reason and common sense and questioning things. And so here is a little excerpt I wanted to read. This one article was one of the first I came across, and it just blew me away. This is fantastic stuff. It's called Creation versus Salvation, or Illogical Christians. We are often advised by well-meaning Christians who are ignorant of the bearings of our contention to allow the subject of the plain earth to, quote, drop, and to join with them in proclaiming what they are pleased to call the gospel. As we are going to press, we have received another gratuitous piece of advice of the same nature. Our friend writes, "You believe the earth is flat and stands still. I may give it a passing notice. I am surprised to find a man of so much intelligence and learning should persist in such notions. Is it not a clear fact that we can determine the approximate size of the globe? And if you go in a straight line in any direction, you will come to the place from which you started?" Do we not hear these things now? To this day, this is what people say. And how do you account for the seasons and the difference in the length of the days at different seasons and the tidal motions, etc.? I think you would be better engaged in helping to swell the worldwide cry of the gospel. Don't you think so? How many of you have heard almost verbatim those kinds of responses? So he replies by saying, "In answer to the last question, we say decidedly no, not at the expense of leaving off teaching the plain truth. It is undeniable that the Holy Scriptures teach that the earth is stationary, that it rests on the foundations and pillars, and that it is established so fast that it cannot be moved. We therefore contend that if, as some of our Christian friends would have us believe, the Bible is not true in its material teachings respecting the universe, it is not reliable in its promises of spiritual blessings. But we maintain that the Bible is true to fact and to everyday observation, and that the earth does not move. In future numbers, we hope to give good proofs of the earth's immobility for those who need them, but in the meantime we have a right to ask for some one proof, and we only ask for one, of the earth's supposed terrible motions. It appears stationary, it feels stationary. Then why should we give up the evidence of our God-given senses for the sake of a mere astronomical and unsupported assumption? There is much more behind this question of the shape of the earth than our good-natured but illogical advisors are aware of." And then, skipping down a little bit, We maintain that if the Bible is not true respecting the material creation, it is not reliable in its promises of salvation, and that it is perfectly useless to preach the gospel of Jesus the Christ to men who have lost their faith in the inspiration or truthfulness of the Word of God. It is moreover a great pity when Christian friends unite with skeptical foes in support of a godless science, falsely called science, which strikes at the very foundation of the truth of the Creator's Word. They incur a grave responsibility in doing so, let them take heed. In answer to our correspondent's questions, we say, it is not a, quote, clear fact that we can determine the approximate size of the globe. It is not a clear fact that the Earth is a globe at all. Let proof be offered, and again, it is not possible to, quote, go in a straight line in any direction and come back to the place of starting. Any straight line is an impossibility on a spherical surface. But apart from this self-evident fact, no one has ever traveled or voyaged due north or due south and come back to the same place again. The great ice barriers would prevent this. Yet our correspondent thoughtlessly says, in any direction. Men can go round the world in an easterly or westerly direction, but this is also possible on a plane. Hence it is no proof of the Earth's sphericity. But our opponents do not seem to be able to discriminate in these things. It is the fault, doubtless, of our system of, quote, education, which crams young minds with other men's ideas instead of teaching them to think for themselves and to think cautiously and accurately. Let us hope that the Earth Review will help at least to raise inquiry and so to teach men to think for themselves, and not to leave all their thinking to professional and interested preachers of science. There is an evident need of such a paper as ours, even apart from its advocacy of the truth of the Bible, if only to awaken candid inquiry. Let us hope that all lovers of truth, natural truth or spiritual, and all lovers of original ideas possessing true freedom of thought will rally around us and help us on towards a worldwide circulation of the Earth Review.
Is anyone home? Is anyone up? I guess not.
You know how sometimes you come across something which instinctively you somehow recognize as being a fairly significant piece of the puzzle, even before you're even certain what the bigger puzzle even is? Well, that's how I felt when I first encountered a guy named Anthony Patch and his research into the occult agenda behind CERN's Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland. If you do a YouTube search for things like CERN and Saturn or CERN portal and such, you'll find lots of material that's been created on this subject. But Patch's take on it was one that really stood out from the rest. And the real interesting thing to me now is the timing of it all, since I started listening to interviews he's done on CERN roughly 6 to 9 months before encountering the Flat Earth topic. The first 2 videos I actually put up on my channel were made from excerpts from an Anthony Patch video, which I decided to make after being so fascinated by his exploration of the subject. But admittedly, the audio quality of those videos is really not great, and the music is too loud, so I've been wanting to revisit the whole topic of CERN ever since I started researching Flat Earth. Because the thing is, having these ideas which Patch talks about regarding CERN fresh in my mind, I think proved to really open my eyes to the kinds of possibilities we might have to consider when looking into the broader context of a truly biblical enclosed cosmology. I'm actually not sure if it all would have clicked in quite the same way, or at least not as quickly, had it not transpired in that order. Interestingly enough, the CERN-Saturn topic and the Flat Earth topic both seem to give a lot of insight into the other. The whole thing just started to fit in a way that was absolutely mind-blowing. Now, there are other folks out there who've also made these same connections between CERN and Flat Earth cosmology, the most notable one being a series of YouTube documentaries titled Flat Earth and Apollo's Key by the YouTuber Carol Ann, which are absolutely phenomenal and quite epic in their scope. So I'm not trying to compete with that by any means. I simply wanted to share a little bit about this whole arena of dot connecting and how it played a role in my own conceptualization of the broader Flat Earth topic from a biblical perspective. I'll leave links to those documentaries in the description, and I do encourage everyone to watch them if you haven't already. But for those who are not yet familiar with Anthony Patch and his conclusions on CERN, the nutshell version is this. First, Patch is not at all exploring the Flat Earth angle, at least not yet. But interestingly enough, he is thoroughly sympathetic to the whole concept of the electric universe theory, and this plays a major role in his findings. In fact, he was the first place that I ever heard about the electric universe as being an alternative view to the gravitational model, and the first time I ever heard about things like the Thunderbolts project and so on. So even though he's still operating from within a completely Copernican heliocentric framework, the way that his postulations translate into an enclosed flat Earth cosmology is just astounding. Essentially, he believes that CERN is intended to use electrical fields and synchrotron energies to basically break through a dimensional veil and actually create an electrical plasma conduit between Earth and Saturn, which he believes to be a sort of hyperdimensional prison for a vast number of evil entities, which the occult-driven elites are working towards freeing from this prison. Now, that point alone was an intriguing thing for me to consider, since anyone who's rummaged through the various strains of occult mythology is likely quite familiar with how Saturn has always held such a central role in their worship and symbolism and everything. It gets you down the whole rabbit hole of the Saturn cube, and the black cube being a recurring occult symbol which connects to the six-pointed star, the seal of Solomon, and the idea of a spiritual prison, and so much more. Another thing that Patch talks a lot about is just the whole thematic interplay between the stars and the ancient pantheons of gods. And he even talks about the stars being, quote, plasma discharges in the heavens, which should really be quite eyebrow-raising to anyone who's been researching Flat Earth, especially since all the kinds of footage of stars we've now been seeing captured using P900 cameras and everything. So like I said, the way that so much of what he talks about just translates right into a Flat Earth cosmological perspective is just uncanny. But going back to Saturn, that was actually one of the pieces of Patch's theory, which still confused me when I was contemplating it from a conventional heliocentric viewpoint. I guess I just couldn't quite imagine why a spherical planet, essentially a big ball of gas millions of miles away in space, surrounded by an icy ring, would be the mechanism by which God would have apparently used to imprison all these rebellious spirits in, until the time of the end when they would be allowed to be released for a short time. I mean, it made a lot of sense in terms of it fitting into the occult side, But from a purely cosmological basis, it still seems pretty weird. But then, as I was sort of revisiting all these ideas through the lens of biblical flat earth cosmology, whereby the sun and moon and stars are not millions of miles away in space, but all contained within the firmament, and these luminaries are connected to various angelical administrators in a much more literal way, and it just really started to blow my mind. This whole question of how the mystery schools have been fixated with the planets throughout history, and how they seem to regard them more as both spiritual realms and the principalities of those spiritual realms, suddenly came into more focus. There does just seem to be a reoccurring correlation between the wandering stars and the rebellious fallen angels. So this was, of course, incredibly interesting to then be thinking about Saturn from this new perspective, because honestly I'd been very curious for several years as to why this planet that God had supposedly made would even have that weird hexagon-shaped storm pattern swirling in opposite directions at its pole. I'd basically concluded that Satan had simply chosen to adopt this naturally occurring hexagon as a central component of his entire esoteric system for whatever reason. But with this fresh perspective, these new eyes and new angle of questioning all that we're taught about astronomy and NASA and everything else, I started taking a closer look at the alleged Saturn footage from things like the famous Cassini mission and such, and almost instantly began to scream of the same type of Hollywood fabrication as everything else. I mean, when you just stop and look at all these photos of the famous Saturn hexagon and the rest of the Cassini footage, which honestly is almost just too crisp and shot too gracefully, it just really starts to stretch the limits of credulity in my mind. These sequences of Saturn are allegedly pieced together from a series of still images from millions of miles away, and yet you watch it and it looks like an art film piece. To me, it even looks like it was shot on actual film. And when you compare how stunning these images are, taken a couple decades ago now, with the very recent and pitiful images of the moon transiting in front of the Earth that we've all seen and laughed at, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Plus, just like, practically all the other NASA footage, aside from the Hubble paintings and the CGI created footage from the ISS, there are no stars in the background. And then when you look at these Cassini photos of what are claimed to be Saturn's moons, my gosh, it just becomes ridiculous. They honestly look like they were just made out of plaster of Paris. Just look at the lighting on some of these. Now, on this one you can actually see that the shadows of the craters go in different directions at a perpendicular angle to each other, which of course is impossible if this was indeed a moon being illuminated by the sun. These shadows basically show us that it's just a clay model in a dark room being lit by a bulb which apparently the photographer placed way too close to the prop. So it's another interesting flat earth recalibration, for sure, to look at more of these kinds of things and consider the possibility that the three-dimensional spheres called planets have been hoaxed and rendered within the false materialistic evolutionary paradigm in order to essentially serve as a front for what is actually way more about higher spiritual dimensions and the New World Order's occult agenda that revolves around somehow transgressing the created order, piercing dimensional barriers, and ultimately even trying to succeed in escaping the firmament itself and ascending to the highest dimensional thresholds of heaven. I don't know how they might have exactly faked footage such as the famous swirling hexagon storm, but it is interesting to note that I was able to find this footage of a university experiment where they succeeded in replicating the same counter-revolving hexagon-shaped phenomenon in a lab. So, if a bunch of college students can figure out that much, it's not the hugest stretch to imagine what the elites might have been able to concoct with unlimited budgets. Anyhow, I just wanted to discuss this a little bit, as this was really one of those very interesting lines of research that helped kickstart a lot of my own exploration of the flat earth cosmology topic, since ultimately, regardless of whatever specific details of Anthony Patch's research might turn out to be accurate, the bottom line for me is the realization that what we're really dealing with here when it comes to the whole New World Order agenda is a spiritual deception, a spiritual agenda. And by spiritual, we can indeed articulate this in terms of dimensions, and these dimensional aspects absolutely do have to do with the stars and planets and the whole false heliocentric globe paradigm that we've been spoon-fed. And it connects to the secret space program and the alien UFO deception, and it even connects to things like the internet and the mark for the beast and so on. The whole goal of Lucifer has always been to ascend to the highest heaven and dethrone God himself. And the Luciferian lie to mankind has always been that we too can ascend right along with him and become little gods ourselves. But it's all a doomed enterprise in the end. It's a deluded nightmare that Jesus himself will bring to an end when he fulfills the last prophecies of the Bible and everything is finally, completely put under his absolute authority. That's really the only winning ticket, guys. There's no sense in opposing the psychotic elites, the humans who are temporarily in control of the governments and military and media today, only to turn around and throw your lot in with the same fallen, lying spirit who's deceived all those misguided souls. Put your faith in Jesus, and there's nothing that the enemy can ever truly take away from you. Thank you.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core. Scientific, all the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hear in the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off to space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I've seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat. But my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. No them baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun race through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah! Alright, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
The earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days, nights, time zones that happen as we spun, verifying that we're absolutely circling the sun. We're not circling the sun. The sun's above us, they lied. Day and night is a result of it moving from side to side. The principles of how are not hard to uncover. When it's shining on one side, there's darkness on the other. The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction we propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question, you can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA. They've lied on many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They've covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government-engineered plot. Well, I have a question since NASA is our space station. Its locations in the U.S., what about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor, cause you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir, the edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally froze, and this is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know, all of them are in it, and it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. Alright, back to the globe guy, present your next claim. Yes sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like a point that you'd rationalize and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same. So the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We'd fly off of the planet spinning around. And please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's a non-existent force that can't be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory. So the concept is a lie. There's no pull on the tides. We live on the top. There's no one on the bottom or the side. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets are round? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the Sun. Cause the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to present your cases. So let me give my point of view before we close out. Flatter globe is more important things in life to worry about. Man.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry your model needs. Nowadays, mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on her head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately, fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah. All right, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah. All right, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you find them just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Next tonight, into that question I mentioned, is your TV watching and listening to you? New smart TVs with internet connections able to transmit your private conversations. Here's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis.
Hello, Mr. Yakamoto.
A warning tonight straight out of Minority Report.
How those assorted tank tops work out for you?
From Samsung, your smart TV is watching you.
What's really eye-opening here is you watch your TV, but with this hack, your TV can watch you. Show us how that works.
So one of the things that we were able to do with the smart TV platform was actually abuse the browser to the extent that we could actually gain access to the camera that's built into the TV.
Right.
And so what we can prove here is that with a little bit of extra code, we can turn the camera on in your browser.
Wow.
And while this is evident to you right here because we've designed it that way, this is something that we can do invisibly and actually have the camera running behind the web page that you're looking at.
So what this means is I could be sitting here watching TV from my bedroom, and you could be anywhere in the world looking at this image of me watching.
Yep, I could be sitting on a laptop in a cafe in Paris, and as long as I have a network connection, I'd be able to get into your TV and access the camera.
The kind of scary things about it is that it doesn't actually give any indication that the camera's on, and there's no little LED that shows up when the camera's on. So it could actually be watching you and you never even know.
What is a smart TV, and why is it a playground essentially for hackers?
Right. It's a computer. So instead of just being, a tube and some other electronics, now it has a web browser and it has, a lot of devices are running Linux.
For those of us who are a little freaked out and maybe don't trust all these updates, what's the easiest fix?
So one of the things that you could do with the smart TV, which you can also do with your laptops, is just cover up the camera. Put a little Post-it note over it, a piece of tape, and next time that you want to Skype with your family, just take it off.
Hello, wake up. Yeah, wake up. I said wake up! Get your ass up!
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically is entertainment. The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters. and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone to be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show, brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on, airplane mode when I buy my phone, if your eyes wide closed. We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote in taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions, and they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they used to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back. And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about my view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, the same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
your lack of courage. Mic check. Anyone alive? Roll up your window.
Yo, Indio, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
I just sent you a DM, man. I'm just gonna ask you over voice. Do you mind if I run a off-topic segment this weekend on Sunday?
Oh, do I mind? Hell no. Hell
no. The off-topic is gonna be video games. That's gonna be the underlying topic. Pretty much anything goes besides just obvious common sense.
What do you mean video game? Like
just anything to do with
specific about video games or just general?
I just want to talk about video games. That's basically what it is, man.
You should get Vosto in here.
You said what?
Vosto. Remember Vosto?
Oh, man, I remember Vosto. Where the fuck has he been?
I don't know. He's still around. Should get him in here.
Should.
I wonder if I still have him. My friends. I'll see.
Yeah, if you're not busy, man, I know it's National Hangover Day, but if you're not busy, you should totally join.
Oh, I doubt I'm going to drink, so I'll be all right.
All right, that's dope. Yeah, I'm just going to come in just like pretty much ladies' night, and PMT does it. Whatever's going on, I'm just going to interrupt it and say fuck off and start talking about bullshit.
Yeah, I'll pop in for that, man. I'm old school, man. I know about some old school video games, man.
All right, so
I've watched it totally evolve, man. Listen. I played video games professionally back in the late 90s.
Okay.
I played Quake 3 professionally.
Oh man, I remember Quake as well. Did you play some? Did you play Tribes at all?
Oh yeah, I used to play that.
I grew up on Tribes.
When that first came out, I used to play that like crazy.
I started playing Tribes when I was like 9 or 10 years old, and then I grew into Counter-Strike Source, not 1.6, but Source.
Yeah. Counter-Strike, the ultimate fucking cheat game. Fucking hate that.
Man,
people used to cheat so bad. Not the Counter-Strike Source one, but the Counter-Strike CS 1.6, man.
Yeah, CS 1.6 or CS:GO. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You'd fucking spawn, and you and your whole team would be dead instantaneously. Someone offed you through all the walls.
Yep. Yep.
All headshots. Your whole team's dead. It used to be crazy. Yeah, I'll definitely join, but I'm not really a New Year's Eve person because back in 2000 when they said everyone was going to die, the millennium, I went to New York City to, burn with everybody else, but it didn't work out. It was like negative 30 degrees, and that ball they show on TV?
Yeah.
The big ball that drops? Dude, that shit's like the size of a beach ball, and it's like 40 stories in the air. It looks like a star in the sky, man. Yeah, dude. It's tiny.
No way.
It's tiny.
They make it look so big on TV. They make it look like the size of a building.
Dude, it's tiny. It's like the size of a beach ball. I doubt it was 6 feet in diameter.
That's hilarious, man. If I told people that over here, they would not believe me.
So I don't really celebrate New Year's Eve when I realize, this is a bunch of bullshit, man. Not even New York City got it right. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You know what else was the size of a beach ball?
Your mom?
Sputnik.
Sputnik?
Sputnik.
Yeah, I guess. Sputnik. Yeah, right. Oh my God. I got a beep. There's something in space. Yeah, that thing really convinced a lot of people about space because, you could get a beep from it, right? If you turned in a certain shortwave frequency, you'd hear a beep.
Beep.
But shortwave will go 6,000 miles, so that could have been coming from literally anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, Indio, I just wanted to run that by you. I got to go back to work, man. You guys be easy.
All right. Have a good day.
Yeah, man, you too. Later.
Later. It's all the globe champions, man.
Taking a rest.
Think they're like lighting candles, chanting refraction and gravity.
Oh, man.
You ever seen Walter Bislin's little app there? Advanced curve calculator?
No.
Oh, you've never seen that?
Nope.
Oh, the Globers are all over that shit. They've been all over that. So funny because they think it's a simulation, man, and a light simulation. It's nothing even close to that. It's just trash. They glom on to anything they think supports their viewpoint, even if it is garbage. It's amazing.
When did it come out?
Well, it's been out for a long time.
Well, I'm buying
Here, I'll post a link to it.
Come a long, short way. We can't stop. Fire never goes down. It's still hot.
So it's funny though because like so he has these little demos that are in it, right? Of like pictures like Soundly's transmission lines, right? And it says matches Soundly's transmission lines perfectly. You know what they always say, it matches it perfectly. Anyway, if you're close to Soundly's transmission line image, there's a false horizon because you can see that like the bottom of a tower is actually a reflection of the tower, right? The bottom section. So it's like, how can it match perfectly when you didn't put a mirage on this, and you can obviously see that it doesn't match. It's just funny, dude. The shit they say. They'll say it matches perfectly when it obviously doesn't. Another one is like an image supposedly taken from the ISS, right? He quickly throws a grid on that shit, and so I threw it into GeoGebra, and I'd have to actually show you the picture. It's hard to describe like how far off it is. It's like way off.
Huh.
But like people like MC Toon and all these other Globers, they'll like matches this globe curve calculator. But if you look at like how it works and like what it actually does, like the coding doesn't match anything. It's literally just You might as well just call it Photoshop, where you can just superimpose two images over each other and then rescale and refit it until they match.
It's got a lot of options. So fancy.
So did you see that image I posted?
Still in the metric system.
In the VC, in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
So you look at that. This guy says he superimposed the grid on it. He said this matches the elevation and distance and all that the International Space Station, blah 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 blah. Right. So you can take that image, right, and you can put it in GeoGebra, which is a geometry program. So if you measure the arc of that circle, right, the arc of that little curve right there, that's only 21 degrees. That means it takes 14 of those images, right? So if you were in the ISS, right, and you spun in a circle, right, I'm going to spin in a circle. You should be able to follow that little horizon line all the way around into a circle, right? You're not going to see part curve on one spot and no curve on some other spot. So if you did 360 degrees, it would take 14 of those images to make a complete circle. Think about that for a second. So how far are you away?
So the image is saying that the Earth is smaller than
it would have to be a lot smaller. A lot smaller, or the ISS would have to be a lot further away. The thing is, he takes his calculator and says, this matches perfectly, which is horseshit. Utter horseshit. Saying it matches perfectly what the globe Earth model predicts. And that is absolutely false. So whenever someone says, hey, I can see curvature from whatever, say, okay, you see curve? Okay, take that curve and make a complete circle out of it. Right? So that would be the entire thing you see if you did a 360 degree spin. Right? So if I took the camera, put it on a tripod, and rotated it 360 degrees, that should trace out the complete circle. That edge. But if you look up the camera that they said that they took it with, which is a 28 millimeter focal length, you find out that lens makes a 73 degree, has a 73 degree field of view. Not a 23 degree, not a 20, what was it, 23.1 degrees field of view. But Globers, they say, hey, I see curvature. It must be the curve of the Earth. Even though that would debunk their radius. They don't care. They have to cling to the radius because without that, they literally have no Big Bang, they have no black holes, they have nothing. They have no cosmology because they have no distances. Probably people in the YouTube chat getting triggered right now, flipping out. Like the kid came in here yesterday. He's like, "We know that the sun is bigger than the Earth." That's how he started. Like, we know that? How do we know that?
Yeah. Who measured it?
And more importantly, how? How did they measure that?
In the days of travel, I really wanted to go to this location here in this photo. You got 1, 2, 3 grids from 2 grids from the bottom. That second light source on the left side of that gulf. The beach there is glass.
Each one of those grid lines is supposed to be 48.9 kilometers apart.
$48.9.
I'm gonna see if I can pull this up. I don't know if I can pull up GeoGebra on a mobile phone. Hold on. I got it saved at home. Can't load it up on phone. Shit.
Uh-oh.
No, so if you take that in GeoGebra, you should see, like, and you superimpose it on a circle, the horizon is, like, so far, like, shouldn't say the horizon. The viewpoint that would have to be at is so far away that you can see that the grid don't match up. It's like if you take from the top to the bottom of the image, it's like 5 times that distance. So that the picture doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. What they would need is one of those satellites, I suppose, and then it would be accurate.
No, see, the point is they're trying to match it up to, like, what the International Space Station is supposed to see, right? And the thing is, we know. Okay, so there's things we know, right? So what I did was, I took that image, I superimposed a circle over it, and then I measured that angle. Okay, when you measure that angle, right? I know how many degrees are in a circle.
Right.
Right. So once I know that, right? So I now I have a circle. Now I can say, okay, the ISS, they're supposed to be able to see the horizon. Supposed to be 1,400 miles away from where they are based upon their elevation and the radius of the Earth. So I can make the radius of that circle I just created, right, with the image still on it, and get a distance. They're so far away from where that is. It's like 5 times the distance of what you see in the image. It might be even further than that. The point is, it doesn't match up. It's not even close to matching up. It's so far off. It looks ridiculous when you actually do it. That picture is like a little teeny square at the top of a circle. But if you look at the image, it's taking up a giant piece of the field of view.
So from one side of the photo to the other, you measured the angle from the circle.
Yeah. So what you do is like you take you can see that arc, right? The arc of the horizon. You can take a circle and resize the circle until it matches that arc, till they're right over each other. You know what I mean? So it's a segment of that circle. Now you have a circle that's supposed to be the entire like ball Earth, right? That if you spun 360 degrees, that arc would just continue until you were back at the starting location, that image. Right? So now that I have a circle and I know what they say the horizon distance is from the International Space Station, I can figure out where the ISS is relative to that image. And it's far, far, far away.
Yeah.
To the point that the image doesn't make sense. I wish I could do it right in this, man. It pisses me off. I'll do it when I get home, man.
Are you still in New York, or was that a one-time event?
Me? That was in 2000. Yeah, I'm not there. I'm in Boston.
Snowing?
No, it's not snowing.
We got a light rain down here in Georgia.
Well, I know it ain't snowing. I find so many blunders in Glober stuff, man. It's crazy that a Glober can come in here, right, with anything, and they'll say this proves this, that, and the other thing. And as soon as you look, as soon as you dig into the details of it's like this has been going on for like 4 years. As soon as you dig into the details, it just falls apart. It's so consistent like that it just falls apart for so long. I don't understand how they don't understand that. How can we have so many rebuttals, right? So many refutations of their claims, no matter what they claim, there's nothing to back it. For example, Coriolis effect. Yeah, there's a Coriolis effect, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So someone went, right, some scientist went and they did a whole bunch of measurements where they shot projectiles, right, and measured this Coriolis effect somewhere. You ask them for that? Nothing. Crickets.
Haven't people tested the Coriolis and like shot cannonballs straight up and had the cannonballs land right back in the tube? Or
Yeah.
is that
Yeah, during the time of Galileo. So there was a guy that didn't like Galileo, like his little theory. So what he did is he took like a cannon and put it in the back of a horse-drawn carriage and shot it up in the air to see, if the cannonball would be deflected to one way or another, and it would almost land it was always land inside the carriage and sometimes almost in the cannon itself. We're talking, 1600s. They didn't have a lot of methods to, do this stuff.
Right. I mean, that's simple enough, I suppose. I've seen videos where people would take their rifles, point them straight up, shoot the round, and then run underneath their car, and then you hear the bullet come down in the same area.
Yeah, someone did that with a Barrett 50. I remember a couple years ago.
Yeah. You heard it butter and spin while it came back down.
Well, here's a funny one, right? They say hurricanes are. Me and Martos were laughing about this. Hurricanes are caused by the Coriolis effect, the twisting of the hurricane.
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid because Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection, but you're on Earth, right? But if you're outside the Earth's reference frame, it'll appear to go straight. So from space, it shows the hurricanes are like twisting in a circle, right? Twisting in a vortex. Well, on Earth, that's not going to appear as a curve. What appears as a curved line on Earth will be a straight line from space. Just like a merry-go-round, right? If I'm in the merry-go-round, I'm in the center and I throw a ball, the ball's going to appear to deflect to the left, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm outside the merry-go-round above it, right, and I look down on it, the ball's going to go straight. So hurricanes are, in fact, evidence against the Coriolis effect, which it blows me away that they bring it up. They just don't even know what it is. I should qualify that. Earth-based Coriolis effect.
Is it really that quiet in here on the flat plane of existence? Oh, look at that, a hubcap I found in the desert. There we go. There's a model for somebody.
So flat.
Oh, we got the wonderful... What up, Denmark? He's got the penny collection. Watch out.
Yeah, I found a 1943 wheat penny too.
Well, that might buy you a car.
Yeah, but check this out. The funny thing is, it had like a lot of copper on it, but there was a portion of the back that wasn't, like the copper was like rubbed off, and I was like, I thought that was pretty weird, right, for a 1943, copper penny. So I put the magnet to it. Man, the magnet stuck. I'm like, these bastards. They tried to scam it. They tried to take one of those old zinc ones and dip it into copper. I hate people. Why do they do that?
Oh, you're better off. You're better off. The money will kill you. People are dying left and right because they have too much money. Literally, it is a disease.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I thought I found it. Like, you know what I mean? I definitely don't have too much money, but that penny would have helped me out a little bit. But yeah, it turned out it was like a scam. But I still got my one of a kind yarmulke penny though.
Yeah, that'd be like me actually finding a real dragon bone. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, so close, so close. Man, that's the thing. I know you're into that thing. That's already your thing. It wasn't like you're new to that. That would have been certainly a trophy. I mean, nonetheless, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it just blows my mind. And I looked at it and I was like, it was really of 1943 on there. I'm like, am I losing my mind? This got copper on it. It's 1943 wheat penny. You can't find these usually.
What do you think it's worth to a collector? Not even a few $100s, or what? What would a collector pay?
The fake one is probably worth about 50 cents. But the real one is worth.
Yeah.
But the real one in good condition is priceless. It's like $1 million or $2 million.
Right, to a collector that was interested could pay $1 million or something. Yeah.
Right. Somebody who's rich enough to do so. Now, if no one's willing to pay for your penny, then it's always worthless because then it's just a penny.
Yes, only what something is willing to pay for it is the worth. Yep.
Right. And that's the weird thing about all this shit. Like, you hear all these crazy stories and see all this stuff on you. Oh, guy gets paid this much for this, and everybody around the world tries to go get that thing. And no, listen, that was the only guy willing to do that. So it's over now.
I know. Back in my fun day of collecting things, not that I'm saying I'm not a guitarist anymore. I just have barely played for a few years. I used to play a lot. I used to be a guitar teacher. At one point, I had a dozen guitars. Obviously, as you reconform yourself to truth away from the world, you start losing things. And I had this one Jackson, had a couple Jackson, USA made guitars, pretty expensive. And one I ordered, this is 20 years ago. I ordered, and I ordered it with a pile of skulls, paint job, King V. La it was like probably $1,800, something ridiculous. And 10 years goes by, I hardly ever play it. You're afraid to play it, you don't want to hurt it. And eventually I'm in a dire. Do you hear a lot of wind actually?
Do what?
I got a lot of wind noise.
A little bit.
Let me just get down here. Yeah,
a little bit.
It's pretty windy. Yeah, okay, let me just see if I can. Okay. And I couldn't sell it, and just nobody would buy. So I had to sell it to a store that would sell it for me. And they said some emo punk rocker girl came in and bought it. You'd never know. It's a death metal guitar. You don't know. But yeah, the market is what matters. And finally, some girl of all people, I never thought a girl would come in and buy it. And some girl came in and bought it. And,
what? No, I would have thought exactly that, because them girls are crazy with, like, when they like something, they'll spend money on it. And they get some money. They got dudes with money. They can get money from their parents. Plus they can work. So they can get it.
Exactly. Of course a girl would buy it. And of course a girl wants to outdo the boys. And that's what she probably did.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Last night, I was thinking of ideas of new guitars, like guitars with like your loved one's ashes in it, or memorabilia, or a corncob guitar, like resonate, make one out of resin, or like just anything, drumsticks, autograph stuff, uh, gold trinkets. Like if you got old gold bracelets, coins, earrings, just put them in there, sprinkle whatever, and epoxy, resonate, and make you a guitar, or add it to the wood, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like a
Yeah, I don't know how
collage.
to. I don't. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I've just never been good at building things from scratch. I can string them pretty good. I can tune it. That's my thing. But that's as far. I think
Right.
I've replaced maybe a couple pickups or something. But I got a limit to me myself. I don't have those abilities.
Oh, I'm not saying I've put together guitars. I'm just saying like the idea of it. I'm sure a factory or someone else would put it together for us. But yeah, ashes of a loved one. You play the guitar and a hologram pops out of somebody, or a person you liked, or a band. Theme guitars, all kinds of cool shit. Like with actually pour it in the epoxy, like seashell guitar, a penny guitar, a dollar bill guitar, and just a fucking a hemp guitar, anything you like, you put it
Yep.
in epoxy, put all the little buds in there, and just bring it out how you want. That'd be pretty neat. I think that'd be a good ass fucking industry.
I like the seashell. The seashell is cool, and
Dream guitar,
the
penny,
hemp. The hemp for sure. That's for
hemp,
sure.
yeah,
That's awesome.
little
Also, well,
bud,
no.
blunt roaches, buds, beer cans, anything. I'm telling you, man, guitars, baby. Smash the beer cans, put them in the epoxy. All the beer
I
cans
mean,
you
as
burn.
long as it can hold the string tension. I got a 7-string. I tune a 7-string to A. So my lowest string is a 74, if you can believe that. My low string is a 74. It's actually an 8-string set, and of course I just don't use the highest string on the 8. It's a low 8-string for a 7-string, and I can tell if I just slightly tightened it, the strings would start snapping. So I know it's at the absolute limit. So as long as it can handle the tension, it's fine. Yeah, I might be recording a song in the next couple of days here. Things are looking so bad. I'm just not the kind of person that likes to show off. And that's why it was so hard. Guitar players are all about showing off, and I'm an anti-show off person kind of deal. I just don't have that ego. So it's kind of like a clash of my personalities, because I cannot stand most guitar players. I mean, you can ask Lat Floeb, where is he? He'll tell you guitar players are the most ridiculous, egotistical musicians ever. They're ridiculous, and they pretend like the guitar is hard to play when it's actually the literal easiest instrument. I taught a 9-year-old boy how to play the 10th Caprice translated from violin, and it took me 8 months. And I literally took my 10 years of professional lessons when I was professionally taught as a child, and I squeezed them into like 1 year and almost got him to get 90% of it. So guitar, literally, if you want to try an instrument, guitar is it. Guitar will just fall in your lap, and the next thing you know, you're just doing solos.
Stars in the sky. No, that's good. I've always wanted a guitar. I was gonna get one. Poncho and them were gonna get me one. Like have somebody send me one free, because they got like a couple of them that way. Like ask for people's old one or whatever, and then like fix them or hook them up, because Kenny like fixes guitars and stuff. But I just didn't.
Yeah, yep.
Something happened, and I never got the guitar. I was talking to Kenny last night. He told me he's gonna make me one. Then it got me on the idea of the epoxy guitars.
Interesting. Yeah, when I got my 7-string, I bought my first 7-string in 2011. It changed my life so much. That's when I ditched all my expensive 6-strings and just kept the first 6-string my dad bought me, when I was a baby, and had the 7-string. And the newest guitar I got was given to me, and it was like $55-$60 guitar, real cheap, one pickup, 22 frets. But I tuned it so I could play Sleepwalk on it. It's the cheapest piece of crap, and it sounds great. You just don't need, and I'm hard, trust me. I'm not easy on my instruments. I break strings like they're spaghetti. And the smallest piece of crap has to have the ability to have the string tension. So if it can hold the strings, I put a little bit stiffer. I put a 10 gauge, 6-string tuck. I put a 10 gauge on my normal guitars when I have a normal tuning, just to tighten them up a little bit, because once you get stronger, like if you're a metalhead like me, I was a
Yeah,
metalhead
you
as
go
a
crazy
bass.
on
When you're a metalhead, you have to tighten the strings up because you're all about power and speed and power. There's just no way around it. If you're in a metal, speed and power, you got to tighten the strings up, because you'll literally start surpassing the speed of the string coming back into play. You're literally going to overpower the tension. You're actually going to be faster than when the string can reciprocate back into place, and that's why you have to get heavier strings to tighten it up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So on a 7-string, I go super ridiculous low. I use a if you just look it up right now, just type in, Google search Diodario 8-string 74 gauge, and 74 is my low, and you'll notice that like a normal 6-string is a 46. So you basically have a mid-range bass string as your low string. And again, it's on a 7, because I don't need 8. I only need this. I mean, you really can do most things on a 6. So 7, you're good to go. You don't need an 8 string. You know what I mean? Like people are playing 10 and 11. Nah. I'll just use my 7 string, and trust me, it'll change your life. It'll embarrass some people.
Most of the stuff's 4 chords, 3 chords, 4 chord, 4 chord. A lot of 4.
Let me tell you that I do love a 6-string bass, because if you're a guitar player, you already have 6 strings, right? So if you're a guitar player first, you go to a bass, you're gonna feel inept. So a 6-string bass, I love. I admit that I love a 6-string bass. I bought one, but I left it at my friend's house 3 years ago because I don't play it often. But when I go over there, I'd play. Just of course, times have changed. 6-string bass is great, but if you're gonna get a 6-string and you're into metal, or you're into heavy, or you're into melodic, brutal, because we got this new era of music that's pretty insane. The Meshuggah era, the super degent era, the super low. I mean, it's like we used to detune to D, back in the Slayer and Metallica days. Now we're like 8 steps lower. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's interesting.
Oh yeah, they get crazy with it.
Yeah, I get crazy with it, and the craziest thing is that you actually the melodicness. The melodic, the soft, the clean tones, when you're playing with reverb and you want to make it passionate, without the distortion, because I try to make it sound like a piano, or I try to make it sound like a symphony. The thing about guitar, a guitar can sound like almost any other instrument, right? And that's the thing. So when you get effects, it's cool. I mean, some people don't want to use effects, but some like Sonny probably doesn't use too much effects, because Sonny is such a naturalistic style guitar player that is, but by the way, though, Sonny has a very versatile spectrum. I'll be honest with you, Sonny's one of the best guitar players, probably the #1 best guitar player I have ever heard on the internet, literally, except for these professional weirdos that have millions of views that just make sounds that sound like, keyboards. I'm not interested in the whatever that crap is. That actually bores me. I can't stand it when it sounds like a computer breaking down. I'm not into that. But when you go really low, if you like clean music at all, you know how our favorite metal songs usually have some sort of classical intro, right? And back in the day, that kind of almost influenced me, because my dad was such an old school dude. My dad was a baby boomer, so he didn't even like the 70s. He hated the 70s music, so everything I heard was like 60s was like the newest thing. And the melodic stuff, to be honest with you, that's all I do now. I almost do no metal anymore. So the melodic stuff with a 7-string tuned to, super low A is shocking. It will literally shock people. Radio check. Am I dead or on the air? Let's go. Oh, I got bad news for you, atheists. Oh my dude, listen, you atheists make this way too easy. Can we please find an atheist or a glober that's not absolutely already brain dead before they enter the server? Yeah, here's what one of these psychopaths said earlier. Do you think dinosaurs used to live with man? Well, that's funny. So you don't believe in living fossils? There's animals living today that are supposedly older than dinosaurs. That was easy. Oh, well, you don't understand evolution. Oh, okay. So if the dinosaurs are alive now, it doesn't matter. I have to prove they used to walk with man. If they're walking with men now, then it doesn't count. Well, yeah, enjoy your NAMBLA bus ticket, psychopath. Make sure you make a left when it says go right off the cliff, you freaking psychopath. Thanks. Well, in further news, there's been a change in the weather. The hottest recorded winter in North America in several decades is upon us right now, of course, 946 west of the Rockies. South, way south of the 37th parallel, the judgment scar of the Lord of Hosts is here. The flat earth will annihilate your religion. That's right. The most anti-religion epiphany, prophecy, revelation you'll ever experience is the fact that they lied to you about everything, and it is the plane of existence under your feet and the heavens above, absolutely destroying every single atheist and scoffer and evolutionist psychopath that comes near it. It destroys them so bad they are scared to death to even present their own claims now. Literally, you can't even find somebody to challenge the fact that the earth is flat. Go look for yourself. Go through the phone book, go through your old records and your old cell phones, find the people you haven't talked to, and just ask them what earth curvature was ever measured in history, and then try to stop that smile on your face from staying there all day as everybody around you runs from their own religious belief. That's right. The 24/7 Flat Earth Discord awaits your arrival, and we will assist you out of your psychosis. Thanks for playing. And with a quick update to the chat, Colin Dresser in chat, looks like you're doing better today, Colin Dresser. I like your attitude today, looking good out there. Tell Winter Rain, of course, to turn her volume on so she can stop listening to whatever the heck she listens to. Obviously, she needs to pay attention to. Not everybody should be ignoring this great revelation. I know for some reason there's a lot of people that get really pissed off at the flat earth, even when they don't believe in a globe. That's how bad this is. Even if they're not a globe proponent, for some reason people get really angry when they see another side of existence challenging the paradigm and being happy about it. Make no mistake about it. This has nothing to do with evidence. This has to do with the fact that haters and scoffers are disgusted by the fact that you people, yes, in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord that have woken up to the Great Deception, are happy. They cannot stand the smiles on your faces. It is killing them. So thank you and keep up the good work. Again, this is going to be another 12-hour stream of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Free, powered, free by the atheist hatred. That's right, 12 extra hours today, right now, powered solely by atheist hatred. God bless them. Thank God for atheists. What would we do without them? All right, in the building today, we got Jesus Crucified, Trinity, Toast Feet, Julius, Effie, Batman, Demmock, of course, Will Be Flat, and of course, yours truly, the executive officer of the Red October. That's right. This is the end of the world, if you were looking for it. And with that countdown to extinction, my goodness, December 29, 2021, just hours away from the new year of this satanic deception falling on your heads as an entire worldwide conglomeration of psychopaths makes sure that you are not allowed to talk about the ingredients of newly freed medicine that they want to force you to take. Again, you're not allowed to talk about the ingredients, so we won't be going any further into that discussion because it's illegal under the, of course, the Freedom speech that everybody in America has because they love you. You're not allowed to talk about the ingredients of the medicine that you need to take now, or you're not allowed to go to the store anymore because they love you. So again, that topic is off the table. So what else is there? That's right. All sports is fixed. I'm sorry, you guys. Oh, there's the Scooby-Doo bus. See you guys later. Going by. God bless those guys. And it turns out you don't got to look far if you're part of a Scooby-Doo detective team. All you got to do is turn on the TV and you will see the perverted criminals executing every crime upon you. And if that's not enough, go outside and look at those cop cars. Yep, those are the soldiers that are going to protect the elements of criminals in power in the governments, and they will assure that they are protected whilst you, the innocent citizen, will be oppressed.
So you want anarchy? To remove the government? I mean, without the police, that riot.
Oh yeah, anarchy would be way better. Yeah, even if it's a destructive anarchy, would be way better than a bunch of psychopathic, perverted criminals killing millions of people. Yeah.
But that's what would
do you think
happen.
Do you think you come from monkey? Do you think you come from monkeys also?
Well, it depends.
Oh, exactly. You must think you come from monkeys because people who come from monkeys can't even answer the question. So you're guaranteed an atheist. Yep. Thanks for playing.
Oh, give me proof that God exists. 100% proof, and then
I don't have to. You're already hiding. You already think you come from monkeys because you're a retard with no life experience. I mean, what are you talking about? You're already hiding from reality.
I think you're hiding from reality, to be honest.
Yeah, you're the queer that lives in a cartoon. You think cartoons are reality. You think it's okay to kill 10,000 unborn babies a day. You're okay with brainwashing children in school.
I'm against
You're
abortion.
okay with forcing people to take medicine, right? You think it's okay to force people to take things. And by the way, we need a moderator in here real quick, because if we don't have a moderator in here, this psychopath is probably going to lose his mind, right? That's what you're about to do, is have a seizure. Yeah, you don't even have a claim, numbnuts. When I asked you if you come from monkeys, that's what the retard, well, it depends if I... Exactly, you don't even have a claim. You're another retarded atheist. When somebody asks you, what's your religion? Yeah, another retarded atheist. When somebody asks you, what's your religion? That depends. You don't even have a claim. You don't even have a claim, and your government that you love is killing millions of innocent people already, and you're okay with that because you come from monkeys. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'll give you $1,000 and I'll shut the server down.
You can do that.
Nothing. That's right. You can't do shit. You don't have a claim.
Claim to what?
Shouting.
There's
no need for shouting. Exo, you know better than that. Exo, listen. You can speak and you can make all the points you want forever and ever, right? But don't shout. Don't be clownish like that. Don't let people bait you.
Okay, there's a moderator in here. All right, Stationary Breeze. And as long as you're here, just in case something happens, then we don't have to worry about it. Good to go.
I just popped in and you're losing your nut. You can't let anyone do that to you. It's not wise.
No, it's just a different level. Not everybody can understand it. It's fine. So where's the atheist claim? Any claims yet, atheist?
If he's confused, let him be confused. It's his choice. You can't make people unconfused.
I agree.
Especially if they want to drink. Especially if they want to drink the Kool-Aid, let them drink it. That's their problem. Just offer them clean, pure water if they want it, and they can take it when they choose.
Fair enough. Yeah, we're good to go. As long as there's a moderator here, we don't got to worry about him, of course, doing things that might jeopardize the channel. So yes, I get a little excited, no doubt.
You were the one that was jeopardizing the channel.
Yeah, do you have a claim? So do you have a claim yet, atheist? Have you decided to accept your evolution religion, or are you still hiding from your own religion?
Oh, their religion, is it? I mean, it makes more sense than
still hiding
some
from, you don't even have a claim. You believe in
this.
something. Yeah, you just believe in something without evidence. That's the highest level of religious psychosis. You don't even
God
have a
has
claim.
no evidence.
Yep, exactly. You're hiding from your own religion. Thank you. It's a religious
You
zealotry.
hide from your own
scared
religion.
to death of. Yep, you're scared to death of evolution.
There's more
just like all
proof
atheists.
that we evolved.
You're scared to death. This is not a server to speak about God. Yes, you're hiding from your own religion.
You're speaking about God.
The server doesn't. Yes, you're scared to death of your own religion, just like all trolls. You can't even make a claim for your own evolution religion, just like all sycophants. It's way too easy.
Trolls, I'm not a troll. You're just kind of yelling
Yes,
at
you're
me.
continuing to hide from your own religion. It's okay. Just say, I don't have evidence for my own religion, and we can move on. It's fine. It's that easy. All you got to do is say, yeah, I just believe in evolution so I can justify my lustful and perverted lifestyle like all atheists. It's not a big deal. Just be honest.
Perverted.
Thank you for being honest and
Okay.
admitting that you have to believe in evolution to hide from morality. Okay.
That's
Congratulations.
quite funny. What do you mean by that?
Yes, you're hiding from. That's what all atheists do. You need the evolution religion to hide from morality.
Not perverted means, right?
Look in the mirror, you'll see it. Yes, somebody hiding from reality. That's what it is. To twist, to turn, to misuse, to misguide, to use something incorrectly. Yes, to say cats make kittens, therefore people come from monkey slime is a perverted religion. And you're too scared to even make a claim about your religion, again, like all atheists that I meet. So, welcome to the server. Yes, unfortunately, the flat earth also destroys your religion. And that's why the flat earth fact is growing by the millions, because atheists, literally atheists like you that are scared to death of your own claims and evidence are the reason flat earth is exploding. So thank you again. You're the reason flat earth is here. Congratulations.
Exploding.
You gotta take it.
Exploding in meme culture. Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that nobody can... Go ahead.
Toasty Feet, you said you have evidence and that there's more evidence for this thing that you claim. Do you have any evidence? Can you present it? Or is that just a statement?
I mean, if you look, there's fossils of it. There's no fossils of God.
That disproves evolution. Yes, fossils disprove evolution. They admit it. Thanks for playing.
No, it proves evolution.
Yeah, but that...
No, they admit it. Sorry, you don't even have a claim. That's why you don't have a citation.
So,
But go ahead, take it away.
You don't need to do that.
Go ahead, Breeze. Go ahead.
Yeah. I've got some time. Yeah, I asked you for evidence of what you claimed, not just pointing to something. Make your claim again. Make your claim again for the record.
What?
Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, my computer's just playing up. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm back. What did you say?
Yeah, you're loud and clear for the
I
record.
said
No
make-
clips or anything.
I said make your claim again for the record.
Right, so this guy's saying, right, that
Make it
God is
clear.
real and that we evolved from monkeys, right? Or we didn't evolve from it.
Pay attention. Listen closely. Make your claim again for the record. Make it clearly and make it concisely.
We did not come from God. That is my claim.
That's nonsense. You realize the logical issue with that, right?
Okay, tell me the logical issue.
You're claiming the absence of something. I'm sure one of the specialists can come in and articulate the specific logical fallacy, but your claim is silly. That's not a claim.
I claim that we didn't come from some sort of malevolent, omnipotent space wizard.
That's an opinion. That's not a claim. What's your claim? A claim is the affirmative. So what is your affirmative? Do I really need to educate you on this? Or can you just,
No.
get to the point? Because I told you earlier, right? Listen carefully. What he said, or what anyone says, is irrelevant. It's what you're claiming. So again, make your claim. And then, once you've made it clearly and concisely, provide evidence for the claim. Otherwise, you will be ridiculed and probably
I really
muted.
can't post links, can I?
You don't need to post links. You can use your mouth. You have one, right?
I think what Stationary Breeze is trying to say here is that you've not made it in any logical sense. You can't say, I did not come from California. I did not come from New York. I did not come from Australia. I did not come from England. Yes, you can list off the number of places that you didn't come from all day long. That doesn't give us any clue where you did come from, which is why I was saying, rather than focus on the negative of where you didn't.
Oh, right, that makes more sense.
Let's focus on the positive of where you did. So where did you actually arrive from?
Well, millions and
Thank
millions and millions of years of evolution, tiny evolutions, like billions of years even. Right, so you know how the Earth was formed 4 billion years ago? That can be proved. 1 billion years of... Oh crap, I'm getting a DM, sorry.
Okay, let's talk about the first rock ever. Where did this first rock come from in space?
That's a lot of claims in one go.
Let's talk about the first rock. Where did the first rock come from?
First rock?
A rock, a rock in space. Where did that rock come from?
Atoms forming together? Is that the correct question?
And where did the atoms come from?
The Big Bang. Where did God come from? No, where did God come from?
If you've ever watched an explosion on television, it destroys the living hell out of absolutely everything in the whole radius. It doesn't. You don't have an explosion and then at the end of it you get a Rolls-Royce car.
Yeah, but it's much different. It's a chemical compound explosion, not just some sort of.
So you say random atoms could smash together and create a Rolls-Royce car, for example.
I think it's simpler than that, really, because he's making a claim of a Big Bang, right? So we could take him back to where does that come from, but we don't really need to, because he's claiming the Big Bang. He has to now provide evidence for the Big Bang, and if he cannot
Bang
provide,
would need a source of ignition. It would need oxygen, that kind of thing.
You just like to claim God, but yet you never support the sources. You just always say you've got to let him come into your life.
We're just focusing on one thing at the moment. That's all.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to focus on your claim.
Let's not
what other people claim in this room is not really relevant, because you're saying you have a claim and you're saying you have evidence for that claim. I've heard you said that when I came in, and you have yet to provide.
We were all brought up in the Big Bang Theory. We all know about evolution. We all know about globe Earth. We all went through the same education system. The difference is we've turned that around and flipped that now and realised that maybe none of that has any actual evidence behind it. So now we're looking for that evidence and we start from scratch again.
The Big Bang Theory on YouTube, it's really not hard.
Yeah, well, the Big Bang was here before YouTube, surely. Who thought of it before YouTube? YouTube was, 2005 or something?
Well, did you think that everything came from God?
Matrix, I'm going to do something.
No,
See, you keep flipping it, right? Focus on what you're providing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the smallest allowance now that I've repeated it already. If you keep diverting to another point, then I'm just gonna presume that you're being disingenuous. So don't do that, Toasty, please. Right? But now I'm gonna bait you with something, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna bait you. Is evolution scientific?
I mean, it sounds scientific,
Or
but
better said,
yeah,
exactly. Hold on. I wasn't talking to you specifically. Whoever just responded. So if you just wait your turn, please. So just to specify, Toasty Feet, is it scientifically admissible? To be more specific.
Yeah, it is, because you know how there's no science behind God. There's zero science behind God.
See, again, you're diverting, right? I asked you a question. It's kind of a yes or no, or I don't know. So you've said yes. You've answered in the affirmative. Now I'd ask you, do you understand what science, or at least natural science, is, and the scientific method?
Yeah.
Okay, another claim in the affirmative. Now, do you understand that for the Big Bang that you claim to be scientifically admissible, to be proven scientifically, you would have to apply the scientific method, yes? Okay, again, a reply in the affirmative. So, Are you aware that to apply the scientific method, you'd have to manipulate the independent variable? My question to you is, how do you manipulate the independent variable in your claim of the Big Bang? And from there, I'm going to laugh to myself and enjoy how this goes. And Matrix, feel free to pick it up if you're free.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, that's cool.
Wait, what was the question?
How do you manipulate the independent variable?
Let me think for a minute.
Scientific method is observable, it's repeatable, so these Big Bangs should be happening literally every second of every day, all around you.
Yeah, and while he's thinking, I was fair. I told him I was baiting him from the get-go.
Yeah, no.
It's just too fun, man. It's too fun. They got nothing. It's not you personally, by the way, Todd.
This Big Bang, if it was scientific, would be repeatable, yes?
I mean, it is called the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, a theory is a thought. It's a brain fart. It's nothing more than your imagination.
What is a theory?
We could theorize all day about a million different concepts. None of them could be right. We could talk about, rainbows and unicorns on the moon. It doesn't make any difference what the theory is. It's whether it's testable, provable, repeatable scientific method. Then it stops being a theory. It stops being a conspiracy.
Just to be clear, everyone here believes in God, right?
Why are you diverging from the point? We're asking you questions
I'm not.
here, right?
This
We're
is
talking about
this
your
is actually quite a
and I've already repeatedly asked you to focus and to not divert. And now I'm getting to the point where I don't see the point in continuing this, because there's other people who may want to talk, and you don't seem to be focusing or paying attention. It's simply put, either you're not capable of following the conversation, or you're being intentionally disrespectful. And I, for one,
well, we can just say now that we'll open all mics and anybody can drop in at any point, and then it's fair that way as well.
Yeah, because it's quite clear that we demolished your claim of it being scientifically admissible. I mean, if you wish, you could concede, but it doesn't matter. We don't need a concession because the lack of evidence is concession in and of itself. So, Marston...
Yeah, you're just hanging everything off a theory, which is literally nothing.
Yeah, the other person who spoke earlier, if they'd like to speak up, feel free.
Yeah, I'm not sure about I was on the live stream yesterday. But speaking about the Big Bang Theory, I'm not Flat Earth. I'm not Round Earth either. I'm not really sure too much about it yet. I need to do more research before I make a conclusion. But based on the Big Bang Theory, the thing about God existing is also a theory too. That might also not exist.
Yeah, that's one way of thinking or concluding, I suppose. But to put it respectfully, because you haven't been taking the mic and you've only just joined, that's not the topic at hand. We're dealing with the Earth and with the claims of how Earth functions and how it appears and how it presents itself. So if you, it's not to say you can't have that discussion, right? And I'm sure we could. I know Matrix could probably do it more concisely than I. Hold on, I'm sure Matrix could do it more concisely than I am. You have there's something I can't remember. What's that in ontological primitive? I can't remember the term because I'm blanking. But the long and the short of it is you have one or the other. One's logical, one's not. When it comes to both, the argument between evolution and creation. But it's not relevant. And if you want to have that discussion, maybe you could drop down into another room. If you have questions specifically to do with Earth and to do with the claims of how Earth functions and how it appears, that would kind of.
I think it's fine if it links in. If it links in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, we don't want dead air either. That's to have a conversation flow going, because I think it's relevant that there is something that brought this Earth into existence, and we are so we should be so humble that we have no idea what even creates a fly or an ant or even a tiny speck. If someone gives you a whole year and said, you go and create a fly, or you go and create an ant or something like that, you're not going to do it. Nobody can create creation except the creator. You just look at the human eye or the heart or something like that, and the way the whole body functions together, and it's literally the most incredible thing that any of us can understand. We're just witnesses to the creation. And a sort of analogy that I usually like to give is if you shrink yourself down to sort of really small, if you're on top of a Swiss watch, which is what we're sort of saying in the flat earth. This is how I'm trying to bring both the religion and the God and the flat earth together. So if you imagine yourself on the face of a giant Swiss watch, yes, we can observe our hand moving. Yes, we can observe the second hand moving. We can predict that a light will go on once every hour. This is like the sun and the moon moving around us. We can say that the watch, the face of the watch is flat. It might sort of curve up a little bit at the edges. But if some of the questions directed at us is like, how does this work? How does the moon work? How does, that? Well, we don't know. All we're saying is we are observing that our hand moves, the minute hand moves, the second hand moves. We don't know the mechanisms inside. We don't know the cogs, the wheels, the original designer of the mechanism, whether that's the Swiss watch or the Earth or the God or the Creator, which is how I'm trying to tie it all together. So certain points that we make, we might be very definite about saying, yes, the surface is flat, just like the surface of the watch is flat. And then you'll say, well, how do the sun and moon work? And we'll say, well, we are not the creator, we are not the originator, we don't know the maker of the watch, only the maker of the watch. So go and ask your maker, ask your mother, ask her mother, and keep asking all the mothers up to, the very first mother, and then ask how she came into existence, which is why I was asking earlier about how that first rock appeared. None of us know. We don't have that answer. We were all born into the middle of this earth, yet at the same time, we don't know what created it, because something outside of space, time, and our capacity of knowledge created this environment. So this is how I'm trying to tie it in both God and flat earth together without, going too off topic.
Yeah, and if you care to look into it, Master, the term I was looking for is the ontological primitive. So the gist of that is the structure that we see, and this is where it's even more helpful to discuss what we actually can observe about reality, right? So about the fact that it's not chaotic like people claim with the Big Bang Theory, because the Big Bang Theory is fundamentally chaotic and nonsense, whichever way you slice it, whereas what we're describing is something that has structure. So therefore the conclusion is that, okay, if there's structure, there's design, if there's let's say a controlled expression within this thing, then it would necessitate a designer. Now, like Matrix was saying, what we know about the design and the rest of it, that's something that people have to search for themselves, and we can't necessarily give you here evidence or scientific stuff for that, because it's not necessarily a scientific question, right? But the core of it is...
The other thing you've got to realize... Sorry, when you finished.
Yeah, so I'll be quick. The core of it is that if it is as we describe it, which it is, because you can go and repeat it for yourself. You can go and measure over large bodies of water, etc., as you will hear if you spend a long time in this place. Then it is designed, and therefore there was a designer, and that's the gist of it. But go ahead, Matrix, please.
So the thing I was going to say is that what we're suggesting is you are in this perfect environment, this Goldilocks. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, you're at a good temperature, nothing's falling on your head. If rocks were still forming the earth from gravity, there'd be literally rocks falling to the sky every day. That's not happening. There's no asteroids falling on us. All the alleged asteroid craters we see don't have an asteroid in the center. They just seems to have miraculously walked off, and all you have is the crater left behind. For all I know, that could be a giant thunderbolt or something that's hit the ground, and that explanation is not sufficient. All the alleged asteroids we do see in the sky go from top to bottom, whereas on a globe they should be capable of going bottom to top, going upwards as well as downwards. But we only ever actually witness them going downwards. So we're in this sort of terranium, this sealed environment, which is perfect to sustain our life here. And I think that is God's design, that we are close enough. It's like you need to look after your children. So there is literally somebody watching you. If you have a child or a baby, you would literally watch them 24/7 because you want them to grow, you want them to prosper, you want to make sure they have food, they want to have drink, which is why sometimes I often think that we've got this all-seeing eye imagery constantly, and it's like somebody is watching it. You know, the Bible even refers to the watchers. You know, if you were to create something, if you were to create the Swiss watch, like the example I gave earlier, or the Rolls Royce, you want to make sure it's functioning correctly, it's functioning well. So from day one, as soon as you've created this thing, this Swiss watch, this Rolls Royce, this Adam and Eve, you're going to be watching it, this baby of yours. You're going to be watching it constantly. There's always going to be that eye. There's always going to be something watching you, and I think that's where you get this, eye symbolism all the time, because your creator wants to make sure that you are happy and healthy. And I'm not saying that accidents don't happen and illnesses and things like that. But if you were to create something, then yeah, you'd watch it all the time. But what science is trying to do to you is say, oh no, the sun's going to explode into radiation, and we're going to get hit by asteroids. Oh, an asteroid just nearly missed Earth. And you say these news stories, but then nothing comes from them because we are protected, we're contained.
Do you know why also? Not only what he just said, but also when they make claims like that about the sun and such, they're making them based on presumptions and assumptions that cannot be proven. So they
what evidence do they even have to like get
Exactly. Yeah, maybe my thing's lagging. Sorry if I interrupted, but yeah, that's exactly my point, right? So when they say that about the sun or about whatever, they say that the sun is made of this. So they make this claim basing their claim on an assumption or presumption that the sun is made of this gas and that gas that's this hot and this far away, etc. But none of those things have been proven or even can be proven because they're so flipping outlandish. It's like you would have to get there. Because it's like, let's just say I claim that tree is made of gold. It's like, okay, well, I can go and cut the tree down and investigate. So it's easily provable or disprovable, right? But what they're saying is that thing is made of helium or such and such. But we can't go and verify that for ourselves. We can't go and prove that or disprove that. So that would make anyone who's thinking logically go, all right, if we can't prove it or disprove it, then they can't have even made the claim with any certainty. It's just an idea. Like that Matrix kind of said earlier, it kind of made me laugh, was it's just an idea that just they farted out or whatever.
Also, to add on to that, I think a lot of people like to question a viewpoint that's less popular, but what people don't question is the mainstream view of what people say. And I think
if you just check in the live stream text, I've just posted something about diamonds falling on Saturn and Jupiter because we're told so. Because we have to believe that. We've got no choice.
Yeah, we can't be like this now. We're living in a society now where we can't be skeptical of a mainstream view, and I think that's something that we should be allowed to do. We should be skeptical of a mainstream view if we want to be, because
we should do it. We should do it fundamentally. It's not even about allowed. We should just do it. You should just do it as a matter of course. Because if it's true, because if it's true and you test it, then it's true. If it's not true and you test it, then it's found to not be true. Then you found a lie, and you can help people who have been lied to.
Yeah, why would we their view or opinions? Like, they should leave that out. Their view, you know what I mean? That doesn't really. My view on things or my, interpretation of reality, that's kind of ignorant. That would mean I'm insane and everybody else. Like, if people have a different interpretation of reality, wouldn't that mean they're insane if they have a different interpretation than everyone else? Like, if I go outside and say, okay, there's air, there's sun, there's regular stuff, I'm breathing, I'm living, and somebody else walks up and says there's laser UFOs pointing at you, shooting you in the face, but you don't see them, like, would they be saying?
Oh, it's misinformation. It's scary.
Right. So the government gets the ability to put anything they want, right? Anything they want, and they deem it the fact. So if you try to go look against it or anything else, you're demonized. or they say you're doing something wrong because you're actually going with a fact rather than something they just want to put out in front of you.
Yeah.
Which would make anyone with a little bit of sense go, okay, the fact that I'm questioning this is a good thing, because they wouldn't fight against it otherwise. Like, someone who's confident in their position doesn't care. Like, it doesn't bother someone who knows that they're a millionaire, or who knows that they did what they said they did, right? It doesn't bother them if somebody says the contrary, because they know it to be true in themselves. So clearly, like, this is, but this is the thing, right? And just to draw it back to the main topic, right? Just to kind of draw it, laser it in, as it were. This is what we're doing with the Earth topic, because what they're saying is, they're saying rotation. I'm saying where. They're saying curvature. I'm saying where. They're saying vacuum of space. I'm saying where. Now, I'm being very simple in the way I phrase it, but that's what I'm doing. I'm holding up all their claims to scrutiny. And when you do that, they are nothing but meaningless ideas based on nothing. Which is kind of redundant, I know, but that's the point, right? It's so nothing, it's nothing. And then, once you've done that, you should then go, okay, if those core claims of their whole model of reality are false, then everything else that stems from that is false also. So you don't really need to give it any credence. And then if the contrary is true, which, let's go to the curvature, if there isn't curvature, and the contrary is true, which you can demonstrate, being that it measures flat over long distances, etc., etc., then it is what it measures to be, and therefore, it is what we're saying it is. And at least for me, there's comfort, not comfort in that, but there's what's the word I'm looking for? There's logic in that. That what we're investigating is actually showing itself to be true. You know? So that's kind of a long-winded way, but I think it's relevant to bring it back to the core things, because when you go to first principles, it's the best way to investigate anything. So you go that's why I like with the other guy, right? I was taking him back to his claim and trying to make him focus on what he was talking about, and then I dismantled it with his own words. And we've done the same with the globe. We've done the same with everything else. So if you have any specific questions or anything else, please go ahead. I just thought it's relevant to bring it back to that, because there is
yes,
no
that's fine. You've addressed everything I wanted to know, actually. So thank you.
Oh, perfect. Glad I could help.
Yeah, can I just mention also that I've just posted you in the Livestream voice text.
Who's next? Sorry, say again.
No, I was just saying that I've just posted a link for you there in the Livestream voice text about how a flat Earth is intentionally being suppressed by the very head of YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen that one. I think the person I was just speaking to left, so I think they were well and truly happy with what they heard. That's kind of.
I think that the flat Earth term is a little bit kind of inaccurate, as them trying to control the narrative.
Somewhat. Yeah, I agree, but
because it would be a level Earth, not a flat Earth.
Yeah, because it has topology, but you know.
Yeah, flat and true and level are different things.
Well, that's why when we make the claims specifically, right, and when we point to what we're pointing to, we're very, at least in this venue, we try to be very specific. So for example, that the Earth measures flat over long distances, and say we use the examples where we can remove topology, right, over water at rest, over large bodies of water at rest. There's no argument. Now, obviously, when we have a deeper conversation, more than just the surface level, pardon the pun, we obviously acknowledge that there's topography. But all that does, right, all that does is bolster our position. Because the claims that they make, when you then input topology, are even more hilarious, because we would see all sorts of weirdness, like say man-made structures and natural structures would all be diverting at weird angles from each other over distances and such and such. So all it does when when people don't just knee-jerk at a term, all it does is back up what we're saying and make what they're claiming even more laughable. But I agree with you, and I personally like to just, because of where I come from, I like to just say biblical cosmology. But in general, it's a level, stationary, enclosed plane with mountains and stuff.
Yeah, they
That's
should
it.
have. I'm just mean if like it kind of seems like they've been controlling the narrative of the term from the get-go. Because if you would have found it, if a regular, like a true level earther was to found the term, they would have founded it as a level term. Just because if you look up the definition of flat means flat and true. Like, flat and true are interchangeable terms, but flat and true are not level.
Yeah,
Level is completely different than flat and true. Just saying. But yeah, it's cool. It's all good.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong. What I would say is, if someone really gets triggered that much by a term, then that's their problem.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. Like, honestly, if you were to just say, yeah, it's a plane, people would think, a little deeper, because if they look up a plane, they're like, oh, a plane, because
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit there. What I was going to say is that this sort of suppression or censorship of speech or ideas or even concepts within our world is also a sort of microorganism within every Discord server, because it's built into the features. The owner of the server can nominate people to ban, eject, kick people that they don't agree with, and we do the same in this server. So we're not really a million miles away from what goes on in the real world. It's just we're trying to focus on what we believe is the truth, and there's certain terms that might trigger some of us in the wrong direction, and for us to censor. And I'm not saying that I'm innocent to that either, because there's obviously certain times where I've got human emotions that that go up and down. I'll think, well, this guy is triggering me, or affecting me in this way, therefore I will punish or ban or delete that comment. And that happens here. So you've got to also recognize that we are also guilty of doing these things as much as we see in the outside world. But I think the main difference is that the outside world is more based around the sort of satanic element of the opposite of truth, whereas our server, we try and push the truth as much as possible and leave it open to interpretation, which is why we push in this strapline of do your own research, which I think is really good.
Why don't we just call them monetary? Because it's all it is. It's all ran on money. Money and then control. If they can't control you, they use money. If they can't,
yeah, money is another religion, though, isn't it? And money is another religion. It's something that they believe in, like they believe in the globe. They believe in money.
believing it,
medium of exchange.
Well, I mean, you believe in it or you get made to use it. I mean, they force you into the system. So.
Well, not necessarily. You can still barter. People do things on the side, and favors exchanges,
Yeah, and then you end up like somebody like a Paresh or somebody like that, and you'll have your own little branch Davidian, and you'll end up burnt down by the government. Yeah, I know all about it. Yep, go try to be free. I dare you to go try to be free somewhere. Somebody gonna come get after you.
Yeah, we're literally born slaves. This is what the whole message
behind regulate your land, your crops, your waters, something. You're going to get regulated somehow. I guarantee it. So yeah, people can go do stuff, and people can like be the idea of what they think's free, but it's not. It's not really free today. And it's all about money and control. If it's not the military, the propaganda, it's the money.
Well, it's the illusion of freedom. It's how much freedom do they think we will accept? Because taxation at 100% is slavery. Taxation
Well,
at
right.
50% might be half slavery, but
Well,
people
it's
seem to accept
2021.
a rough taxation of about 20 to 25% at the
How can
moment,
you be an
which is like a
illusion?
quarter of slavery.
How can it be an illusion today when you walk outside and you see how things are? Like that's no illusion. Like when we look outside, like how can people say we're illusioned to the idea? No, motherfucker, you are controlled at every aspect. You have to do this, pay this, do this, conform to this, do this way, or else you get time, you get jail, you get your group, your community do something to you, stone you, some beat you, kill you. Yeah.
Yeah, you just try walking outside naked right now and screaming and shouting and see how free you are.
No, nobody's free. That's my point. Like, where's the illusion of freedom at? I haven't seen that. Since I was a kid, I haven't seen an illusion of freedom.
Well, it's a mental construct, isn't it? They always go after our mind. That's what the government thing
Well,
is.
that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to like, at what point in time do we say, hey, come on now, fuck all this garbage. We're not free in no way, no shape, in no form. So how can we redo that? How can we turn that around? How can we turn around the money controllers and the army controllers? That's all you need to worry about.
Mm. It's difficult because some of these elitist families literally have plans that span generations, and they'll pass it on to their sons, their grandsons, and so on. So what we think is a great plan, for 5 years, is nothing to these guys. They have 50-year, 100-year, 500-year plans for what they think how they're going to control and shape humanity.
Well, it's not even a family like you're thinking. It's actual a corporation of an entity that is alive. This corporation is alive. The military is a living, breathing industrial complex. It's the Mickey Mouse. It's the MICKEY, baby boy. And it breathes and it moves and it does shit. It's real.
I'm talking about the
Our
original
government is the biggest.
families, the real money lenders behind the governments, how the Rothschilds, the
No,
Morgans,
not today.
all those guys that are lending
No,
the money to the governments, and they have
no,
the military in their pocket essentially. Because even
no.
the go on.
Back at a certain point, we had some royal dick faces and we had some other people. We had people with money. So today we got groups of goofballs like Elon Musk, but they don't run shit. They do not run shit. They are controlled by the Central Intelligence Agency or the government. They are controlled by what to do. If a family gets out of line against the military or some other branch or something that's bigger than they are, best believe they keep them in line. So it's not a military family per se that controls anything. Uh, even at the end of the day, if you're the general of the army and there's 50 troops, if the 50 troops don't want to do it, then who are you the general of? So really, it's the military, and the military controls all the shit through. It all started through some royal type goopy shit, religion, some other shit, belief, and then they had to have power. They had to have somebody make you do right. So if the queen gets up and says, "Shut your mouth," and you're a dude and you can get up and punch her in the face, then you're not going to shut your mouth unless she has someone to make you. So now the actual control is the Central Intelligence, and they'll have you believe that there's some fucking weird ass families in control today, but it's not. It's the military. No family is going to run the military. I don't care.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, that there's still a certain element of who pays for the equipment, the arms, the guns, and who pays for the wages
We
to a
do.
point where
The
they think
public
it's
does.
they think it's a
Everyone does.
legitimate wage, because the government don't earn any income. They have to take that from the masses, because the government have never earned a penny in their entire life.
They took over the spot of royalty. They took over the spot of the church. They took over the spot of religion. It's Central Intelligence now. So from that point, they have money. They've got religion. They've got community. They got government. They got all this other shit. They got families. See, because the Central Intelligence Agency is ran by people. I mean, these are people. And at the end of the day, there might be a big computer that they feed shit into and might, give the order. Who knows? It might be an artificial intelligence order. And then something can, to guard it. Who the fuck knows?
Pretty sure the royal family is pretty deep in there with MI6 and all that. And the royal family basically funded the whole founding of the New World.
Well, do you understand that a royal family is an offshoot of a military? Like, if you're the person that's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
general,
They're basically
yeah,
all this
yes,
for
your
sure.
family secretly will be that. They're not gonna tell you. They're not gonna say, hey, well, the general of this army for the last 10 years, his great grandma is the queen. Like, they're not gonna
Right.
tell you, but
Right. Yeah, you know what it is. You heard what I'm saying, yeah. They're all like they're the same entity to a degree.
yeah, like the corporations, Walmart, it might as well be a family name. It might as well be a corporation. Might as well be the military. It's all the fucking same group. The Central Intelligence can run under any vice. They can be the FBI, they can be the CIA, they can be alcohol, tobacco. That's all it is. They can be the banker, they can be the child DCFS that comes into your house. Every fucking branch of everything is ran from that and has to answer to that. There is one central location that wants the main stuff and has to have main control. Or the main thing, like pumping out. Like, say you wake up in the morning, your computer says, all right, today we're gonna do this. That's probably what the fuck's going on. These motherfuckers in the CIA probably get up and there's artificial intelligence, Elon Musk and all these dudes plugged in, plus a real thing that's been around since for 1,000 years, a computer they've had forever. Who knows? It might be a living crystal computer that's been around before us, talking to humans. Who knows?
Yeah, I kind of agree. Something to that effect. Definitely some sort of AI that they collaborate with in the morning or whatever. Take the directive from.
Well, what are they storing information? Where are they storing it? Who's pulling all this information and why? Do you know how much money it takes to gather all the information in the world of everything that you don't know?
We're the drones.
Yeah, we are. We're the self-snitching drones for the CIA. We sit on each other at every aspect, even if we don't understand it. The mafia, the CIA, all that shit. Half of them were in it. Half of them were involved. Half of them are the CIA. Half of them weren't. The half that weren't were the part being busted. The other half was doing anything they could do to bust anybody who wants to do that. So they start a fucking thing. You get going real big with it, and then they bust it down. So they'd see how big they can get something against themselves, and then they bust it down. Do you understand? Because they're the biggest thing. So no matter who they can give you keys to whatever. So you can be Al Capone for the next 5 years. It doesn't matter when the government says, okay, he's done. You're done. It's that simple. You can do it until they let you, and then you're done when they don't. Or if you seek it, you can't have luck and charisma too.
And the machine got people.
Yeah.
The machine got people running around doing the work like they're machines, you know?
Yes, exactly.
It's funny.
And the
They're like
energy where you put your
cyborgs.
energy. Yeah, when you focus your energy and everything, you get your money. Your one exchange, your one energy for your food and your other stuff that becomes money now, not your actual you. You know, it used to be you. You used to be it. Now it's paper and what can you do to get more paper, to get more information, to get more things done that I need done. What can my little drones do?
Well, the whole matrix, the whole world is basically an energy generator. So like everything has to move forward to generate energy, you know? And so everybody's like a unit of energy. And this whole thing was
Keep it
planned
going.
out. It was planned out way before it was created. Like somebody planned this whole thing out how it was going to be,
It's
every
a big
down in
computer
the
grid.
last detail.
Yeah, it's a designed computer grid. Each building has its purpose. Like you have a county building, you have municipal, you have the commerce, you have the revenue, you have. You understand? You have the garbage company, you have the white city water light power. You got all these little little things that are set there, and when people go into them, the people are the electricity making the shit happen, and then what comes out is the outcome of all the people's work.
Yep, and then they
Yeah, and
vote. They think they go vote.
and people go
Oh
to a
yeah, they
court
get
and they don't
voltage.
realize what's actually going on. There's a bank in there and a roulette table and a church because you've got to confess to your sins. You you've probably got people backing on who's going to win in the background. So that's your roulette table. And at the end of the day, when you're sentenced, you've got to go and pay your fine to who? To the bank. And there's a cashier downstairs waiting for your money, for your crime.
But it's really not a bank. It's really them. They are paying themselves to say that a bank exists, to pay themselves. So eventually, at the end of the day, yeah, these groups of people are the bank and they become a bank.
Yeah.
That's how it gets started. But like,
they say that corporations have been fined for breaking certain laws, but it's the laws that they created in the first place. But then who are those fines being paid out to? The more laws there are, the more money they make. Laws are
right,
profitable
well,
because
right.
more
I
people
mean,
are breaking them. They get more fines coming back in.
if you can print money, then you can say tomorrow a piece of gum is $1 million. No one will ever be able to afford a piece of gum but you, the government, the printer.
What's the money for, though? It's just to keep everything moving in a orderly fashion, to keep generating that energy, you know?
It's to keep you down. It's to keep a set fashion, a stair-stepping thing like the pyramid scheme. Okay, you got the bottom row, the top row, the middle row, the top. It's for that. It's to keep everything sectionalized and compartmentalized.
It's supposed to be to lubricate society, so like the exchange of goods and services, but it's supposed to be to. Yeah, and now, but they changed. That's what it's supposed to be for. But since they added the materialism part, now they can use it as they weaponize it. They weaponize it so that we fuck each other over for it, kind of,
Right. You
and generate
understand
energy.
money only started as a promissory note of, hey, did you give me 3 apples? I'll give you 4 apples back tomorrow, or 4 oranges when my oranges come about. Or if you got a cow and you're on your way and it takes you a day to get to me, but you're here right now and I can give you the goods and services I have right here where you're at, or vice versa for me, I'm where your cow is. There's an exchange. The only thing money was supposed to do was take place of that exchange when we've never needed it. We've already had the exchange.
That guy, there was a king. Go ahead.
The money is only debt. I'm sorry. It's just a debt. It's a bill. When someone hands you a bill, that means you owe. So please don't use any bills for currency and thinking that you're getting somewhere, because it's a debt.
Think about it. The word bill. It's a debt. And change. They made change small. You know, they don't like change. But I was going to say, there was a king who designed a system that worked pretty well for about 700 years, and it was a tally system. They had tally sticks. It was like a long stick that had little teeth on it, and there's a picture of a guy on the Led Zeppelin album cover with a bag on his back with tally sticks sticking out of it. It lasted like 700 years. It was independent from the central bank, and they hated it. So, and they finally destroyed it. I forget all the details of his name, but it was a system where like you just agree. The only thing that makes the tallies have any worth is because the king would collect them once a year for taxes. So that's how you agreed on the value of the tally sticks. But everybody agreed a tally stick was worth something because it was used.
Really what makes your kingdom is your guys doing stuff, producing, going out in the field and doing shit, not the money, not a gold brick, none of that shit. None of that does anything for you. So actually doing it, giving the tally sticks for exchange of goods and services, it's an exchange of energy. So you put your energy here, and I see that your energy is worth this much in your corn or whatever you brought forth with your energy, with your labor. You brought this forth, and it's equal to everything that everyone else brings forth. So these tally sticks are equal to each other. That's the demise. See, without the rich guy and the poor guy, you have a problem.
Exactly. If you guys want to learn about that, I learned about it on this documentary, the book called The Money Masters. It's really good. You can watch the documentary online too. But yeah, he talks about that whole tally system. Yeah, it's energy, man. So, go ahead. Sorry.
It's just you and your people working together. So if you got a grandson, a daughter, a mom, a great grandma, and they sell some stuff, you do some stuff, they teach you this. Any part you can do, you do this, they do that part, they do the easy stuff. Everybody works together. Now you have a village, you have food forever. And there was no money ever needed. Ever.
Exactly. Yep. The sun don't charge you nothing.
Just on the topic of books there's a great book called The Creature from Jekyll Island, which goes into the sort of orchestration or the the planning behind the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, but don't really feed into that shit though too, because at the end of the day, man, I've been looking at all this stuff and I've seen all these stories, and it's like, how can you go with one over the other when you know certain others before that were false, other ones around that time are false, ones after that.
Exactly.
So when they're like Jackal Island and this and this and this and this one guy and this the little guy did this and this, I you know, it's just
Well, it's not
weird.
just one guy. It was one meeting between several anonymous families, and still anonymous today.
He
And
just
Yeah, I understand that.
the
Yeah, but I
legislation
don't
that they
think,
tried to push through when
but
they
I
were
don't think there
accepting
was
the
a
Federal
couple of little
Reserve
guys. I think it was
was
maybe like
he revealed this iteration of it. He just revealed the current iteration. It's happened
Russia,
before, but he
China,
documented and revealed.
America, Canada, Australia, Argentina, Asia. Hey, big
Yeah, but
boy.
we're all linked in via the U.S.
What I'm
oil
saying on that Jackal
being
Island is
sold on.
what they probably had was a meeting of generals, military generals, not fucking fat guys with cigars. I highly doubt 3 fat guys with cigars can go do what the fuck they want against other companies and
starting of the
militaries. No, hold on a minute, man. If I'm a fat dude and I got a lot of money, I don't care. I'm not gonna go to China and tell them what's up just 'cause I'm a fat guy with money. So somebody's got this shit twisted right now. All these little fat dudes with money don't really matter to a certain extent, because at the end of the day, the military is what's going to tell the little fat guys what's up. I promise you. So whoever told you money is the only thing, no. Whoever controls the military that will blow your brains out unless you do it, that's the motherfuckers who run shit. Now the money is just a fucking tool to not have to come in and wipe you out. It's hopefully you're stupid enough to use that instead of me having to come kill you and make you do the shit. That's it. And 3 guys with cigars, think about it, man. How much power could they really have? Some young dude come up, pop him in the face, hit him with a gauge. Come on, man. Done.
It's how much influence those 3 guys have over the leaders in the military. That's the problem.
Well, how easy is it to drop those 3 dudes?
Private security is a real thing.
Yeah, so is
what he's saying is
people getting touched by their mailman, their milkman, their paper boys.
How many influential people get touched, bro? Jeffrey
A
Epstein,
lot,
maybe?
a lot. Well, how many people are walking around like that? You got the shimmy shakes on news. You think somebody didn't touch them? They can't even walk
No, of
around.
course.
Right?
None of those people
You
are
can't even
real
remember their
influence.
names.
None of them
Biden,
have real.
Hillary. You think these people are powerful? Hell no.
No, I don't. That's my point. Is that
Everyone has an address.
They might as well be wearing a sign that says "We'll work for food." The fuck?
what he's talking about what the real civil wars were about. They were about who's going to have the power to print the money. So we were fighting about who's going to actually print the money. And then finally, in 1913, the Federal Reserve was finally formed. They finally won the right to print the money. So that's when the Jekyll Island meeting happened, and all the families got together to work it all out. You know,
it wasn't a family. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's government entities.
Well, it was a collection of families. And what I was trying to say earlier,
military family. It
you've
wasn't.
got to give other people some room to speak as well. It can't be just monologue all the time. So what I was saying about
every
Jekyll
time it
Island.
would take me 3 seconds to be done. Somebody talks over me.
Well, you've been talking quite a lot actually, and I've tried to give you the last 5 minutes.
It's a
The
discussion.
last time I spoke was still about Jekyll Island, and I've given 3 or 4 minutes now without even finishing what I had to say because I had the respect to give.
We've heard that a
over to
million
you.
times. You don't think we read the fucking book and seen the movie about Jackal Island?
Well, everybody in this room, you can speak for everyone in this room.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, been about 50,000 years since it
I
happened,
don't
right?
think you can speak for like 20
Hey guys,
something.
let me fix this real quick. Okay, Matrix, please. Next time, wait until you're done waiting and then say, "May I say something, please?" Instead of just barging in and saying, "Motherfucker, you've been talking forever." Demok, I don't know if you heard him say something or not. Whatever, but if you hold on. But here's the thing: if you want to speak, just kind of shove your way in and start speaking. That's how we do it here. That's how we have to do it. Otherwise, someone will monologue, and everyone monologues. So go ahead.
Not me.
Oh, that's fine. Just go ahead now. You can talk. Go ahead.
I got a monologue.
So Christmas Eve was the date that decided to push through this legislation for the Federal Reserve, conveniently when everyone was away on holiday. And all the people that could vote against it were also conveniently invited to the Titanic. And we all know what happened to the Titanic. There was like a clone ship. The rescuers didn't get there till 2 hours later. We don't even know if they were sent to the correct ship or if it was a different one. But all those people opposed to the Federal Reserve being pushed through had this glorious trip overseas, and they never to be seen again. So that's how much planning went into this, the Taliban. And yeah, that kind of bit of a summary. I mean, it's like a 400-page book. Is the Creature on Jekyll Island? It's difficult to sum up in a few sentences.
Have you ever played GTA 5?
Me, a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe 4.
Have you heard about it?
Yeah, I think I had 4. I've
It's a
not
video game.
actually played 5.
It's a video game where billionaires can do glitches and tricks, and groups of people everywhere, endless amounts of people, can do all kinds of stuff to get money and use coercion and like steal and kill and rob. And you got millions of groups of people doing the same thing, but you know who still controls it all? The military. See, so no matter how many groups and little gangs and little goofy, whatever you're calling Jekyll Island people, no matter how many groups you got, it doesn't matter. The military controls it all. So every day you're going to have groups of people. You're going to have a gang, even a military itself. So if you have a country get out of line, guess what? The other countries put it back in line. So the militaries are run stuff, not 3 little guys on an island. There's 3 little guys running around right now doing that same thing every day, all day. That doesn't mean they're running shit. That means they're controlling their own aspect of their own pocket as much as they can.
Military efficiency is based on budget, though. The biggest budgets have the best militaries, up and down.
The military is based on the budget that it takes from its people and the amount of people it has. Your amount of money is the amount of people. That's it. So if you have
But
8
the military doesn't start with it. You have to hand it over. So it's not really a chicken egg type of a thing. It starts with people having money and then handing it to the military, not the other way around.
How would you know?
Because I live in America.
Well, I see the military start things. I don't see Johnny Todd start things.
Did you serve in the military? Do you know how it works firsthand?
Yeah, I know it's retarded firsthand.
Okay.
I know it's
Excellent.
a bunch of insane reasons.
Right.
Running
So you
around
know
like you
that,
have to go kill and fight no one for no fucking reason at all. That sounds pretty ignorant to me. Hey, Billy Bob, let's get up today and kill somebody that fucking for nothing.
that's why they take kids, because it is ignorant.
Because the other group said, "Hey, Billy Bob, let's go kill somebody for nothing too." That makes no fucking sense. We're doing fine here. We're eating. We're doing great. Why would you ever leave your area? Why would you do any dumb shit to go do any dumb thing to say you're a military to do what? And who are you protecting yourself from when nobody's coming to get you? No one's coming to get no one. What the fuck would you need a military for? It's all bullshit.
The answer is imperialism. It is all bullshit.
Yeah, right.
It's a scam. You're right.
I'm saying nobody. No, I don't see nobody coming across America. I don't see anybody storming Russia. I've never seen nobody storm China. Come on, man. This shit ain't ever gonna happen. Never will.
A milli.
The military is what runs shit. And if your military is big enough, then nobody's telling you what the fuck to do. It's pretty simple. You get it?
Yeah, except that the military, again, you got to remember, the military, if what happens if the paychecks stop flowing? How long does that military stay functional?
The paycheck's not what they're worried about.
The individual
Staying alive and
soldier is most certainly right, but now you got to understand, the majority of the standing U.S. Army is not a single male or female without a family. Most of them have families. They depend on feeding these families. Now, as long as the government's going to keep doing that for them, great. But once that stops, no.
Here's the thing. You have the military and you have people. If the military, at some crazy ass point of any group of military groups, a certain percentage of that military wants to go against itself, that'd be the only hope for humanity. You know what I mean? That's it.
No, I agree. I agree 100%. But how does that come about? What's going to disgruntle them
What we're
so
doing
much
right
that
now.
they turn
True.
on the rest of the military?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, I said I agree. I just what is the thing that is going to disgruntle that portion of the military to turn on the rest? That's the trick. Like it's usually their family suffering. It's not anything external. It's got
Right.
to be the rest.
Everybody be close. Don't worry about private property. Don't worry about this and that. And worry about like everybody is everybody. You are your neighbor. You are your fucking neighbor. You are your grandma. You are your mom. You are your guy down the street. You are the lady down the road. Not in the aspect that you're another person, but you're them because you're going to entail the same suffering. You're going to entail the same rules, the same. Everyone is the same. So if you act like that and you all deserve the same, why not fight? Why not gain that altogether? You deserve what the military has control of. It's ours. Not to be rude with it, not to go fight anything with it, but just to be alive, to be a civilization, to work, to grow, to like for design of what we're supposed to be. It's not supposed to be an ugly, gridded out picture. It's supposed to be a flower. It's supposed to be pretty. It's supposed to be.
What I've realised over time is that there's no such thing as private property in times of war because everything's up for grabs. It's only in times of peace that we're allowed to have the laws that restrict who can have a piece of land. Because as soon as war kicked off, it's a free for all.
I think it's the other way around. I think you only have private property in time of war, and you only have freedom in time of not war, like free land.
The only property you can actually have is what you can hold on to.
Right,
yeah, you can't hold onto land without force, which goes back to what you're saying.
And unfortunately, people don't like to hear this, but might does make right in this aspect. If you have the might, you will continue to be right.
Right, and it doesn't matter what you think at the end of the day. So if you have a group of 100 people and you're only two, like you could say pedophilia is wrong. But if the 100 people say no, it's not, it's right, you're stupid, then you're done. It doesn't. You don't matter.
Well, I mean, it's just a change in options, you know.
Right, but I mean, it literally boils down to that, and people think that just because I think this is right, the 100 people have to go with that. No, they don't. They don't.
Yeah, it's a new Western idea that democracy solves everything. People used to know that mob rule was crazy and that you didn't want it. Now they all think that 9-year-old girls should be making all our decisions.
Right. But that's the problem. All the private property stuff, the stupidity, me against you, color, race, religion, ignorance, science, just everything. Just sections of life, monetary.
Bro, the private property thing, like I think it was Max said that it's up for grabs, right? Because once you die, you can't own that property. So even if I'm a king and I say I'm the king of Canada, of whatever, right? And I never been to Canada, but I'm the king of Canada. I own Canada. But who's living there? Who's utilizing the land? Who's maintaining it? Who's enjoying it? The king is just taxing it because reasons.
Because he can get away with it.
Because he can get away with it, yeah, and people will just fork the payment.
Like I said, all these people have addresses.
Right,
and even right? And
I'm
even the
talking about
military.
those in control. They have addresses just like the rest of us, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's a simple solution. I get it, but again, the willingness to do that or to allow that type of action to occur to solve our problems would require a mental state that most Western people do not have anymore. They have you have to sacrifice everything for everybody else, go along to get along, just be part of the fucking herd.
I know that.
You ever been a little kid at Halloween and you sit there and you trade your candies off? I'll give you 2 of these for one of those, or you gamble. You get your big bag of candy.
Yeah.
They got their bag of candy. You get the gambling cards out, or whatever. That's the tally sticks. That's money. I swear, it's no different. We were kids. You like Tootsie Rolls. I don't, or I do. You don't. You give me 5 of these for one of those, you know what I mean? I say I really like that, and by how much you think I like it, it's how much you're going to try to get in return, and that becomes our barter system.
Yeah, man. Everybody, dude, chocolate. I was so sick of chocolate at Halloween. I'd give people 5, 6, 7 pieces of chocolate just for like a starburst.
Right. Like you give them 5 of them little Tootsie Rolls. Like, let me get a piece of gum.
Right? So you're allowed to trade what you want to trade for what you think it's worth in a barter system.
Exactly. And that means everything doesn't have an equal amount ever. Like your 2 ducks can be worth whatever the person next to you is willing to give for that 2 ducks.
Well, yeah, value is subjective only.
Exactly.
The only problem with tally sticks, the reason it's being able to forge them would be too. That's probably why they stopped being used. It was forgery. The system will eventually be overrun by fraud.
Yeah. See, when I stopped counterfeiting 5s back in the 80s, and I had to move to 10s and 20s, I tell you what, man, that was difficult. I wouldn't even try starting to counterfeit now. Not even the ones. I'm just kidding, by the way. Just kidding. Didn't mean to ruin the conversation.
What are you, dead air Dave Hinkle? You just killing conversations?
How dare you?
Hey, we got a little Glover here. Anybody think it's a spinning ball in outer space? Let us know.
That's a good Dave. I thought he was here for a second.
Coming in live from Kentucky, it's the mob.
Yeah, everybody's got a good Dave. Damn, who else has got a good Dave?
That was me.
Pointing, and I go this way. You look at the finger, and you look that way, right? The tower, that way.
James, you hot mic?
My bad.
But for a barter system to work, everybody in that system has got to be contributing something, and we don't have that kind of people nowadays. Everybody just wants to sit and ruminate and collect.
Yep. I'm going to use everything, but I'm not going to earn anything.
But I think the system collapses under its own weight soon anyway. Just looking at how low quality the cogs in the machine are getting.
It's true, man. Rusty old cogs that used to be good, now they're gone or leaving. Or yeah, the new cogs are instead of made of like stainless steel or iron or something. It's just fucking aluminum. It's gonna go.
It's like Chinese flag.
If the producer of a product, right? If there's an extreme imbalance in how much the producer of the product gets and the consumer, eventually the consumer will not be able to buy the product from the producer. So the barter and trade system was really good, but now it's kind of like someone wants to trade you their hard-boiled egg for your milk cow. Now, no one would accept that deal, right? No one. I heard years ago someone said things are worth as much as you're willing to pay for them. And I was on the phone with this mortgage guy. He was on the radio. And I said, well, I'll make you an offer on that house. I'll give you $5. You haven't had an offer in 1 year. And that's how much I feel it's worth. I'll give you $5 for it. Think you took the deal?
No, but for the sake of the story, you should say that he did take the deal and it was crazy. No, I'm just saying. Just kidding.
Yeah, and if you've heard that saying, if you build it, he will come. If you build it nice enough, they'll come and take it.
Yep. They'll say, "Oh, look at this, mine now."
Yeah, it's true. Well, and earlier you guys were talking about, I guess you're still kind of talking about it. My favorite 2 words are sweat equity. It's only out of our blood, sweat, and tears that anybody else gets to enjoy the fruits of our labor. And we get to enjoy the fruits too, but not as much as we should be able to, right?
Too many families live in fear. So if you have men that are willing to touch people, as you're saying, everyone's somewhere, right? We all breathe the same air. So people live in fear. And if they live in fear of, losing family members and such, I used to work with a lot of immigrants and Mexicans. And, one guy was telling me, if the police liked your car, they'd come take it. They took his car, So threaten his family, all these different things. But what you got to have is people who are willing. Any man that's a warrior, I have like a high respect for him. Because any man, I don't care if he's wrong, if he's willing to die for what he believes in, I have more respect for him than I do any cowardly people who just stand by and let things happen.
That's toxic masculinity.
No, that's what we call healthy self-confidence. And it's a
fucking women can't feel safe. Oh God.
Say what?
He's the reason women can't feel safe. Toxic.
If women can't feel safe, that's just because women aren't trying to make themselves safer by learning martial arts and gun training, and just like the guys do. It's not that hard.
You know that guy that saw the good looking house and took it for his own. He didn't build it. He didn't put any energy. Things cannot work like that, because if someone just thinking about just taking everything, if someone think like that, if everybody think like that, nothing will get done. But people get stuff done, being motivated by family, community. They build a house, to be comfortable and safe. They make nice looking clothings to have, look good, make good food, to eat good food. All the energy that is put into doing all those things, if someone just think, hey, I'm just gonna go there and take it, that is not sustainable. That guy trying to take stuff shouldn't be able to make it to the next plot or whatever.
Right, but he is, because of the system. He's allowed to.
He's protected. These days, that guy is protected. He's gonna take from the ones that have been, putting all that energy into doing all those things, and he's gonna come and just take it. By nature's law, that guy will be equalized at that moment and just put to rest or put in jail or something.
Classified.
Well, that's the thing then too, is if that person gets caught, they're still protected, fully protected under the letter of man's law. Like you hear stories of guys breaking into someone's house, and they start doing stuff, fight with somebody there, and then the homeowner ends up killing them, but then goes to jail for murder. Like, that's where we fucking live right now. Someone comes to rob you and you kill them and you go to jail.
The guy that built the jail also, he works in a system that he can take from others, because to build a jail we have to take from you. We need taxes.
Yeah, right.
So we need criminals. So we need
prisoners. Yep.
We need a.
When was the last time the law represented what the people wanted anyway? We live by rules that nobody wants.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Well, if we all live by natural law.
Do you agree with this? No, but it's the law. What?
Right. So if we all lived just by natural law, we would both get what we want and get what we need. We would get what we don't want temporarily, because that's how natural law works. You got to pay to play, right? And then you're saying the guy comes in and steals all somebody else's hard work. Well, yeah. And say that person who steals all the hard work doesn't get punished in this lifetime. Well, that's some built-up karma that needs to go somewhere. And if it stagnates here, boy, it's, you know what I mean? That's negative energy that needs to be turned into positive. But it hasn't just yet.
Democracy fail. We need a benevolent dictator. I know it sounds crazy, but
I don't know, man. I don't know. I may not be smart enough to comment on that. I just think that
Well, I
people
think
don't
Mark
need to be
Pazio
ruled.
touches
They
on
just want to be ruled.
We
Mark
don't
Pazio
need that.
touches on
People,
anarchy.
the people who are, you know, globe like, the people who, everyone who doesn't think about things critically, they need that because they don't care to want to know how to think. They don't care about any of that. They just want to go from A to B with the least amount of mental energy as possible.
Yeah.
So they therefore need someone to dictate to them what the best course of action is, which
That's
is
exactly
also
what.
natural.
Yeah.
Path of least resistance is built into us, but we also take advantage of it too. We can get lazy or we can use it properly.
See, I don't know if you guys have listened to Mark Pazio. He touches on sort of natural law and those kind of things, and he says that anarchy is not necessarily living without rules because rules are necessary, but it's living without rulers, which is kind of what we're describing in this situation. So anarchy has got a very negative perception in people's minds, but yeah, it's kind of sums up what we're trying to achieve here.
Well, if everybody's functional, then that type of thing will work. But unfortunately, the reality of the situation is that 99% of the population is basically useless. I know that's an exaggeration, but
yeah, it takes people to step up and say, "I am the master of my domain. I will be responsible, as a citizen of myself, a government of myself, my own authority, and I will rectify any situation or any wrong or any harm or anything like that. I will not harm another being because there is only one law in the world, which is do no harm. Everything after that is just irrelevant as far as I'm concerned.
True.
Because that's the natural law, do no harm. You don't interfere with other people's property, their lifestyles, or anything. Your rights end where somebody else's begins. So you've got no right to intrude or invade or tell other people anything what to do. The only exception I would say is your own children, and the only person that you should.
it's not. I don't think it's enough to just do no harm, though. You have to step in when harm is being done.
I think that's part of doing no harm.
I hear a lot of people equate that to a non-violence.
Oh, non-action. I got it.
Non-action.
Yeah, that's just called being a pussy. I'm talking like if you do no harm, not only is it me, if I do no harm, it's me not doing harm to anybody or anything as best I can, and it's helping others do no harm as well. Enabling people to do the next right thing. My opinion.
The paradox, though, is someone refuses to stop doing harm, you may have to do harm to prevent them from continuing.
I agree. But then is it really harm if it helps in the long run? Then you got these people that are like, oh, I'm going to kill 1,000 to save 1,000,000. It's like, well, no, that's a fine line that's way different.
But I think most people try at least to live by that, do no direct harm themselves, but they're perfectly okay with watching others do harm to them or their loved ones and say, well, what can I do?
Right. Right, exactly. You know what I was awestruck at? Remember Shock and Awe in the early 2000s because of Bush and the War on Terror, all that stuff.
Straight to Baghdad.
Yeah, the shock and awe wasn't supposed to be the people of the places they were bombing to be in shock and awestruck, although that happened too. Everybody was glued to their TVs for about a year after that because they were in shock and they were awestruck at what they were seeing. I can't believe we're still bombing them. Oh my gosh, I hope we get them. I hope we get them this time. It was so horrible. But yeah, shock and awe.
That was one of the pinnacles of propaganda. I remember for months driving to work and seeing candlelight visuals on the side of the road for 9/11. I was like, man, these people are fucking in it.
Yeah.
That was another event where people were convinced it was okay to go do harm to a whole bunch of people they never met, never did nothing to them.
Right. Yeah, and for those of us old enough to remember, it still wasn't that long ago, but the years following 7/11 was like everybody with a turban or something covering their head, or anybody who was half a black person was like, oh shit. I saw people get up in planes and and try to move to a different seat because there was a black person sitting next to them. For years I saw this. It was just I couldn't believe where I was living, and I'm glad that doesn't happen anymore. At least not that I can see. Everybody who was just a little bit golden, a little bit more brown on their skin, especially if you got something on your head, boy, towel head became a thing. Why?
The characters put in TV and spoke about when invading these nations, the perspective they were showing in TV is that these people, we have to go and get them, because if we don't do that, they will come and get us. And they were described as monsters. And when you go to reality and you meet these people and even go to many of these nations and you go to these countries, they're not these monsters that were put on TV. They were not these characters.
No. America
They're
went
not all
after them.
to Muhammad Jihad? What do you mean?
America went after those people promoting and delivering genocide under the auspice that they were trying to give us genocide by throwing planes at buildings. So we switched it. We did the burden of proof thing. America switched it. I didn't have any choice. Sooner or later, it will be our fault. It should be the general public's fault anyway that we're allowing these things to happen. Honestly. I could fully admit that I'm somewhat responsible. Instead of going out and trying to do something, risking my life every day to do that, I'm playing video games talking to my best friends online. Most people are.
Well, there's going to be a whole bunch of newly unemployed coming up this month, so hopefully people get out on the streets and start, waving signs, asking questions, getting people to think.
Yep. Taking it to the streets.
People these days, they want. There is this service, right? That people want their food at the door and they want the food ready, cooked for them, and everything. But the people doing these jobs, the numbers are dwindling. They're low. They're going down and down. So people get upset that there's not someone at the kitchen cooking their food and deliveries bringing it to their door. People are upset that the delivery service is it's not working the way they want it.
Yeah. I work for DoorDash and I get DoorDash delivered, and more the delivery times are rising. Yeah. What would have been a 5-10 minute delivery turned into a 35-minute delivery or longer.
How dare these people in the kitchen not do their jobs? I want food at my door.
Yeah.
How about the delivery guy? Why aren't the delivery guys working? But look at the perspective. People get upset.
Pay very much.
People get upset, but these same people don't want to go do these jobs.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I want a hot sandwich at my door, but I'm not willing to lift a finger to go deliver one to someone else so that I can earn that sandwich. No, just give me the motherfucking sandwich.
Yeah, I don't know how to make this sandwich, but I want it.
Right. Oh, I just learned what the word sandwich means, and I'm 15 years old because it's America. Sorry. Go ahead.
The people making these orders too are living in delusion because their job has been, well, basically eliminated, but they've been paid to sit at home and pretend to play job for the past year and a half, and they think that that's sustainable, and it's not. No one, it's everybody's LARPing the economy right now. It's crazy.
Hey, Glack, you remember yesterday when we was talking about Cinderella's glass shoe?
Yeah.
Well, I found out within the hour, but I haven't had time to check up on it. Cinderella was a Russian story, and the guy who translated the story was French, and he translated a word that sounds similar. So the Russian would have said a fur shoe when the French guy said it was a glass shoe.
Huh. Okay. I'd rather go with fur, but the glass slipper seems more like dainty and like princess-like, you know?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Well, thanks for... I did not expect anybody to think about that past that conversation, so thank you for finding that information.
You're welcome.
So why weren't they looking for the girl with the frostbite instead of the girl
Right?
without it?
Look at the girl. Find the girl with the purple feet. She needs shoes. And a surgeon. Cinderella.
And if it's a
You know
Russian
what?
tale,
I
how
want
does
to
it have
hang...
a happy ending?
Go
I
ahead.
thought all Russian tales were depressing.
If not halfway done with vodka bottle by end of story, is bad story.
Cinderella spent the rest of days cleaning up after sister's mess.
That is real story. But the mice did talk. They do say things from time to time, especially more vodka you drink.
Please don't boil me. I am not delicious.
I'll be the judge of that, delicious or not.
What's going to be y'all's favorite street rodent when society collapses?
Possums.
Yeah, they're huge, right? Big pieces of meat. I'm going to get pigeons, too. Pigeons are definitely some good eating. They're as big as chickens in my area.
I'm gonna get me some rats so I can make a rat burger.
Yeah, dude, if you get rats that aren't unhealthy, that's good meat, too. Probably doesn't taste great, but I mean, know what I mean? Anyway, you can make rat slippers, all kinds of stuff.
Away from cities if people are eating rats and pigeons. I don't want to be anywhere near that shit. Because what's next?
Yeah, people. Well, house cats, house dogs, and then people.
Yeah, there's not a whole lots of dogs and cats. That's a downward. That's like a jump off a cliff. That's not sliding down a slope.
And I've seen all my neighbors. I don't want to eat any of my neighbors.
Yeah, well, it's not that they're going to eat each other immediately, but they are going to be killing each other. So honestly, the day you see somebody kill a wild street animal in the city for sustenance, pack your bags.
That's right.
A story I heard from my grandmother about her father. After World War II, they were still in Germany and they were semi-celebrating, and they went to a restaurant and had a steak. Well, by the end of the steak, he wondered where they got the cows, and they asked, and it was horses. And my great-grandpa could only think about saddle rash and ran outside and vomited it all up.
And then a rat came and ate it.
The moral of the story is that the rat is a smart one.
That's exactly right. The rat waits for society to give it its food. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just
I don't
goofing. Sorry.
know, this zombie apocalypse thing. I don't know, guys. I think they have this whole of the the world this moment that I guess this economic downside that they've been pushing and all that kind of stuff is just part of the adjustment of the new system. And they're gonna provide the services, right? Whenever the services are cut out, I guess it's gonna be issues. But can food actually be a can food shortage base the food that we get from in the supermarket and all that kind of stuff, right? Like the processed food, obviously that needs processing, but does nature has a shortage on supply of food?
No.
Can you go fishing and not find fish?
Eventually, you're going to get a bite.
Well, here's the problem with that, though. People are condensed in cities, so when the food stops being delivered, they're all going to try to get the local food, and there's going to be way too many of them.
That's
Hey,
why I'm growing tomatoes. No, I'm just kidding.
They can have all the processed food. That's cool. I'm good with that.
Now, the point is that
Again.
there's plenty of fish in the sea and wild things to eat, but people are not spread out to do that in a sustainable way. Everybody's packed together in this one area, and when the shit hits the fan, nobody's going to move. They're just going to want to eat what's around them and fight anybody who tries to stop.
Well, they're going to take people out of their houses and put them in the high rises now.
So what? The cities are like a grinding machine to concentrate people, and then they're all gonna die, and then we do the same thing all over again, or something.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's right.
Cities are built on top of cities.
When you guys are speaking of, genetically modifying plants and different things, I think there was a story back in the 70s of Taxifolia caulerpa. It's like a seaweed they genetically modified so it would grow in these aquariums. So people would clean out their aquarium, and this Taxifolia caulerpa, it would clone itself. So all you need is one little piece of it, and it grows in any climate. It doesn't matter, cold, hot. And what it does is it takes over the seafloor. So the fish don't have any crustaceans to eat, so you don't have as many fish. Now, in my area, I used to go to a creek, and, I could catch fish every time I threw in. I'd get a bite and I'd catch a fish. You get hog farms and different things like that move in your area and pollute the creeks, and you get the chemicals and run off in the creek, and you can no longer catch fish. So you can't catch animals everywhere. It's like the buffalo, man. They look at what they did to the buffalo.
Yeah, the wash off from the cities and from the pharmaceuticals industries, and also the pesticides that wash through the shores, that definitely affects the access to fish.
I just heard a thing on the radio today about a pesticide causing Parkinson's disease. Call for lawsuit.
They would try to get rid of that seaweed or the Taxifolia caulerpa. They would try freezing it, vacuuming it up, try all kinds of different things. But if you have a ship drop anchor and just pick up one little piece and take it anywhere on the earth, it'll grow and it'll take over.
Mankind is genius.
But that stuff is temporary, right? Like, does the ecosystem renew itself eventually, long term?
I think it does. I think that no matter what we do, there's only a base code that we can diddle with, and the building blocks themselves can always work it out.
Yeah, that would be true. You see that even with seedless watermelons, right? You pick up a seedless watermelon and you find a few little white immature seeds in there, right? So they're not completely seedless, So life's trying to find a way. The watermelon's fighting back. the code is there, right? So yeah, you have those different things, but once you have, if you have a population move into an area, and then they genetically modify something that kills off their immediate food source that's right by their location, that puts you in extreme poverty quickly, like so quick. It's crazy. I mean, just look at what they did to the Native Americans in the Buffalo, man. You take people's resources. That's what you take.
Oh yeah, that's why they gotta keep that hard hand and that lie going every single day. That machine has to be popping out the control somehow, some way. Because if people are just left to thrive, they will do, I think. But no, you need this machine with the lash hitting the dead horse.
Yeah, everything that our leaders do is backwards. Like everything is just backwards, man. Even with the geoengineering, I said it years ago, they're just causing a greenhouse. You go inside a greenhouse and it's going to be much hotter than it is outside of the greenhouse. So you spray in or all these particulates in the air and everything. We're making a greenhouse and we're just, it's crazy, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, the sunlight will come in, but then it'll reflect off the whatever's in the sky that they spray, and then it
Yeah, but
comes back down.
That heat's going to be conducted, right? So my point is, they're not stopping the heat; they're causing the heat. So it's stupid.
But do you think people are going to put the puzzle pieces together that this is supposed to be winter and it's like spring?
No big deal.
Well, it happens so I've been around for quite a long time. I've been in the same area for all of my life. Never had to move around, run from anything, or run to something. So I've noticed, all of my years that we'll have some spring-like weather right before spring, and then once spring hits, we'll have a frost. So all your plum trees, your pear trees, your apple trees, all these things will go into bloom, and then you'll have an immediate frost. There's a lot of, even people like to quote scripture all the time. There'll be a time coming when you won't be able to tell the seasons apart. So this is what I'm getting at. It's kind of like we're getting into that time. The earth has had it. Creation has had it with us. It's just we're acting foolishly.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish they'd get it going with the electric cars, so we don't have emissions.
Based on what can you say the Earth's had enough of us if we're geoengineering?
You have to expend more fossil fuels building electric cars than you do just driving.
Really?
Fossil fuel
Not only
based.
that, but the batteries are more toxic than the damn emissions.
Oh,
Plus,
God.
carbon dioxide is plant food. It's the basis of life on Earth, and it's not a problem.
Who's got the radio in the background?
Yeah, somebody's weird right now.
Yeah, it's echoing, that's all.
Somebody
I personally
just talking about.
Don't think the creation has had enough. This idea of scarcity is just a false scarcity being placed upon us, and them manipulating the weather to make it appear as though the Earth is reaching its tipping point is part of their whole climate change narrative to increase taxation. So I don't know if that's a true version of where the Earth is from.
Whatever the Earth is, in my opinion, it's a well-oiled machine So if we cease to exist, I mean, the Earth. I mean, have you guys ever watched? There was like a really old show a couple decades ago, I think by the History Channel, and I forget the title of it, but it was something about
Earth
one after Earth or something. What did you say?
I think it was Earth After Humans or After Earth or something. Yeah, something
Yeah,
like
you know how the Earth can recover from the what we do to it. You know.
It's probably based on a globe Earth.
You know, that's a good question.
What's based on a global?
But the
After
documentary. I'm sure it's true in either case, though.
Yeah, as long as it's depositing new bacteria from space through asteroids.
Oh
And
God.
if the Earth recovers.
Oh my god, really?
Oh yeah,
No, I'm
I've
joking.
heard that.
I'm joking.
Yeah, when I say
No,
the
it's
Earth
just
has had it, when I made the comment the Earth has had it, like creation has had it, um, it's kind of maybe I was just mistakenly understood. I weren't completely understood. You know, the Earth is. Everyone talks about evolution, but we're devolving, right? So we can see the corruption in the Earth and in creation. We can see it. All we have to do is look around. So my point was when a group of people move into an area and they destroy the immediate area they live in, there's going to be repercussions for that. The earth is going to react. There's going to be a reaction. Living things around them, not the earth as some kind of, woman or something, but creation itself. It's going to react. Just like the Taxifolia chloropi, just like the chemicals that run off into the creeks, just like the hog farms that have, raw sewage running off into the creeks and things. All these things there's going to be reaction. So it's, there's going to be a time when the earth just vomits out the dead. So there's going to be all kinds of things and reactions that happen. We look at volcanoes, we look at earthquakes, we look at all these things, and some things we never talk about, like volcanoes. Like, what's going on there? What is that?
FE Solar. I got to apologize for not helping your argument earlier, Gem Pandas. I was spiraling in a troll mode. I just couldn't take it anymore.
you don't have to apologize, brother.
Ooh, I would love to be in Gem's server when Flat Earth Solar is over there. That would be, oh, dude. I would
Yeah,
love to hear you shred them.
it was me against about 5 or 6 of them today, and they were claiming that the sun never changes angular size. And then I posted all the videos we've got of where the sun does change size, and then it became about they need a solar filter. You need to prove that the sun changes size. Then we showed photos or video footage of with sun filters that there is a slight reduction. And they said, no, it had to be disappearing to a pinpoint, because that's what we as flat earthers claim in our perspective, is that everything vanishes in the vanishing point in like a pinpoint.
Right.
And endless backwards and forwards with these guys. The dishonesty and the misconceptions in that room is...
Yeah, they're close friends, I guess, and they like to clown around and, they don't take anything seriously, in my opinion.
Well, what
They
they're
just want to
asking for,
defend they just want to defend their scientism beliefs.
what they're asking for there doesn't seem to be honest at all, even because isn't it the case that the higher up an object is, the less it's going to reduce in angular size as it reaches the vanishing point? So they're asking for something that doesn't even really make sense.
You ask them these points, and then
we don't live in a vacuum.
and they ask you, "Are you stupid?" And then they change the
That was... Yeah, that I raised the point with them, but they said that that's only a flat earther's explanation without evidence, that we're obviously claiming. To them, I explained that their sun never changes location. It's only a spinning of the Earth that supposedly causes a sunset. So there should be no variation. The sun should be identical from midday to sunset without even a blip of reduction.
No doubt.
Because that's what their model states. So if there's even a 1% reduction, we've won. And they say, no, it has to disappear into a dark.
It also does reduce throughout the year, right? Like in the winter, it's supposed to be smaller. And that doesn't really fit with their model because I think in their model, we're supposed to be closer to the sun actually at that time of year. And yet the thing gets smaller. And they're saying it's, not supposed to change at all.
But
so,
the tilt.
Yeah, the tilt.
Damn. Come on, man. I can't go in there. I would have to have grown.
We're hundreds of thousands of miles closer or whatever it is, but that tiny little tilt, that's what causes the effect.
The under the cloud line was what set them off.
Yeah, true. They had a video showing clouds on either horizon, so the horizon where the sun is rising, and the opposing horizon, the clouds appeared to be lit from underneath. And then right above the observer, it seemed to not be lit. And they were claiming that that's proof that we live on a sphere.
Do you have that image? Or were you just thought experimenting?
No, he posted a video, but I didn't save it.
Oh, video, okay.
It's on Waz's channel if you're actually interested.
Oh, okay.
But
I've actually got a photo of that particular thing, like cloud, like a shadow underneath the cloud.
Well, yeah, I know what that looks like, but then he said something about the observer.
Oh, I see.
So they were claiming that because directly above the observer there's no light on the clouds, and yet at the two horizons there is light on the clouds. They believe that it's now spherical. When I asked them, could the clouds be at slightly different altitudes? So the ones that are slightly lower could be catching that sunlight, that rise
The thing
sunlight.
is we're talking a very small distance here, so to me that's a huge problem. The scope of the sun's rays is pretty immense, from what my understanding is, correct? So how can you have such a differentiation in such a very small, minute area?
Light doesn't scatter.
Ridiculous. I didn't catch that, sorry.
Their explanation was that light. They wanted him to somehow explain to them why light doesn't scatter. It was very odd the way the question was being posed.
Another weird thing that I just thought about is okay, now we're back to, the actual flat earth model, okay, or whatever you want to call it. So if the sun was rotating around us, above us, right, at whatever distance it is, the size of the sun, supposedly, let's just say it's whatever we've come up with, wouldn't that alone stir the air inside of the dome? Like, wouldn't it cause, like, that? Isn't that how we can tell that it's just a point source of light? It's not actually a physical thing? Because otherwise it would stir the air, right? It would cause, like, I mean, I know it does cause stirring in the air, but I think that's more like because of the energy, right? Like the energy and the radiation that causes the atmosphere to swell and expand, and the water in the oceans to expand, and that causes wind and movement in the oceans, right?
That's a good argument, but for them, what you're going to get is, oh my God, you don't think the sun is real? You don't think it's physical?
Well, actually, that's a good point.
Sure, we can't prove it. I mean,
I'm a globe dev. Asked them about rainbows, whether rainbows are physical, the same way that a horizon in their imagination is a physical thing, whereas it's only an observation or an optical illusion created by the observer. And they all claimed that a rainbow is physical because the water droplets and the light that make up the rainbow are physical. So therefore a rainbow is physical the same way that a horizon is physical. So the logic or the leaps of logic that these guys are trying to make that a rainbow is physical.
Yeah, well,
like we say, how do you explain to them the sun is not physical if they think a rainbow is?
I guess the sun would be physical in either case by their logic.
Right, but that means it's in a fixed position that they can measure, and it must be where they see it. That's the point.
It just
Yeah,
seems
but
to me.
light isn't physical.
Go ahead.
So no, you go ahead,
Jimmy.
Hank.
I was going to say light to me isn't physical until it interacts with matter. Like, okay, yeah, it's detectable, right? But you got some kind of machine in your hand made of matter. And then at any other point, like especially if you look up, right, like the guys want to put a camera on top of a rocket, I don't think you're going to see anything. Like, I think it would be better using some sort of echolocation device to see something, because if there's, not a whole lot going on up there, not a whole lot of material, what are you going to see? And that's because light needs to bounce off of something in order for it to have a physical reaction. Until it bounces, in my opinion, it's not physical.
They said light has no mass. It is only energy, but it is physical. And that I was stupid for thinking otherwise.
Yeah, which you're not. We cannot see a light ray from its side. And like Hank said now, it's a very pertinent point. I wish I'd thought of it. That it's only once the light strikes an object and starts bouncing back to an observer that we even see it in the first place. So it's not a physical thing. What I explained to them was that if you change the angle of the observer with the rainbow, he stops seeing the rainbow. But the water droplets are still there, the light is still there, but the rainbow's gone. And therefore, the rainbow cannot be, the rainbow in its essence cannot be physical. Light can be physical in terms of that it strikes physical things and has a physical type interaction. Water can be physical, but the rainbow itself cannot be. The same way the horizon cannot be physical.
Hey, hey, you guys. I was just thinking on what Hank said. And so, is this any type of explanation as to why space is dark? Because the light isn't hitting anything physical other than the luminaries or stars or whatever?
Did you forget that space don't exist?
I know, but I'm trying to think of the other side argument. That's all.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes. And there's a video that shows that black and white light are both forms of light.
Okay, I have on my watch later. It's about black light or something was in the title. So I'm gonna have to make
Yeah.
sure I check that out.
So we used to think blackness was the absence of light, but what it's showing more to be is that for your eye to see it, something has to still be striking your eye. So there is some light traveling, and it, to you as the observer, appears as black. That's like the more peculiar thing is, why does some light register as white to the observer and some light registers as black to the observer, whereby we think all light should register white or gray.
Well, I would think Jenny's previous statement about the space being black because there's nothing to touch, for the light to
That's
touch or
why
interact with.
the telescope, formerly known as Lucifer, is a radio telescope, because you kind of need like not visual things to look at there.
Damn, I didn't know that.
And
Hank, you're roboting
yeah,
really
when
bad.
you see
Okay, yeah.
The Hank simulator is breaking down. What do you put it back offline?
Won't.
But anyway, the sky would still be dark, especially when we get our balloons and such going up above the air and we don't see a blue sky, we see a black sky. The tests that we do with different gases inside chambers and sticking them next to Tesla coils so that electricity can stimulate the different colors that you'd see in the different gases.
Right.
I think Jenny has a point with saying there is nothing for the light to interact with up there.
Because that's been a question of mine for a really long time. What's the global explanation for why the outer space is dark? If the sun, 93 million miles away, how that light could possibly reach us and the damn sky and the outer space is dark. I mean, I understand the idea that when it comes to our atmos, the light or whatever, it does what the light does. But sorry if I'm not more detailed on this one, but it seems like a simple explanation to me.
They don't even want to commit to it being dark. Sometimes they say that it is, and then other times they say that no matter what time of day it is on the Earth, without the atmosphere, you'll see like the brightest, starry sky that you've ever seen anytime in space.
Yes. I wish I could see that, but I've only seen it through the internet or TV.
So black isn't just one thing to our eyes, though, right? It could be the absence of light altogether, or the presence of light, but the absence of any object to reflect off of.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the crux of it, is that if there's alternative explanations, it's still on the table for discussion. And these ballers will never see that there are viable alternative explanations for everything that they assume has only one explanation.
Would a room be dark if light was in a room and you were there, but somehow the light was always turned away from your eye? That room would be dark to you because no light physically enters your receptor. But the light to any outside observer, where any of that light could escape and hit a receptor, would appear brightened. Right? Or am I way off on how light is supposed to work?
Well, I mean, from what you described,
Room
it
would be
seemed like,
lit
if you're.
because.
You
Sorry,
go ahead,
Jenny,
Hank.
you keep
No,
doing this.
I gotta go anyway in a moment. You go ahead, really. Thank you.
Light would reflect off of the walls and then hit your eye. So the room would be the room better we're facing. It would have the
I hate to do this, Hank, but you have to repeat everything you just said because you're robotic.
Reboot, Hank.
Yeah, you're pretty bad, yeah.
You're horrible right now. Horrible. All right, now his flow is all messed up.
Yeah, it's no better, Hank. You're still fucked.
Dude.
It's the NSA, man. Their van's outside Hank's place, scrambling the signal.
Jenny, I think when you brought up, you get to a certain height and it's dark, right? So wouldn't that just be another piece of evidence for the inhabitable creation is for you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, since finding out a bunch of rabbit holes over the last 5 years. My idea of what this could be is totally different. Totally different.
Yeah, so everything that you see with your eyes, um, is for you, right? It's for us in some way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, and you know what? I need to write down the Bible verse that goes along with this, but it says that we're not to worry about, well, it said more poetically, but essentially our survival, just like birds don't have to worry about what they're going to eat and they survive, that kind of thing. So I kind of just let things unfold for itself, and I come across synchronicities and stuff like that, and so it's cool. It's super cool. So, yeah, I don't know if that's what you were heading towards, but yeah.
I posted something in the voice text, and it's about particle of light and how they got some kind of camera that can photograph it because it can take pictures at like 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 times a second or something. But you should check it out. It's pretty interesting.
To capture light in one frame, it would have to be like trillions of frames per second.
Wait, where'd you
Yeah,
post it?
trust me. It's in the live stream. Got linked there. I watched it, and I've watched a bunch of different videos about it, and this camera system can do it. It can has a bunch of different cameras all focused on the same point or something like that, so it can take like multiple images thousands of times. Like it's one fires off, the other one fires off, kind of like an engine does to keep cycling. And they could do like billions I think it's in the billions of times frames per second. But check it out.
Is that the pegboard nerds one? I'm scrolling up.
No
Is that
one
you?
mentioned no one mentioned the water either, right? So when you go deep into the water, can you see light from the other side? You shine a light at the top of the sea, and you're at the bottom of the sea. Could you see that light?
No.
There you go.
It's like anything below a kilometer or something gets no light.
Yeah, so when you're looking up and you see the light, you can see it from your side, but once you get up so high, you're not going to be able to see any light. So, yeah, it's just makes you think back to the projection.
This camera can take 10 trillion pictures per second. I just
But
posted
in the
another
case,
video in the live stream for you to check out. It's actually here in the United States where they built the camera. So if you don't believe me, you can always look at the college.
I thought I don't believe you. I may be missing this, but is it in live stream voice text? I don't see the video. Is it way
In
up?
voice text too, because that's where we're at for some reason.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I did post it in the other one, but I don't know if I got it in voice stream 1 or whether it's just the voice stream. I don't know. I think I might have made a mistake on that first one.
That's
But
all
they
right.
are
Okay.
both
Now,
in voice stream.
I found it. All right.
I should have clarified.
Neat.
I know, right? I was tripping on that. I was like, and it actually shows how light is a wave. It actually does do a sine wave as it's moving through, like water and what have you. When the way they're filming it, anyway. It was interesting. It blew my mind. I watched that thing like 3 or 4 times. I was like, wow, this is cool.
Well, then we get on the topic of whether light is a particle or if it's a wave. And then you're going to say, well, it's both because we can observe it. And then are we seeing a wave compression traveling in a wave form? or are we watching a particle zip back and forth?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't think we'll ever actually know everything there is to know about light or any subject, probably. But you know, what we have is what we have. I mean, evidence is evidence. You know, if they're really doing this frame rate stuff thing, I mean, imagine what they could take a picture of that happens too quickly for us to see. I mean, 10 trillion, that's insane.
Yeah.
I always talk about convoluted subjects like time and space, how people could just argue for the end of their life about these objects or these things and not get anywhere. Number 3 on the list is light. What is light? Is it a particle that sometimes acts like a wave?
Well, I would take my argument from the eyeball, starting off at the eyeball. Like, what is the eyeball? How is it built? What does it look like? Can I have an object go through my eyeball, right? I would not conclude that light is a particle because a particle would have to, in my definition of what I mean by particle, it would have to be a physical object passing through the barrier of my eye without damaging my eye. Or my camera lens would be receiving a particle.
Am I still roboting?
Yeah. No, not really.
No, I didn't think you were.
If
Unless
anything,
you
you
were.
might have gone silent because I thought you had finished your statement.
Yeah, that's basically what I thought too.
Well, I can tell you this: if this isn't a con, if this is repeatable and people can take apart his camera and see that it's doing actually what he claims it's doing, the only problem is that it's a standard like resolution. You can't really see what's going on the level of light. There's a lot going on. You know what I'm saying? That cloud of brightness that's moving through that bottle is a lot. That's not tiny light that you couldn't see. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they had to put it through water or something like that in order to actually be able to see it. There's like rules to it or whatever. But I mean, I posted 2 videos there. Check both of them out. You know, it tells you what college it's from. I mean, you can always investigate that. Like, I can't confirm that it's actually true because I've never been in that room and saw the camera. But honestly, it looks legit to me. It could be, you know, but I don't know. I just thought I'd share because I thought it was interesting.
But here, yeah, I get it. This is why I'm skeptical though. People thought that Theranos lady was legit, and that we were all gonna get auto vaccines from a machine. You know, she convinced a whole bunch of people to dump money into that. So cons get complicated. That's why I got to be skeptical.
Well, they take more than pictures of that. I think they take pictures under a microscope too, and I'm pretty sure they can see like
But
the
this is
force that
interesting.
pulls your cells apart and things. It's pretty cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the damn live stream, bro.
You're good. I'm at work, so I'm bouncing in and out. But if we get back on topic, I would consider light being a wave form passing through a medium. The medium is doing the wave. The wave is being stimulated against the wall of my eyeball. The wave passes through the fluid in my eye, stimulating the phalanges in the back of my eye, and they're causing a stimulation in my brain, and that causes the interpretation of light. I wouldn't say that a object is passing through the shell of my eyeball.
Well, energy could without physical passage, right?
Well, if energy is also a vibration, the way Tesla described it, it's a energy is vibrating at a frequency. Energy is causing the objects in the existence to vibrate. That would cause electricity, energy. You got the copper wires pulsing back and forth from one end to the other, alternating current, or from one side to the other, direct current.
I just realized something. So if energy moves in a wave form, then how does it move without a medium?
What do you mean?
So the fact that it's if when you say it moves in a wave form, is that a particle moving along like a sine wave? Or are you talking about a transfer of one particle's energy to another particle's, and then that transfers to another particle in a wave form? You know what I'm saying?
You know about the fringe lines, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in the middle. You know about the fringes, how if they put lines in something and how light travels through and it'll cause fringes and it'll cause light spots and dark spots where there isn't any? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
That's called interferometry or interference patterns.
Yeah, yeah, that's I'm sorry. Wrong word.
Yeah,
It
I'm
cannot
familiar
be a
with that.
particle. It cannot be a particle if it travels in the shape of a sine wave, because if you imagine like a marble, if I wanted to cause a marble to travel down a path and then up another path and then down another path, there'd have to be some force exerted on it to change its direction. There'd be some force needed to change the particle to descend down the trough, and then a different kind of force to push that particle back up the next crest. So a particle cannot travel in a sine wave. If it's a light ray or a beam, you'd think of it in like a flat line, that it shoots a laser beam that's just one continuous pulse of electrons one behind another. But when it's shown to move in the shape of a sine wave, it can no longer be a particle, because otherwise there would have to be a force that's preventing the particle from continuing to move upward when it's on its upstroke, or to continue moving downward when it's on its downstroke. What causes it to continually go up and down, continuing in that sine path?
Is it up and down, or is it that three-dimensional sine wave you were describing earlier? Is it also going left and right?
It is. It's going left and right. It's a transverse wave. It's the compound wave. There's three different waves in three different vectors, all moving in that one general direction. When we draw it like a sine wave, a single, but it's actually three overlapping sines in three different vectors pulsing. So when you look at wave properties or field theory, it has to be the field waving. Same way that it's the water that's causing the wave, and it's how the energy is transferred through the water that we experience the wave, means that there has to be some substance, call it an ether.
Okay, so that's what it boils down to, is an ether then. Okay. There has to be some unseen medium all over to do this transfer.
Exactly.
And that's what we're seeing. The GIF I posted is like a drip. All right. And then when you see the drip, you're seeing it pass through from one location to another. Whenever it hits the other medium, you're able to see its right angled effect, right? So the drip travels down, it hits the other medium, you see the wave transfer right hand rule from the drip, and you see the waves circle out around it. Now, you would have to imagine that by like a lot. And what you're seeing is that effect. You're seeing a drip cause a wave. And that's the same way you could draw the picture of a magnet. You got the centripetal force in the center, and then you got your centrifugal forces going on the outside, and the outward direction from the centripetal motion. Let's see if I can find a good copy.
So when we see this though, this is like a two-dimensional on the surface. There's a third, right? Oh Jesus, my brain just turned off. Axis going straight down, right? But its resistance is more because of the medium is it's not half medium, it's all medium, right? Because this wave is traveling along the medium, but it's on its border. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? What's happening to the energy of the drip as it goes straight down? It's not just dispersing along the surface, right?
Right. The drip is the centripetal force in motion. The waves coming from the contact with the different medium or with the water touching the water, causing the wave to go out, that's the centrifugal force in motion. Electricity in a copper wire is the centripetal force in motion. The magnetic field that you can use to test and see the amperage in the wire is the centrifugal force.
You ever heard of Poisson spot?
Do tell.
It's an effect or a thing where you can shine light through the center of a spherical object, and it'll show on the wall. Pretty trippy. I posted a video of it. It's pretty wacky. But after you watch it, then come and answer like, what do you think? How do you think that's possible? If it's legit that you believe in it, or, it's just YouTube.
Refraction. Sorry, bro.
I think it's more reflection than refraction.
Yeah, I was just joking. I haven't even seen the video.
I know. I was
channeling my inner baller.
Just shooting you back.
So can that path be described as a spiral then? Right hand rule turning spiral?
It's a possibility. I'm not sure what you exactly mean and where the context was. But
The way the wave. I'm trying to imagine this wave in three-dimensional space, moving through a three-dimensional medium. Not just watching it on the between two mediums and seeing it on a surface. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe traveling through ballistic gel.
The third video, no, the third video, waves, light, sound, and the nature of reality. Physics videos by Eugene. That Ski. If he was in the army, I'd call him Ski. That video has a three-dimensional depiction of the waveform. I'm not exactly sure on a timestamp where you can watch it.
I'm sorry. What was the title? Which one?
It's the
Physics
third one.
video? Physics video by Eugene.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure
I'll
in
find
there
it.
somewhere it's
Yeah,
got
I'll scan through it.
three-dimensional.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Howdy, howdy.
Yeah, that's it.